Chapters 27 and 28 of Family Pride by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 27. Aunt Betsy Goes on a Journey. Just through the woods where Uncle Ephraim was wont to exercise old Whitey was a strip of land which was comparatively valueless, but to Aunt Betsy it was one of great importance, as it was her property, the land on which she paid taxes willingly. Several dispositions the good old lady had mentally made of this property, sometimes dividing it equally between Helen and Katy, sometimes willing it all to the former, and again leaving the interest of it to some missionary society. How then was the poor woman amazed when there appeared a claimant to her property, not the whole, but a part. Of course she was indignant, and all the more so because the claimant was prepared to prove that the line fence was not where it should be, but ran into his own dominions for the width of 2 or 3 rods, a fact he had just discovered by looking over a bundle of deeds. In her distress Aunt Betsy's first thoughts were turned to Wilford, and a long letter was written to him in which his advice was solicited. But with a frown and pish of contempt he tossed it into the grate, and vain were all Aunt Betsy's inquiries as to whether there was any letter for her when Uncle Ephraim came home from the post office. Finally another idea took possession of her. She would go to New York herself. Wholly useless were the expostulations of the family, for she would not listen to them, nor believe that she would not be welcome at that house on Madison Square, to which even Mrs. Lennox had never been invited since Katy was fairly settled in it. Finally, as a doubt began to cross her own mind as to Wilford's readiness to entertain her at his house, she continued: "At any rate, the Tubbses who moved from Silverton last fall, and who were living in such style on the Bowery, wouldn't be ashamed, and I can stop with them at first, till I see how the land lies. Tom is in town now, and if I see him I shall talk with him about it, even if I never go." Mrs. Lennox and Aunt Hannah hoped that Tom would return to New York without honoring the farmhouse with a call. But unfortunately for them he came that very afternoon, and instead of throwing obstacles in Aunt Betsy's way, urged her warmly to make the visit. "Mother would be so glad to see an old neighbor," the honest youth said, "for she did not know many folks in the city. Till had made some flashy acquaintances of whom he did not think much, and they kept a few boarders, but nobody had called, and mother was real lonesome. He wished Miss Barlow would come; she would have no difficulty in finding them." She did not give it up entirely, and when, a few days after Tom's return to New York, there came a pressing invitation from the daughter Matilda, or Mattie, the fever again ran high, and this time with but little hope of its abating. "We shall be delighted, both mother and me," Mattie wrote. "I will show you all the lions of the city, and when you get tired of us you can go up to Mrs. Cameron's. I know exactly where they live, and have seen her at the opera in full dress, looking like a queen." Aunt Betsy at last began to devise the best means of getting off with the least opposition. Both Morris and her brother would be absent from town during the next week, and she finally resolved to take that opportunity for starting on her visit to New York, wisely concluding to keep her own counsel until she was quite ready. Accordingly, on the very day Morris and the deacon left Silverton, she announced her intention so decidedly that further opposition was useless, and Mrs. Lennox did what she could to make her aunt presentable. And one morning she took her seat in the Boston and New York train. "If anybody can find their way in New York, it is Betsy," Aunt Hannah said to Mrs. Lennox, as the day wore on and their thoughts went after the lone woman, who was felicitating in the luxury of a whole seat and the near neighborhood of a very nice young man, who listened with well-bred interest while she told of her troubles concerning the sheep pasture, and how she was going to New York to consult a first-rate lawyer. Once she thought to tell who the lawyer was, and perhaps enhance her own merits in the eyes of her auditors by announcing herself as aunt to Mrs. Wilford Cameron, but Aunt Hannah's parting injunction, "not to tell everybody in the cars that she was Katy's aunt," kept her silent on that point. The young man was going on to Albany, and so down the river to West Point. West Point was associated in Aunt Betsy's mind with that handful of noble men who within the walls of Sumter were then the center of so much interest, and at parting with her companion she said to him: "Young man, you are a soldier, I take it, from your having been to school at West Point. Maybe you'll never have to use your learning, but if you do, stick to the old flag. Don't you go against that, and if an old woman's prayers for your safety can do any good, be sure you'll have mine." She raised her hand reverently, and Lieutenant Bob Reynolds felt a kind of awe steal over him, as if he might one day need that benediction, the first perhaps given in the cause now so terribly agitating all hearts both north and south. "I'll remember what you say," he answered; and then as a new idea was presented he took out a card, and writing a few lines upon it, bade her hand it to the conductor just as she was getting into the city. Without her glasses Aunt Betsy could not read, and bidding her companion good-bye, took her seat in the other train. Lonely and a very little homesick she began to feel; for her new neighbors were not willing to talk, and she finally relapsed into silence, which resulted in a quiet sleep, from which she awoke just as they were entering the tunnel. Suddenly remembering the card, she drew it from her pocket, and the next time the conductor appeared handed it to him, watching him while he read that Lieutenant Robert Reynolds would consider it as a personal favor if he would see the bearer into the Fourth Avenue cars. The conductor knew Lieutenant Bob, and attended as faithfully to his wishes as if it had been a born princess instead of Aunt Betsy Barlow, whom he led to a street car, ascertaining the number of the Bowery where she wished to stop, and reporting to that conductor, who bowed in acquiescence. When the car stopped at last upon a crossing, the conductor pointed back a few doors to the right, telling her that was her number. If Mattie was not glad to see her guest, she seemed to be, which answered every purpose for the tired woman, who followed her into the dark, narrow hall and up the narrow stairs into the front parlor. Mrs. Tubbs came in to meet her, expressing pleasure at seeing her there, and feeling what she said. Mattie knew where Wilfred Cameron's house was, for she had walked by it many times. Once she had seen Helen and Katie enter their carriage, but she had never ventured to accost them. Katie would not have known her if she had, for the family had come to Silverton while she was at Canandaigua; after her return to Silverton they had never met. With Helen, however, she had a speaking acquaintance; but she had never presumed upon it in New York, though to some of her young friends she had told how she once sat in the same pew with Mrs. Wilfred Cameron's sister. The next day had been set apart by Mattie for showing their guest the city and possibly calling on Mrs. Wilfred; but the poor old lady was too tired to venture out. But when Mattie asked if she would like to go out that evening, she caught eagerly at the idea, as it involved a change, and the opera came before her mind. Did 'Tilda know if Katie went to the opera now? Did she suppose she would be there to night? Was it far to the show house? These queries Mattie answered readily. She presumed Katie would be there, as it was a new opera. It was not so very far. Aunt Betsy generously offered to pay the fiddler, and so conspicuous among the crowd, who that night entered the Academy of Music, was Aunt Betsy Barlow, chaperoned by Miss Mattie Tubbs and protected by Tom. They managed to procure seats which commanded a good view of several private boxes, and among them that of Wilfred Cameron. This Mattie pointed out to the excited woman gazing about her in a maze of bewilderment, and half doubting her own identity. She was very fond of music, and listened eagerly, beating time with both feet; but she was beginning to yawn when a nudge from Mattie and a whisper, "There they come," roused her from her stupor, and looking up she saw both Helen and Katie entering their box, and with them Mark Ray and Wilfred Cameron. Very rapidly Katie's eyes swept the house, running over the sea of heads below, but failing to see the figure which, half arising from its seat, stood with clasped hands, gazing upon her, the tears running like rain over the upturned face, and the lips murmuring, "Darling Katie! Blessed child! She's thinner than when I see her last, but oh, so beautiful! It isn't wicked now for me to be coming here, when I can see her face again." All in vain Mattie pulled her dress, bidding her sit down, as people were staring at her. Aunt Betsy sank back at last into her seat, keeping her eyes on the box where Helen and Katie sat, their heads uncovered and their rich cloaks falling off just enough to show the astonished woman that both their necks were uncovered too, while Helen's arms, raised to adjust her glass, were discovered to be in the same condition. "Ain't they splendid in full dress?" Mattie whispered, while Aunt Betsy replied, "Call that full dress? I'd sooner say it was no dress at all. They'll catch their death of cold. What would their mother say?" Then, as the enormity of the act grew upon her, she continued more to herself than to Mattie. "I mistrusted Catherine, but that Helen should come to this passes me." Still, as she became more accustomed to it, and glanced at other full dressed ladies, the first shock passed away, and she could calmly contemplate Katie's dress, wondering what it cost, and then letting her eyes pass on to Helen, to whom Mark Ray seemed so lover-like that Aunt Betsy remembered her impressions when he stopped at Silverton, her heart swelling with pride as she thought of both the girls making out so well. "Who is that young man talking to Helen?" Mattie asked, and when told that it was Mr. Ray, Wilford's partner, she envied the young girl who did not seem as much gratified with the attentions as Mattie fancied she should do were she in Helen's place. How could she, with Juno Cameron just opposite watching her jealously? But Mark continued his attentions until Helen wished herself away, and though a good deal surprised, was not sorry when Wilford abruptly declared the opera a bore, and suggested going home. "Please don't go. I rather like the play to-night," Katie said, but on Wilford's face there was that look which never consulted Katie's wishes, and so the two ladies tied on their cloaks, and, just as the curtain rose in the last act, left their box. Aunt Betsy looked wistfully after them, but did not suspect she was the cause of their exit, and of Wilford's evident perturbation. Running his eye over the house below, it had fallen upon the trio. Aunt Betsy, Mattie, and Tom, the first of whom was at that moment partly standing while she adjusted her heavy shawl, which the heat of the building had compelled her to unfasten. There was a start, a rush of blood to the head and face, and then he reflected how impossible it was that she should be there, in New York, and at the opera, too. The shawl arranged, Aunt Betsy took her seat and turned her face fully toward him, while Wilford seized Katie's glass and leveled it at her. He was not mistaken. It was Aunt Betsy Barlow, and Wilford felt the perspiration oozing out beneath his hair and about his lips as he remembered the letter he had burned, wishing now that he had answered it, and so perhaps have kept her from his door. For she was coming there, nay, possibly had come, since his departure from home, and learning his whereabouts had followed on to the Academy of Music, leaving her baggage where he should stumble over it on entering the hall. "If she spies us, she will be finding her way up here. There's no piece of effrontery of which that class is not capable," he thought. There was no baggage in the hall, there had been no woman there, and Wilford's fears for a time subsided. But Aunt Betsy did not come except in Wilford's dreams, which she haunted the entire night. That day they entertained a dinner party, and Wilford had anticipated it with no small degree of complacency. But now, alas, there was a phantom at his side wearing Aunt Betsy's guise; and if it had been possible he would have given the dinner up. But it was too late for that. The guests were bidden, and there was nothing now for him but to abide the consequences. Business that day had no interest for him, and in a listless way he sat watching the passers-by and glancing at his door as if he expected the first assault to be made there. Then, as the day wore on, and he felt sure that what he so much dreaded had really come to pass, he startled Mark with the announcement that he was going home, and should not return again that day. "Going home when leave it is to call at 3?" Mark said in surprise, and feeling that it would be a relief to unburden himself, the story came out how Wilford had seen Aunt Betsy at the opera, and expected to find her at Madison Square. "I wish I had answered her letter about that confounded sheep pasture," he said, "for I would rather give $1,000 than have her with us to-day. I did not marry my wife's relations," he continued, adding, as Mark looked up quickly, "Of course I don't mean Helen. Neither do I mean that doctor, for he is a gentleman. But this Barlow woman! Oh, Mark, I am all of dripping sweat just to think of it." He did not say what he intended doing, but with Mark Ray's ringing laugh in his ears, passed into the street, and hailing a stage was driven toward home, just as a downtown stage deposited on the walk in front of his office that Barlow woman and Mattie Tubbs. 28. Aunt Betsy consults a lawyer. Aunt Betsy did not rest well after her return from the opera. Novelty and excitement always kept her awake, while her mind was not wholly at ease with regard to what she had done. But at the breakfast table she was hardly less enthusiastic over the opera than Mattie herself, averring, however, that once would do her and she had no wish to go again. The sight of Katie looking so frail and delicate had awakened all the old and intense love she had felt for her darling, and she could not wait much longer without seeing her. "Hannah and Lucy amongst 'em advised me not to come," she said to Mrs. Tubbs, "hinting that I might not be wanted up there. But now I'm here I shall go if I don't stay more than an hour." "Of course I should," Mattie answered, herself anxious to see Mrs. Wilford at home. "Why shouldn't you go there if you like?" "I shall. I am going," Aunt Betsy replied, feeling that to take Mattie with her was not quite the thing, and not exactly knowing how to manage, for the girl must of course pilot the way. "I'll risk it and trust to Providence," was her decision, and so she started out with Mattie as her escort, suggesting that they visit Wilford's office first. Mark was not in the least surprised, and greeted her cordially. "Mr. Cameron has just left the office, and would not return that day," he said to Aunt Betsy, asking if he could assist her in any way, and assuring her of his willingness to do so. Aunt Betsy could talk with him better than with Wilford, and was about to give him the story of the sheep pasture in detail, when, motioning to a side door, he said, "Walk in here, please. You will not be liable to so many interruptions." "Come, 'Tilda, it's no privacy," Aunt Betsy said. But 'Tilda felt intuitively that she was not wanted, and rather haughtily declined, amusing herself by the window, while Aunt Betsy in the private office told her troubles to Mark Ray; and received in return the advice to let the claimant go to law if he chose, he probably would make nothing by it, and even if he did, she would not sustain a heavy loss, according to her own statement of the value of the land. "If I could keep the sweet apple tree I wouldn't care," Aunt Betsy said. "For the rest ain't worth a lawsuit; though it's my property, and I have thought of willing it to Helen if she ever marries." Here was a temptation which Mark Ray could not resist. Ever since Mrs. General Reynolds' party Helen's manner had puzzled him; but her shyness only made him more in love than ever, while the rumor of her engagement with Dr. Morris tormented him continually. Sometimes he believed it, and sometimes he did not, wishing always that he knew for certain. Here, then, was a chance for confirming his fears or for putting them to rest. And blessing 'Tilda Tubbs for declining to enter his back office, he said in reply to Aunt Betsy's, "If she ever marries." "And of course she will. She is engaged, I believe." "Engaged? Who to? When? Strange she never writ, nor Katie neither," Aunt Betsy exclaimed, while Mark, raised to an ecstatic state, replied, "I refer to Dr. Grant. Haven't they been engaged for a long time past?" "Why, no, indeed," was the response. "I used to think they'd make a good match. But I've gi'n that up, and now I sometimes mistrusted 'twas Katie Morris wanted. Anyhow, he's mighty changed since she was married, and he never speaks her name. I never heard anybody say so, and maybe it's all a fancy. So you won't mention it?" "Certainly not," Mark replied, drawing nearer to her, and continuing in a low tone, "Isn't it possible that after all Helen is engaged to her cousin, and you don't know it?" "No," and Aunt Betsy grew very positive. "I am sure she ain't, for only t'other day I said to Morris that I wouldn't wonder if Helen and another chap had a hankerin' for one another; and he said he wished it might be so, for that other chap, I mean, would make a splendid husband," and Aunt Betsy turned very red at the blunder which made Mark Ray feel as if he walked on air. Still he could not be satisfied without probing her a little deeper, and so he said, "And that other chap, does he live in Silverton?" Aunt Betsy's look was a sufficient answer, for the old lady knew he was quizzing her now, just as she felt that in some way she had removed a stumbling block from his path, and in the first flush of his joy and gratitude he could do most anything. So when she spoke of going up to Katie's he set himself at work to prevent it for that day at least. They were to have a large dinner party, he said, and both Mrs. Cameron and Miss Lennox would be wholly occupied. Would it not be better to wait until to morrow? Did she contemplate a long stay in New York? "No, she might go back to morrow," "Certainly the day after," Aunt Betsy replied, her voice trembling at this fresh impediment thrown in the way of her seeing Katie. The quaver in her voice touched Mark's sympathy. She was old and simple hearted; she was Helen's aunt. And this, more than aught else, helped him make a decision. She must be homesick in the Bowery. She should die if compelled to stay there long. He would take her to his mother's and keep her until to-morrow, and perhaps until she left for home; telling Helen that night, of course, and then suffering her to act accordingly. This he proposed to his client, assuring her of his mother's entire willingness to receive her, and urging so many reasons why she should go there, instead of up to Katie's, where they were in such confusion that Aunt Betsy was at last persuaded. Arrived home, he began to wonder more and more what his mother would say to his bringing that stranger into her house, unbidden and unsought. "I'll tell her just the truth," was his decision, and assuming a manner which warned the servant who answered his ring neither to be curious nor impertinent, he conducted his charge into the parlor, and went in quest of his mother, who he found was out. "Kindle a fire, then, in the front guest chamber," he said, "and see that it is made comfortable as soon as possible." The servant bowed in acquiescence, wondering who had come, and feeling not a little surprised at the description given by John of the woman he had let into the house, and who now in the parlor was looking around her in astonishment and delight. In some little trepidation Mark paced up and down the parlor waiting for his mother, who came ere long, expressing her surprise to find him there, and asking if anything had happened that he seemed so agitated. "Yes, I'm in a deuced scrape," he answered, coming up to her with the winning smile she could never resist, and continuing, "To begin at the foundation, you know how much I am in love with Helen Lennox." "No, I don't," was the reply. "How should I know, when you have never told me?" "Haven't you eyes? Can't you see? Don't you like her yourself?" "Yes, very much." "And are you willing she should be your daughter?" There was a struggle in Mrs. Banker's heart, and for a moment she felt jealous of the girl whom she had guessed was dearer to her son than ever his mother could be again, but she was a sensible woman. She was willing to take Helen as a daughter, and she said so at last, and listened half amazed and half amused to the story which had in it so much of Aunt Betsy Barlow, who had cleared away his doubts, and who at that very moment was an occupant of their best guest chamber. "Perhaps it was wrong to bring her home," he added, "but I did it to spare Helen. I knew just what a savage Wilfred would be if he found her there, where she would be in the way. Say, mother, was I wrong?" He was not often wrong in his mother's estimation, and Mrs. Banker was very glad to find him so thoughtful. "Few young men would do as much," she said; and from feeling a little doubtful, Mark came to look upon himself as a very nice young man, who had done a most unselfish act, for of course he had not been influenced by any desire to keep Aunt Betsy from the people who would be present at the dinner, neither had Helen been at all mixed up in the affair. The old lady overhead, standing by the window, wondered what the huge building could be gleaming so white in the fading light. "Looks as if it was made of stone china," she thought, just as Mrs. Banker appeared, her friendly manner making Aunt Betsy feel wholly at ease as she answered the lady's questions. Mrs. Banker had lived in the country, and had seen just such women as Aunt Betsy Barlow, understanding her intrinsic worth, and knowing how Helen Lennox, though her niece, could still be refined and cultivated. She could also understand how one educated as Wilfred Cameron had been would shrink from coming in contact with her, and possibly be rude if she thrust herself upon him. Mark did well to bring her here, she thought, as she left the room to order the tea which the tired woman so much needed. They were thoughtful, very kind, and Mark, just before starting for the dinner, went up to see her, asking what message he should take to Helen. "She should do very well alone," she said. "She could read her Bible, and if she got too tired, go to bed, though she guessed she should stay up till they came home, so as to hear about the doin's." End of chapters 27 and 28. Chapters 29 through 31 of Family Pride by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 29. The Dinner Party. It was a very select party which Wilfred Cameron entertained that evening. and as the carriages rolled to his door and deposited the guests, the cloud which had been lifting ever since he came home and found no Barlow woman there, disappeared entirely, leaving him the blandest, most urbane of hosts. Aunt Betsy's proximity was wholly unsuspected, both by Katie and Helen. Helen was beginning to doubt the story of Mark's engagement with Juno. Certainly she could not mistake the nature of the attentions he paid to her. There was another, too, who felt the influence of Helen's beauty, and that was Lieutenant Bob, who, after dinner, attached himself to her side, while around them gathered quite a group, all listening with peals of laughter as Bob, who was something of a mimic, related his adventure of 2 days before with "the most rustic and charming old lady 'twas ever his fortune to meet." Told by Bob, the story lost nothing of its freshness, for every particular, except, indeed, the kindness he had shown her, was related, even to the sheep pasture, about which she was going to New York, to consult a lawyer. "I thought once of referring her to you, Mr. Cameron," Bob said, "but couldn't find it in my heart to quiz her, she was so wholly unsuspicious. You have not seen her, have you?" "No," came faintly from the lips which tried to smile, for Wilfred knew who was the heroine of that story, wondering more and more where she was. From the very first Helen feared that Aunt Betsy was the odd woman who had gotten up on the train at some station which Bob could not remember, while as the story progressed she was sure of it, for she had heard of the sheep pasture trouble and of Aunt Betsy's projected visit to New York, privately writing to her mother not to suffer it, as Wilfred would be so greatly vexed. "Yes, it must be Aunt Betsy," she thought, and she turned so white that Mark, who was watching both her and Wilfred, came as soon as possible to her side, and adroitly separating from the group around, said softly, "You look tired, Miss Lennox. Come with me a moment. I have something to tell you." Alone with her in the hall, he continued, "I have the sequel of Bob Reynolds' story. That woman " "Was Aunt Betsy," Helen gasped. "But where is she now? That was 2 days ago. Tell me if you know. Mr. Ray, you do know." "Aunt Betsy is at my house, kidnapped by me for safe keeping until I could consult with you. Was that right?" he asked, as a flush came to Helen's cheek, and an expression to her eye which told that his meaning was understood. "Is she there willingly? How did it happen?" was Helen's reply. Mark grew eloquent with the sequel of Bob's story, telling what he knew, and also what he had done. He had not implicated Wilfred in any way, but Helen read it all, saying more to herself than him. "And she was at the opera. Wilfred must have seen her, and that is why he left so suddenly, and why he has appeared so absent and nervous to day, as if expecting something. Excuse me," she suddenly added. "I forgot that I was talking as if you knew." "I do know more than you suppose. That is, I know human nature, and I know Will better than I did that morning when I first met you," Mark said. "You did right under the circumstances. It would have been unpleasant for us all had she happened here to night. I thank you, Mr. Ray, you and your mother, too, more than I can express. I will see her early to morrow morning. Tell her so, please, and again I thank you." There were tears in Helen's soft brown eyes as she spoke her thanks to the young man. Next morning, at a comparatively early hour, Helen stood ringing the bell of Mrs. Banker's house. She had said to Katie that she was going out, and could not tell just when she might return, and as Katie never questioned her acts, no obstacles were put in the way of her going to Mrs. Banker's, where Mark met her himself. He knew she would rather meet her aunt alone, and so when he heard her steps in the hall he left the room, holding the door for Aunt Betsy, who wept like a little child at the sight of Helen, accusing herself of being an old fool, who ought to be shut up in the insane asylum, but saying she was going home that very day without seeing Katie at all. "If she was here I'd like it, but I shan't go there, for I know Wilfred don't want me. Say, Helen, don't you think he'll be ashamed of me?" she asked, as her desire to see Katie grew stronger. Helen could not tell her he would be ashamed, but Aunt Betsy knew she meant it, and with a fresh gush of tears she gave the project up entirely, telling Helen all she did not already know of her trip to New York, her visit to the opera, her staying with the Tubbses, and her meeting with Mark, the best young chap she ever saw, not even excepting Morris.
"If he was my own son he couldn't be kinder," she added, "and I mistrust he hopes to be my nephew. You can't do better, and if he offers, take him." Mark and his mother joined their guests, and learning that Aunt Betsy's intention was unchanged, he suggested the ride and offered the use of their carriage. Helen did not decline the offer, and ere half an hour had passed, Aunt Betsy was comfortably seated in Mrs. Banker's carriage, with Helen beside her. They were tearful thanks which Aunt Betsy gave to her kind friends as she was driven away, going first to the Bowery to say good bye. "Would you mind taking 'Tilda in? It would please her mightily," Aunt Betsy whispered as they were alighting in front of Mr. Peter Tubbs's; and as the result of this suggestion the carriage, when again it emerged into Broadway, held Mattie Tubbs, prouder than she had been in all her life before, while the gratified mother at home felt amply repaid for all the trouble her visitor had made her. And Helen enjoyed it too, finding Mattie a little insipid and tiresome, but feeling happy in the consciousness that she was making others happy. It was a long drive they took, and Aunt Betsy saw so much that her brain grew giddy, and she was glad when they started for the depot. "I daresay it is all grand and smart," Aunt Betsy said, "but I feel best at home, where they are used to me." And her face did bear a brighter look, when finally seated in the cars, than it had before since she left Silverton. Katie did not ask where Helen had been, for she was wholly absorbed in Marian Hazleton's letter, telling how fast the baby improved, how pretty it was growing, and how fond both she and Mrs. Hubble were of it, loving it almost as well as if it were their own. "I know now it was best for it to go, but it was hard at first," Katie said, putting the letter away, and sighing wearily as she missed the clasp of the little arms and touch of the baby lips. Several times Helen was tempted to tell her of Aunt Betsy's visit, but decided finally not to do so, as it might distress her to know that strangers rendered the hospitalities it was her duty to give, and so Katie never guessed the truth, nor knew what it was which for many days made Wilfred so nervous and uneasy, starting quickly at every sudden ring, going often to the window, and looking out into the street as if expecting someone who never came, while he grew strangely anxious for news from Silverton, asking when Katie had heard from home, and why she did not write. One there was, however, who knew and who enjoyed it vastly, watching Wilfred closely, and guessing just how his anxiety grew as day after day went by; and she neither came nor was heard from in any way, for Helen did not show the letter apprising her of Aunt Betsy's safe arrival home, and so all in Wilfred's mind was left a vague conjecture. Wilfred actually grew poor with the uncertainty which hung over the fate of one whom in his present state of mind he would have warmly welcomed to his fireside. At last, as he sat one day in his office, with the same worried look on his face, Mark said, "By the way, Will, how did that sheep pasture come out, or didn't the client appear?" "Mark, you've stumbled upon the very thing which is tormenting my life out of me. Aunt Betsy has never turned up or been heard from since that night. For aught I know she was murdered or spirited away, and I am half distracted. I'd give $1,000 to know what has become of her." "Put down half that pile, and I'll tell you," was Mark's nonchalant reply, while Wilfred, seizing his shoulder and compelling him to look up, exclaimed, "You know, then? Tell me, you do know? Where is she?" "Safe in Silverton, I presume," was the reply, and then Mark told his story, to which Wilfred listened, half incredulous, half indignant, and a good deal relieved. "You are a splendid fellow, Mark, though I must say you meddled, but I know you did not do it unselfishly. Yes, on the whole I thank you and Helen too for saving me that mortification. I feel like a new man, knowing the old lady is safe at home, where I trust she will remain. And that Tom who called here yesterday, asking to be our clerk, is the youth I saw at the opera. I thought his face was familiar. Let him come, of course. In my gratitude I feel like patronizing the entire Tubbs family." And so it was this flash of gratitude for a peril escaped which procured for young Tom Tubbs the situation of clerk in the office of Cameron and Ray, the application for such situation having been urged by the ambitious Mattie,
who felt her dignity considerably increased when she could speak of brother Tom in company with Messrs. Cameron and Ray. 30. The 7th Regiment. Does the reader remember the pleasant spring days when the thunder of Fort Sumter's bombardment came echoing up the northern hills and across the western prairies? Nowhere, perhaps, was the excitement so great or the feeling so strong as in New York, when the 7th Regiment was ordered on to Washington, its members never faltering or holding back, prepared to do their duty. Conspicuous among them was Mark Ray, who, laughing at his mother's fears, kissed her livid cheek, and then with a pang remembered Helen, wondering how she would feel, and thinking the path to danger would be so much easier if he knew her love was his. And before he went Mark must know this for certain, chiding himself for having put it off so long. He would write that very day. She knew, of course, that he was going. She would say that he did well to go, and she would answer yes to the question he would ask her. Mark felt sure of that. But still the letter he wrote was eloquent with his pleadings for her love, while he confessed his own, and asked that she would be his wife, would give him the right to carry her in his heart, to think of her as his affianced bride, to know she waited for his return, and would crown it at last with the full fruition of her priceless love. "I meet a few of my friends at Mrs. Grandin's to night," he added, in conclusion. "Can I hope to see you there, taking your presence as a token that I may speak, and tell you in words what I have so poorly written?" He would deliver the note himself, avoiding the possibility of a mistake, he said, and half an hour later he rang the bell at No. asking if Miss Lennox was at home. She was, and handing the girl the note, Mark ran down the steps, while the servant carried the missive to the library, where upon the table lay other letters received that morning and as yet unopened; for Katie was very busy, and Helen was dressing to go out with Juno Cameron, who had asked her to drive with her that morning and look at a picture she had set her heart on having. Juno had not yet appeared, but Mark was scarcely out of sight when she came in with the familiarity of a sister and entered the library to wait. Carelessly turning over the books upon the table, she stumbled over Mark's letter, which, through some defect in the envelope, had become unsealed, and lay with its edge lifted so that to peer at its contents was a very easy matter had she been so disposed. But Juno could not at first bring herself even to touch what was intended for her rival. But as she gazed the longing grew, until at last she took it in her hand, turning it to the light, and tracing distinctly the words, "My dear Helen," while a storm of pain and passion swept over her, mingled with a feeling of shame that she had let herself down so far. "It does not matter now," the tempter whispered. "You may as well read it and know the worst. Nobody will suspect it." And so, led on step by step, she was about to take the folded letter from the envelope, intending fully to replace it after it was read, when a rapid step warned her someone was coming, and thrusting the letter in her pocket, she dropped her veil to cover her confusion, and then confronted Helen Lennox, ready for the drive, and all unconscious of the wrong which could not then be righted. Juno was unusually kind and familiar that morning. She did not mean to keep the letter, and all morning was devising measures for making restitution, even thinking once to confess the whole, but shrinking from that as more than she could do. As they were driving home they met Mark Ray; but Helen, who chanced to be looking in an opposite direction, did not see the earnest look of scrutiny he gave her, scarcely heeding Juno, whose face was all ablaze with guilt as she returned his bow, and whose voice trembled as she spoke of him to Helen and his intended departure. Helen observed the tremor in her voice, and pitied the girl whose agitation she fancied arose from the fact that her lover was so soon to go where danger and possibly death were waiting. In Helen's heart, too, there was a pang whenever she remembered Mark, and what had so recently passed between them, raising hopes which now were wholly blasted. For he was Juno's, she believed, and the grief at his projected departure was the cause of that young lady's softened and even humbled demeanor, as she insisted on Helen's stopping at her house for lunch before going home. To this Helen consented, Juno still revolving in her mind how to return the letter. It was in her pocket yet, she knew, for she had felt it there when, after lunch, she went to her room for a fresh handkerchief. She would accompany Helen home, would manage to slip into the library alone, and put it partly under a book, so that it would appear to be hidden, and thus account for it not having been seen before. and with her spirits elated, Juno drove around with Helen, finding no one in the parlor below, and felicitating herself upon the fact that Helen left her alone while she ran up to Katie. "Now is my time," she thought, stealing noiselessly into the library and feeling for the letter. But it was not there. It was gone, and no amount of search could avail to find it. In the utmost consternation Juno returned to the parlor, still hunting for the letter, and appearing so abstracted as scarcely to be civil when Katie came down to see her. Juno was too wretched to talk, and after a few moments she started for home, hunting in her own room and through the halls, but failing in her search, and finally giving it up, with the consoling reflection that were it found in the street no suspicion could fasten on her; and as fear of detection rather than contrition for the sin had been the cause of her distress, she grew comparatively calm. Juno could not confess, and all that day she was absent-minded and silent, while her mother watched her closely, wondering what connection, if any, there was between her burning cheeks and the letter she had found upon the floor in her daughter's room, just after she had left it; the letter at whose contents she had glanced, shutting her lips firmly together as she saw that her plans had failed, and finally putting the document away where there was less hope of its ever finding its rightful owner than if it had remained with Juno. Had Mrs. Cameron supposed that Helen had already seen it, she would have returned it at once; but of this she had her doubts after learning that "Miss Lennox did not go upstairs at all." Juno, then, must have been the delinquent; and though the mother shrank from the act as unladylike, if nothing more, she resolved to keep the letter till some inquiry was made for it at least. And so Helen did not guess how anxiously the young man was anticipating the interview at Sybil Grandin's. Alas for Mark, also for Helen, that both should be so cruelly deceived! Had the latter known of the loving words sent from the true heart, which longed for some word of hers to lighten the long march, she would not have said to Katie when asked if going to Mrs. Grandin's, "Oh no, please don't urge me. I would so much rather stay at home." Katie would not insist, and so went alone with Wilford to the entertainment given to a few young men who seemed as heroes then. Eagerly Mark Ray scanned each new arrival. But Helen had not come, and with a feeling of despair Mark listened while Katie explained to Mrs. Grandin that her sister had fully intended coming in the morning, but had suddenly changed her mind and begged to be excused. Mark was very wretched, and his wretchedness showed itself upon his face, making more than one rally him for what they termed fear, while they tried to reassure him that to the 7th there could be no danger after Baltimore was safely passed. This was more than Mark could bear, and at an early hour he left the house, bidding Katie good-bye, and telling her he probably should not see her again, as he would not have time to call. "Not call to say good-bye to Helen?" Katie exclaimed. "Helen will not care," was Mark's reply, as he hurried away into the darkness of the night, more welcome in his present state of mind than the gay scene he had left. And this was all Katie had to carry to Helen. He was not coming, and she only saw him from the carriage window, as with proud step and head erect he passed with his regiment through the densely crowded streets. But Mark did not see Helen, and only his mother's white face, as it looked when it said, "God bless my boy," was clear before his eyes, as he moved on through Broadway and down Cortlandt Street. Now that Mark was gone, Mrs. Banker turned intuitively to Helen, finding great comfort in her quiet sympathy. Juno, as she heard nothing from the letter, began to lose her fears of detection. Moments there were, however, when thoughts of the stolen letter brought a pang, while Helen's face was a continual reproach, and she was glad when toward the 1st of May her rival left New York for Silverton, where, as the spring and summer work came on, her services were needed. 31. Katie goes to Silverton. A summer day in Silverton. A soft, bright August day. Katie was really coming home, and in proof thereof there were behind the house and barn piles of rubbish, lath and plaster, mouldy paper and broken bricks, the tokens and remains of the repairing process. As a condition on which Katie might be permitted to come home, Wilford had stipulated an improvement in the interior arrangement of the house, offering to bear the expense even to the furnishing of the rooms. To this the family demurred at first, not liking Wilford's dictatorial manner. But Helen turned the tide, appreciating Wilford's feelings better than the others could do, and urging a compliance with his request. "Anything to get Katie home," she said. And so the house was really improved, with its pleasant modern parlor, and the large airy bedroom with bathing room attached. The furniture, too, which he sent on from New York, was perfect in its kind, well adapted to the rooms it was to adorn. 4 weeks Katie had been at the Pequot House in New London, occupying a little cottage and luxuriating in the joy of having her child with her almost every day. Country air and country nursing had wrought wonders in the baby, which had grown so beautiful and bright that it was no longer in Wilford's way, save as it took too much of Katie's time, and made her careless for the gay crowd at the hotel. Wilford did not like her taking so much care of it as she was inclined to do. It had grown too heavy for her to lift; it was better with Mrs. Hubble, he said, and so to the inmates of the farmhouse Katie wrote that baby was not coming. They were bitterly disappointed, for Katie's baby had been anticipated quite as much as Katie herself. But the time drew near when Katie was to come, and no one seemed happier than Aunt Betsy. The sky above and the earth beneath were much as they were that other day when they were expecting Katie, but Helen's face was not as bright, or her steps as buoyant. She could not forget who was there 1 year ago, and all the morning painful memories had been tugging at her heart as she remembered the past, and wondered at the gloomy silence which Mark Ray had maintained toward her ever since the day when the 7th Regiment left New York, followed by so many prayers and tears. He had returned, she knew, but neither from his mother nor himself had there ever come a word or message for her, while Belle Cameron, who wrote to her occasionally, had spoken of his attentions to Juno as becoming more pointed than ever. After this Helen sat herself resolutely at work to forget all that had ever passed between herself and Mark, succeeding so well that Silverton and its duties ceased to be very irksome. Katie's room was to be arranged, flowers to be gathered for the parlor, and vegetables for the dinner, so that her hands were full, up to the moment when Uncle Ephraim drove away from the door. He did not have long to wait this time, for the train came rolling across the meadow, and while his head was turned toward the car where he fancied she might be, a pair of arms were thrown impetuously around his neck, and a little figure, standing on tiptoe, almost pulled him down in its attempts to kiss him. "Uncle Eph! Oh, Uncle Eph! I've come! I'm here!" a young voice cried. But the words the deacon would have spoken were smothered by the kisses which pressed upon his lips, kisses which only came to an end when a voice said rather reprovingly, "There, Katie, that will do. You have almost strangled him." Wilford had not been expected, and the expression of the deacon's face was not a very cordial greeting to the young man, who hastened to explain that he should only stop till the next train, and then go on to Boston. In his presence the deacon was not quite natural, but he lifted in his arms his "little Katydid," looking straight into her face, where there was as yet no real lines of care, only shadows, which told him in some respects she was not the same Katie he had parted with 2 years before. To Wilford there was nothing pleasant in that humble farmhouse, while, with the exception of Helen, the women gathered at the door as they came up were very distasteful to him. But with Katie it was different. They were her rocks, her hills, her woods, and more than all, they were her folks, into whose arms she threw herself with an impetuous rush. "I shall sleep so nicely here," she said, lying down at once upon the bed it had taken so long to make. "Yes, I shall rest so nicely, knowing I can wear my wrapper all day long." "Didn't you rest at New London?" Helen asked, when Wilford had left the room. "Yes, some," Katie replied, "but there were dances every night, and I had to go, for many of our friends were there, and Wilford was not willing for me to be quiet." This, then, was the reason why Katie came home so weary and pale, and craving so much the rest she had not had in more than 2 years. But she would get it now. A bit of a lecture Wilford deemed it his duty to give her when after dinner they sat together alone. She must restrain herself. Surely she was old enough to be more womanly, and she would tire herself out with her nervous restlessness. To this Katie listened quietly, breathing freer when it was over, and breathing freer still when Wilford was gone, even though her tears did fall as she watched him out of sight. To the entire family his departure brought relief, But they were not prepared for the change it produced in Katy, who, freed from all restraint, came back so soon to what she was when a young careless girl she sat upon the doorsteps and curled the dandelion stalks. And where all the while was Morris? Were his patients so numerous that he could not find time to call upon his cousin? Katy had inquired for him immediately upon her arrival, but in her excitement she had forgotten him again, until Wilfred was gone and tea was over, when she took her hat and started toward Linwood. Morris sat in the library when he heard the bounding step and saw her coming toward him, swinging her hat in childish abandon.
"Morris, oh, Morris!" she cried as she ran eagerly forward. "I am so glad to see you. It seems so nice to be with you once more." She was standing before him, a hand on either side of his face, into which she was looking quite as wistfully as he was regarding her. Something she missed in his manner, something which troubled her, and thinking she knew what it was, she said to him, "Why don't you kiss me, Morris? You used to. Ain't you glad to see me?"
"Yes, very glad," he answered, and drawing her down beside him, he kissed her twice, but so gravely, so quietly, that Katy was not satisfied at all, and tears gathered in her eyes as she tried to think what it was ailed Morris. He was very thin, and there were a few white hairs about his temples, so that though 4 years younger than her husband, he seemed to her much older, quite grandfatherly in fact, and this accounted for the liberties she took, asking what was the matter, and trying to make him like her again, by assuring him that she was not as vain and foolish as he must suppose from what Helen had probably told him of her life since leaving Silverton. A long time they talked together, and the sun was setting ere Morris rose, suggesting that she go home, as the night dew would soon be falling. "And you are not as strong as you once were," he added, pulling her shawl around her shoulders with careful solicitude, and thinking how slender she had become. From the back parlor Helen saw them coming up the path, detecting the changed expression of Morris's face, and feeling a pang of fear when, as he left them after 9 o'clock, she heard her mother say that he had not appeared so natural since Katy went away as he had done that night. Knowing what she did, Helen trembled for Morris, with this temptation before him. Those September days were happy ones to Katy, who, freed from all restraint, became a child again, a petted, spoiled child. To Uncle Ephraim it was as if some bright angel had suddenly dropped into his path, flooding it with sunshine. Still there was one drawback to Katy's happiness. She missed her child, mourning for it so much that her family, quite as anxious as herself to see it, suggested her sending for it. It would surely take no harm with them, and Marian would come with it. To this plan Katy listened more willingly from the fact that Wilfred had gone West, and the greater the distance between them the more she dared to do. And so Marian Hazleton was one day startled at the sudden appearance at the cottage of Katy, who had come to take her and baby to Silverton. There was no resisting the vehemence of Katy's arguments, and before the next day's sun-setting, the farmhouse, usually so quiet and orderly, had been turned into one general nursery, where baby Cameron reigned supreme, screaming with delight at the tinware which Aunt Betsy brought out from the cake-cutter to the dipper, the little creature beating a noisy tattoo upon the latter with an iron spoon, and then for diversion burying its fat dimpled hands in Uncle Ephraim's long white hair, for the old man went down upon all fours to do his great-grandniece homage. That night Morris came up, stopping suddenly as a loud baby laugh reached him, even across the orchard, and leaning for a moment against the wall, while he tried to prepare himself for the shock it would be to see Katy's child, and hold it in his arms as he knew he must, or the mother be aggrieved. He had supposed it was pretty, but he was not prepared for the beautiful little cherub which, in its short white dress, with its soft curls of golden brown clustering about its head, stood holding to a chair, pushing it occasionally, and venturing now and then to take a step, while its infantile laugh mingled with the screams of its delighted auditors, watching it with so much interest. There was one great bitter burning pang, a blur before his eyes, and then, folding his arms composedly upon the window-sill, Dr. Grant stood looking in upon the occupants of the room, whistling at last to baby, as he was accustomed to whistle to the children of his patients. "Oh, Morris," Katy cried, "baby can almost walk. Marian has taken so much pains, and she can say papa.
Isn't she a beauty?"
Baby had turned her head by this time, her ear caught by the whistle and her eye arrested by something in Morris which fascinated her gaze. Perhaps she thought of Wilford, of whom she had been very fond, for she pushed her chair toward him, and then held up her fat arms for him to take her. Never was mother prouder, happier than Katie during the first few days succeeding baby's arrival, while the family seemed to tread on air, so swiftly the time went by with that active little life in their midst. It was wonderful how rapidly the child improved with so many teachers. From the very first the child took to Morris, crying after him whenever he went away, and hailing his arrival with a crow of joy and an eager attempt to reach him.
"It was altogether too forward for this world,"
Aunt Betsy often said, shaking her head ominously, but not really meaning what she predicted, even when for a few days it did not seem as bright as usual, but lay quietly in Katie's lap, a blue look about the mouth and a flush upon its cheeks which neither Morris nor Marian liked. More accustomed to children than the other members of the family, they both watched it closely, Morris coming over twice one day, and the last time he came regarding Katie with a look as if he would fain ward off from her some evil which he feared.
"What is it, Morris?" she asked. "Is baby going to be very sick?"
And a great crushing fear came upon her as she waited for his answer. "I hope not," he said. "I cannot tell as yet. The symptoms are like cholera infantum, of which I have several cases, but if taken in time I apprehend no danger." There was a low shriek, and baby opened its heavy lids and moaned, while Helen came at once to Katie, holding her hand upon her heart, as if the pain had entered there. To Marian it was no news, for ever since the early morning she had suspected the nature of the disease stealing over the little child. All night the light burned in the farmhouse, where there were anxious, troubled faces, Katie bending constantly over her darling, and even amid her terrible anxiety dreading Wilford's displeasure when he should hear what she had done and its possible result. She suffered acutely, watching for the early dawn, when Morris had said he would be there, and when at last he came, begging of him to stay, to leave his other patients and care only for baby. Would that be right? Morris asked, and Katie blushed for her selfishness when she heard how many were sick and dying around them. "I will spend every leisure moment here," he said, leaving his directions with Marian, and then hurrying away without a word of hope for the child, growing worse so fast that when the night shut down again it lay upon a pillow, its blue eyes closed and its head thrown back, while its sad moanings could only be hushed by carrying it in one's arms about the room, a task which Katie could not do. She had tried it once, refusing all their offers with the reply, "Baby is mine, and shall I not carry her?" But the feeble strength gave out, the limbs began to totter, and staggering backward she cried, "Somebody must take her." It was Marian who went forward, Marian, whose face was a puzzle as she took the infant in her stronger arms, her stony eyes, which had not wept as yet, fastening themselves upon the face of Wilford Cameron's child, with a look which seemed to say, "Retribution! Retribution!" But only when she remembered the father, now so proud of his daughter, was that word in her heart. She could not harbor it when she glanced at the mother, and her lips moved in earnest prayer that, if possible, God would not leave her so desolate. An hour later Morris came again, and strove to comfort Katie, who, crouching by the crib, was sitting motionless in a kind of dumb despair, all hope crushed out by his answer to her entreaties that he would tell her the truth, keeping nothing back. "I think your baby will die," he had said to her very gently, pausing a moment in awe of the white face. Bowing her head upon her hands, poor Katie whispered sadly, "God must not take my baby. Oh, Morris, please pray that he will not. He will hear and answer you, while I have been so bad I cannot pray. But I'm not going to be bad again. If he will let me keep my darling, I will begin a new life. I will try to serve him. Dear Lord, hear and answer, and not let baby die." She was praying herself now, and Morris's broad chest heaved as he glanced at her kneeling figure, and then at the death-like face upon the pillow, with the pinched look about the nose and lips, which to his practiced eye was a harbinger of death. Its father should be here, he thought, and when Katie lifted up her head again he asked if she was sure her husband had not yet returned from Minnesota.
"Yes, sure. That is, I think he has not,"
was Katie's answer, a chill creeping over her at the thought of meeting Wilford, and giving him his daughter dead. "I shall telegraph in the morning, at all events," Morris continued, "and if he is not in New York it will be forwarded."
"Yes, that will be best,"
was the reply, spoken so mournfully that Morris stopped in front of Katie, trying to reason with her. But Katie would not listen, only answering that he did not know, he could not feel, he never had been tried. "Perhaps not," Morris said. "But heaven is my witness, Katie, that if I could save you this pain by giving up my life for babies, I would do it willingly. But God does not give us our choice. He knoweth what is best, and baby is better with him than with us." For a moment Katie was silent, then, as a new idea took possession of her mind, she sprang to Morris's side, and seizing his arm, demanded,
"Can an unbaptized child be saved?"
"We nowhere read that baptism is a saving ordinance," was Morris's answer, while Katie continued,
"But do you believe they will be saved?"
"Yes, I do," was the decided response, which however did not ease Katie's mind, and she moaned on.
"A child of heathen parents may, but I knew better. I knew it was my duty to give the child to God, and for a foolish fancy withheld the gift until it is too late, and God will take it without the mark upon its forehead, the water on its brow. Oh, baby, baby, if she should be lost! No name, no mark, no baptismal sign."
"Not water, but the blood of Jesus cleanseth from all sin," Morris said, "and as sure as he died, so sure this little one is safe. Besides that, there may be time for the baptism yet, that is, tomorrow. Baby will not die tonight, and if you like, it still shall have a name." Eagerly Katie seized upon that idea, thinking more of the sign, the water, than the name, which scarcely occupied her thoughts at all. It did not matter what the child was called, so that it became one of the little ones in glory, and with a calmer, quieter demeanor than she had shown that day, she saw Morris depart at a late hour; and then turning to the child which Uncle Ephraim now was holding, kissed it lovingly, whispering as she did so,
"Baby shall be baptized. Baby shall have the sign."
End of chapters 29 through 31. Chapters 32 and 33 of Family Pride by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 32. Little Genevra. Morris had telegraphed to New York, receiving in reply that Wilford was hourly expected home, and would at once hasten on to Silverton. The clergyman, owing to a funeral which would take him out of town, could not be at the farmhouse until 5 in the afternoon, when, if the child still lived, he would be glad to officiate as requested. All this Morris had communicated to Katie, who listened in a kind of stupor, gasping for breath when she heard that Wilford would soon be there, and moaning, "That will be too late," when told that the baptism could not take place till night. Then, kneeling by the crib where the child was lying, she fastened her sad blue eyes upon the pallid face with an earnestness as if thus she would hold till nightfall, the life flickering so faintly and seeming so nearly finished. The wailings had ceased, and it lay perfectly still. Once, indeed, as the hours crept on to noon, and Katie bent over it so that her curls swept its face, it seemed to know her, and the little wasted hand was for a moment uplifted and rested on her cheek with the same caressing motion it had been wont to use in health. Then hope whispered that it might live, and with a great cry of joy Katie sobbed,
"She knows me, Morris. Mother, see! She knows me. Maybe she will live."
But the dull stupor which succeeded that act swept all hope away, and again Katie resumed her post with only one idea, and that was of the child growing very restless now and throwing up its arms as if in pain. "It is striking 5." The clergyman has come, and anon the inmates of the house gather around in silence, while he makes ready to receive the child into Christ's flock. Mrs. Lennox had questioned Helen about the name, and Helen had answered, "Katy knows, I presume. It does not matter." But no one had spoken directly to Katy, who had scarcely given it a thought, caring more for the rite she had deferred so long. "He must hasten," she said to Morris, her eyes fixed upon the panting child she had lifted to her own lap, and thus abjured the clergyman failed to make the usual inquiry concerning the name he was to give. Calm and white as a marble statue, Marian Hazleton glided to the back of Katy's chair, pressing both her hands upon it, and leaning over Katy so that her eyes too were fixed upon the little face, from which they never turned but once, and that when the clergyman's voice was heard asking for a name. There was an instant's silence, and Katy's lips began to move, when one of Marian's hands was laid upon her head, while the other took in its own the limp, white baby fingers, and Marian's voice was very steady in its tone as it said, "Ginevra." "Yes, Ginevra," Katy whispered, and then the solemn words were heard. "Ginevra, I baptize thee in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost." Softly the baptismal waters fell upon the pale forehead, and at their touch the little Ginevra's eyes unclosed, the waxen fingers withdrew themselves from Marian's grasp, the limbs grew rigid, the shadow of death grew deeper, and while the prayer was said, and Marian's tears fell with Katy's upon the brow where the baptismal waters were not dried, the angel came, and when the prayer was ended, Morris, who knew what the rest did not, took the lifeless form from Katy's lap, and whispered to her gently, "Katy, your baby is dead." An hour later, and the sweet little creature, which had been a sunbeam in that house for a few happy days, lay upon the bed where Katy said it must be laid; its form shrouded in the christening robe which Grandma Cameron had bought, flowers upon its pillow, flowers upon its bosom, flowers in its hands, which Marian had put there; for Marian's was the mind which thought of everything concerning the dead child; and Helen, as she watched her, wondered at the mighty love which showed itself in every lineament of her face, the blue veins swelling in her forehead, her eyes bloodshot, and her lips shut firmly together, as if it were by mere strength of will that she kept back the scalding tears as she dressed the little Ginevra. They spoke of that name in the kitchen when the first great shock was over, and Helen explained why it had been Katy's choice. It was Morris's task to comfort Katy. Morris, who sat by her holding the hot feverish hand she had placed in his, and telling her of the blessed Saviour who loved the little children while here on earth, and to whom her darling had surely gone. "Safe in his arms it would not come back if it could," he said, "and neither would you have it." But Katy was the mother, and human love could not so soon submit, but went out after the lost one with a piteous agonizing wail which hurt Morris cruelly. "Oh, I want my baby back. I know she is safe, but I want her back. She was my life, all I had to love," Katy moaned. "You forget your husband," Morris said. "Yes," Katy answered. "I have Wilford, and I am glad of that. But he will blame me so much for bringing baby here to die. He will say it was my fault, and that I can't bear. I know it was, know I killed my baby. But I did not mean to. I would give my life for hers, if like her I was ready." And into Katy's face there came a look of fear which Morris failed to understand, not knowing Wilford as well as Katy knew him. Surely no man could reproach the half-crazed creature who all that night sat by the bedside of her dead child, sleeping a little in her chair, but obtaining no real rest, so that by the morning her face was like some white rose on which a fierce storm has beaten, breaking off its petals and crushing out its life. At 9 o'clock there came to her a telegram. Wilford had reached New York and would be in Silverton that afternoon, accompanied by Bell. At this last Marian Hazleton caught eagerly as an excuse for what she intended doing. She could not remain there after Wilford came, nor was it necessary. Her task was done, or would be when she had finished the wreath and cross of flowers she was making for the coffin. Laying them on baby's pillow, Marian went in quest of Helen, to whom she explained that as Belle Cameron was coming, and the house would be full, she had decided upon going to West Silverton, especially as she wished to see the lady with whom she once boarded, and who had been so kind to her. "I might stay," she added, as Helen began to protest, "but you do not need me. I have done all I can, and would rather go where I can be quiet for a while." To this last argument there could be no demur, and so the same carriage which at 10 o'clock went for Wilfred Cameron carried Marian Hazleton to the village where she preferred being left. In much anxiety and distress Wilfred Cameron read the telegram announcing baby's illness. "At Silverton?" he said. "How can that be, when the child was at New London?" And he glanced at the words. "Your child is dying at Silverton. Come at once. M. Grant." There could be no mistake, and Wilfred's face grew dark, for he guessed the truth, censuring Katie much, but censuring her family more. They, of course, had encouraged her in the plan of taking her child from New London, where it was doing so well, and this was the result. Wilfred was proud of his daughter now, and during the few weeks he had been with it, the little thing had found a strong place in his love. Many times he had thought of it during his journey west, indulging in bright anticipations of the coming winter, when he would have it home again. It would not be in his way now. On the contrary, it would add much to his luxurious home, and the young father's heart bounded as Wilfred Cameron had never believed his heart could bound, with thoughts of the beautiful baby as he had last seen it in Katie's arms, crowing its good-bye to him, and trying to lisp his name, its sweet voice haunting him for weeks, and making him a softer, better man, who did not frown impatiently as he used to do upon the children in the cars, but who took notice of them all, even laying his hand once on a little curly head, which reminded him of baby's. Alas for him, he little dreamed of the great shock in store for him. The child was undoubtedly very sick, he said, but that it could die was not possible. And so, though he made ready to hasten to it, he did withhold his opinion of the rashness which had brought it to such peril. "Had Katie obeyed me it would not have happened," he said, pacing up and down the parlor and preparing to say more, when Bell came to Katie's aid, and lighting furiously upon him, asked what he meant by blaming his wife so much. "For my part," she said, "I think there has been too much fault-finding and dictation from the very day of the child's birth till now, and if God takes it, as He may, I shall think it a judgment upon you. First you were half vexed with Katie because it was not a boy, as if she were to blame. Next it was in your way, and you sent it off, never considering Katie any more than if she were a mere automaton. Then you must needs forbid her to take it home to her own family, as if they had no interest in it. I tell you, Will, it is not all Cameron. There is some Barlow blood in its veins, and you cannot wash it out. Katie had a right to take her own child where she pleased, and you are not a man if you censure her for it, as I see in your eyes you mean to do. Suppose it had stayed in New London, and been struck with lightning, you would have been to blame, of course, according to your own view of things." There was too much truth in Bell's remarks for Wilfred to retort, even had he been disposed, and he contented himself with a haughty toss of his head, as she left the room to get herself in readiness for the journey she insisted upon taking. Wilfred magnanimously forgave her for the plainness of her speech, and was the most attentive of brothers until Silverton was reached and he found Dr. Grant waiting for him. Something in his face, as he came forward to meet them, startled both Wilfred and Bell, the latter of whom asked quickly, "Is the baby better?" "Baby is dead," was the brief reply, and Wilfred staggered back against the doorpost, where he leaned a moment for support in that first great shock for which he was not prepared. "Dead?" he repeated. "Our baby dead?" And Morris was glad that he said "our," as it indicated a thought of Katie as a mutual sharer in the loss. Upon the doorstep Bell sat down, crying quietly, for she had loved the little child, and she listened anxiously while Morris repeated the particulars of its illness, and then spoke of Katie's reproaching herself so bitterly for having brought it from New London. "She seems entirely crushed," he continued, when they were driving toward the farmhouse. "For a few hours I trembled for her reason, while the fear that you might reproach her added much to the poignancy of her grief." Morris said this very calmly, as if it were not what he had all the while intended saying, and his eye turned toward Wilfred, whose lips were compressed with the emotion he was evidently trying to control. It was Bell who spoke first, Belle, who said impulsively, "Poor Katy! I knew she would feel so, but it is unnecessary, for none but a savage would reproach her now, even if she were in fault." Morris blessed Belle Cameron in his heart, knowing how much influence her words would have upon her brother, who brushed away the first tear he had shed, and tried to say that, "Of course she was not to blame." They were in sight of the farmhouse now, and Belle, with her city ideas, was looking curiously at it, mentally pronouncing it a nicer, pleasanter place than she had supposed, inasmuch as it reminded her of the description she had read of the Virginia farmhouse, where a young officer was encamped for a few days, an officer who wore a lieutenant's uniform, and who signed himself as Bob. It was very quiet about the house, and old Whitey's neigh as Morris's span of bays came up was the only sound which greeted them. In the woodshed door Uncle Ephraim sat smoking his clay pipe, and likening the feathery waves which curled above his head to the little soul so recently gone upward, while by his side upon a log of wood, holding a pan of the luscious peaches she was slicing up for tea, sat a woman whom Belle knew at once for Aunt Betsy Barlow, thinking more of the peaches than of the old lady who, pan in hand, came forward to meet her, curtsying very low when introduced by Morris, and asking to be excused from shaking hands, inasmuch as hers were not fit to be touched. Belle's quick eye took her in at a glance, from her clean spotted gown to her plain muslin cap tied with a black ribbon, put on that day with a view to mourning, and then darted off to Uncle Ephraim, who won her heart at once when she heard how his voice trembled as he took Wilfred's hand, and said so pityingly, so fatherlike, "Young man, this is a sad day for you, and you have my sympathy, for I remember well how my heart ached when, on just such a day as this, my only child lay dead as yours is lying." Every muscle of Wilfred's face quivered then, but he was too proud to show all that he felt, and he was glad when Helen appeared in the door, as that diverted his mind somewhat, and he greeted her most cordially, even stooping down and kissing her smooth forehead, a thing he had never done before. But sorrow is a great softener, and Wilfred was very sorry, feeling his loss more here, where everything was so quiet, so suggestive of death. "Where is Katy?" he asked. "She is sleeping for the first time since the baby died. She is in here with the child. She will stay nowhere else," Helen said, opening softly the door of the bedroom and motioning Wilfred in. With hushed breath and a beating heart, Wilfred stepped across the threshold, and Helen closed the door, leaving him alone with the living and the dead. Pure and beautiful as some fair blossom, the dead child lay upon the bed, the curls of golden hair clustering about its head, and on its lips the smile which had settled there when it tried to say "Mamma." Its dimpled hands, folded upon its breast, where lay the cross of flowers which Marian Hazelton had made; flowers upon its pillow, flowers around its head, flowers upon its shroud, flowers everywhere, and itself the fairest flower of all, Wilfred thought, as he stood gazing at it, and then let his eye move on to where poor, tired, worn out Katy had crept up so close beside it that her breath touched the marble cheek, and her own disordered hair rested upon the pillow of her child. Even in her sleep her tears kept dropping from the long eyelashes, and the pale lips quivered in a grieved, touching way. Hard indeed would Wilfred have been had he cherished one bitter thought against the wife so wounded. He could not when he saw her, but no one ever knew just what passed through his mind during the half hour he sat there beside her, scarcely stirring, and not daring to kiss his child lest he should awaken her. He could hear the ticking of his watch and the beating of his heart, as he waited for the first sound which should herald Katy's waking. Suddenly there was a low gasping moan, and Katy's eyes unclosed and rested on her husband. He was bending over her in an instant, and her arms were around his neck, while she said to him so sadly, "Our baby is dead. You've nobody left but me. And, oh, Wilfred, you will not blame me bringing baby here? I did not think she would die. I'd give my life for hers if that would bring her back. Say, Wilfred, would you rather it was me lying as baby lies, and she here in your arms?" "No, Katy," Wilfred answered, and by his voice Katy knew that she was wholly forgiven, crying on his neck in a plaintive, piteous way, while Wilfred soothed and pitied and caressed, feeling subdued and humbled, and we must confess it, feeling, too, how very good and generous he was to be thus forbearing, when but for Katie's act of disobedience they might not now be childless. With a great gust of tears Belle Cameron bent over the little form, and then enfolded Katie in a more loving embrace than she had ever given her before; but whatever she might have said was prevented by the arrival of the coffin, and the confusion which followed. Much Wilfred regretted that New York was so far away, for a city coffin was more suitable, he thought, for a child of his, than the one which Dr. Grant had ordered. But that was really of less consequence than the question where should the child be buried. A costly monument at Greenwood was in accordance with his ideas, but all things indicated a contemplated burial there in the country churchyard, and sorely perplexed he called on Belle, as the only Cameron at hand, to know what he should do. "Do just as Katie prefers," was Belle's reply, as she led him to the coffin, and pointed to the name, "Little Ginevra Cameron, aged 9 months and 20 days." "What is it, Wilfred? What is the matter?" she asked, as her brother turned whiter than his child, and struck his hand upon his head as if a blow had fallen there. Had Ginevra Lambert, aged 22, met his eye, he could not have been more startled than he was; but soon rallying, he said to Morris, who came near, "The child was baptized, then?" "Yes, baptized Ginevra. That was Katie's choice, I understand," Morris replied, and Wilfred bowed his head, wishing the Ginevra across the sea might know that his child bore her name. "Perhaps she does," he thought, and his heart grew warm with the fancy that possibly in that other world, whose existence he never really doubted, the Ginevra he had wronged would care for his child, if children there need care. "She will know it is mine, at least," he said, and with a thoughtful face he went in quest of Katie, whom he found sobbing by the side of the mourning garments just sent in for her inspection. Wilfred was averse to black. It would not become Katie, he feared, and it would be an unanswerable reason for her remaining closely home for the entire winter. "What's this?" he asked, lifting the crape veil and dropping it again with an impatient gesture as Helen replied, "It is Katie's mourning veil." Contrary to his expectations, black was becoming to Katie, who looked like a pure white lily, as, leaning on Wilfred's arm next day, she stood by the grave where they were burying her child. Wilfred had spoken to Katie of Greenwood, but she had begged so hard that he had given up that idea, suggesting next, as more in accordance with city custom, that she remain at home while he only followed to the grave; but from this Katie recoiled in such distress that he gave that up too. Wilfred felt his loss deeply, and his heart ached to its very core as he heard the gravel rattling down upon the coffin lid, which covered the beautiful child he had loved so much. But amid it all he never for a moment forgot that he was Wilfred Cameron, and infinitely superior to the crowd around him, except indeed his wife, his sister, Dr. Grant, and Helen. He could bear to see them sorry, and feel that by their sorrow they honored the memory of his child. But for the rest, the village herd, with the Barlows in their train, he had no affinity, and his manner was as haughty and distant as ever as he passed through their midst back to the carriage, which took him again to the farmhouse. 33. After the funeral. Had there been a train back to New York that afternoon, Wilfred would most certainly have suggested going, but as there was none, he passed the time as well as he could, finding Belle a great help to him, but wondering that she could assimilate so readily with such people, declaring herself in love with the farmhouse, and saying she should like to remain there for weeks, if the days were all as sunny as this, the dahlias as gorgeously bright, and the peaches by the well as delicious and ripe. To these the city girl took readily, visiting them the last thing before retiring, while Wilfred found her there when he arose next morning, her dress and slippers nearly spoiled with the heavy dew, and her hands full of the fresh fruit which Aunt Betsy knocked from the tree with a quilting rod; her dress pinned around her waist, and disclosing a petticoat scrupulously clean, but patched and mended with so many different patterns and colors that the original ground was lost, and none could tell whether it had been red or black, buff or blue. Between Aunt Betsy and Belle the most amicable feeling had existed ever since the older lady had told the younger how all the summer long she had been drying fruit, thimbleberries, blueberries, and huckleberries, for the soldiers, and how she was now drying peaches for Willard Buxton, once their hired man. These she should tie up in a salt bag, and put in the next box sent by the society of which she seemed to be head and front. "Kind of first directress," she said, and Belle was interested at once, for among the soldiers down by the Potomac was one who carried with him the whole of Belle Cameron's heart, and who for a few days had tarried at just such a dwelling as the farmhouse, writing back to her such pleasant descriptions of it, with its fresh grass and shadowy trees, that she had longed to be there too. So it was through this page of romance and love that Belle looked at the farmhouse and its occupants, preferring good Aunt Betsy because she seemed the most interested in the soldiers, working as soon as breakfast was over upon the peaches, and kindly furnishing her best check apron, together with pan and knife, for Belle, who offered her assistance, notwithstanding Wilford's warning that the fruit would stain her hands, and his advice that she had better be putting up her things for going home. She was not going that day, she said point blank, and as Katie too had asked to stay a little longer, Wilford was compelled to yield, and taking his hat sauntered off toward Linwood, while Katie went listlessly into the kitchen. As Belle worked, she repeated to Helen the particulars of Lieutenant Bob's going, telling how when the war first broke out, and Sumter was bombarded, Rob, who from long association with Southern men at West Point had imbibed many of their ideas, was very sympathetic with the rebelling states, gaining the cognomen of a secessionist, and once actually thinking of casting in his lot with that side rather than the other. But the remembrance of a little incident saved him, she said. The remembrance of a queer old lady whom he met in the cars, and who, at parting, held her wrinkled hand above his head in benediction, charging him not to go against the flag, and promising her prayers for his safety if found on the side of the Union. "I wish you could hear Bob tell the story, the funny part, I mean," she continued narrating, as well as she could, the particulars of Lieutenant Bob's meeting with Aunt Betsy, who as the story progressed recognized herself in the queer old Yankee woman, and Belle concluded with, "Bob says the memory of that hand lifted above his head haunted him day and night during the period of his uncertainty, and was at last the means of saving him from treachery to his country." "Thank God!" came involuntarily from Aunt Betsy's quivering lips, and looking up, Belle saw the tears running down her cheeks, while she said faintly, "That old woman who made a fool of herself in the cars was me." "You, Miss Barlow, you!" Belle exclaimed, while Katie, who had been listening, came quickly forward, saying, "You, Aunt Betsy! When were you in New York, and why did I never know it?" It could not be kept back, and unmindful of Belle, Helen explained to Katie as well as she could the circumstances of Aunt Betsy's visit to New York the previous winter. "And she never let me know it, or came to see me, because Katie hesitated, and looked at Belle, who said, "Because Will is so abominably proud, and would have made such a fuss. Don't spoil his story for relation's sake, I beg." And the young lady laughed good humoredly, restoring peace to all save Katie, whose face wore a troubled look, and who soon stole away to her mother. "Miss Barlow," Belle said, when Katie was gone, "you will forgive one for repeating that story as I did. Of course I had no idea it was you of whom I was talking." Belle was very earnest, and her eyes looked pleadingly upon Aunt Betsy, who answered, "There's nothing to forgive. You only told the truth. I did make an old fool of myself, but if I helped that boy to a right decision, my journey did some good, and I ain't sorry now. That chap you call Bob, is he anything to you? Is he your beau?" It was Belle's turn now to blush and then grow white, while Helen, lightly touching the superb diamond on her first finger, said, "That indicates as much. When did it happen, Belle?" Belle answered frankly, "Just before he went away." The basket was empty by this time, and as Aunt Betsy went to fill it from the trees, Belle and Helen were left alone, the former continuing in a low, sad tone, "I've been so sorry sometimes that I did not tell Bob I loved him when he wished me to so much." "Not tell him you loved him? How then could you tell him yes, as it appears you did?" Helen asked, and Belle answered, "I could not well help that. It came so sudden, and he begged so hard, saying my promise would make him a better soldier and all that. It was the very night before he went, and so I said that out of pity and patriotism I would give the promise,
And I did, but it seemed too much for a woman to tell a man all at once that she loved him, and I wouldn't do it. But I've been sorry since." "And do you really love him?" Helen asked, puzzled by this strange girl, who laughingly held up her soft white hand, stained with the juice of the fruit she had been paring, and said: "Do you suppose I would spoil my hands like that if Bob were not in the army, and I did not care for him? And now that I have confessed so much, allow me to catechise you. Did Mark Ray ever propose, and you refuse him?" "Never," and Helen's face grew crimson, while Belle continued: "That is funny. Half our circle thinks so, though how the impression was first given I do not know. Mother told me, but would not tell where she received her information. I heard of it again in a few days, and have reason to believe that Mrs. Banker knows it too, and feels a little uncomfortable that her son should be refused when she considers him worthy of the Empress herself." Helen was very white, and her limbs shook as she asked: "And how with Mark and Juno?" "Oh, off and on," Belle replied. "That is, Juno is always on, while Mark is more uncertain, and Juno really has improved in some respects. You are certain you never cared for Mark Ray?" This was so abrupt, and Belle's eyes were so searching, that Helen grew giddy for a moment, and grasped the back of a chair as she replied: "I did not say I never cared for him. I said he never proposed. And that is true. He never did." "And if he had?" Belle continued, never taking her eyes from Helen, who answered blindly: "I do not know. I cannot tell. I thought him engaged to Juno." "Well, if that is not the rarest case of cross purposes that I ever knew," Belle said, preparing to attack the basket just brought in. Further conversation was impossible, and with her mind in a perfect tempest of thought, Helen went away, trying to decide what it was best for her to do. Some one had spread the report that she had refused Mark Ray, telling of the refusal, of course, or how else could it have been known? And this accounted for Mrs. Banker's long continued silence. Since Helen's return to Silverton, Mrs. Banker had written 2 or 3 kind, friendly letters, which did her much good; but these had suddenly ceased, and Helen's last remained as yet unanswered. She saw the reason now, every nerve quivering with pain as she imagined what Mrs. Banker must think of one who could make a refusal public, or what was tenfold worse, pretend to an offer she never received. "She must despise me, and Mark Ray too, if he has heard of it," she said, resolving one moment to ask Belle to explain to Mrs. Banker, and then changing her mind and concluding to let matters take their course, inasmuch as interference from her might be construed by the mother into undue interest in the son. "Perhaps Belle will do it without my asking," she thought; and this hope did much toward keeping her spirits up on that last day of Katie's stay at home, for she was going back in the morning. Wilfred would not leave her, though she begged to stay. He did not like the sad expression of her face, and he must take her where she would have more excitement, hoping thus to win her from her grief, and perhaps induce her to lay aside her black, which would be so serious a hindrance to his enjoyment. But Katie clung to that as to a strict religious duty, saying to Helen, as in the twilight they sat together up in their old room, talking of the ensuing winter, which would be so different from the last: "If anything besides the feeling that she is so much happier could reconcile me to baby's loss, it is the knowing that my mourning will keep me from the society in which I could not mingle so soon." And her tears dropped upon the sombre robes which had transformed her so suddenly from the gay, airy creature of fashion, into the sober, quiet woman who seemed older, soberer than even Helen herself. They did not see Marian Hazleton again, and Katie wondered at it, deciding that in some things Marian was very peculiar, while Wilfred and Belle were slightly disappointed, as both had a desire to meet and converse with one who had been so like a second mother to the little dead Ginevra. Wilfred spoke of his child now as Ginevra, but to Katie it was baby still; and with choking sobs and passionate tears, she bade good-bye to the little mound underneath which it was lying, and then went back to her city home. End of chapters 32 and 33. Chapters 34 and 35 of Family Pride by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 34.
THE FIRST WIFE. Swiftly the hazy September days glided into October, and then gave place to the dark November rains, which made the city seem doubly desolate to Katy, who moved listlessly about her home, starting quickly as a fancied baby cry fell on her ear, and then weeping bitterly as she remembered the sad past, and thought of the still sadder present. Katy was very unhappy, and the world, as she looked upon it, seemed utterly cheerless. For much of this unhappiness Wilfred was himself to blame. After the first few days, during which he was all kindness and devotion, he did not try to comfort her, but seemed irritated that she should mourn for the child which, but for her indiscretion, might have been living still. Her seclusion from gay society troubled him. He did not like staying at home, and their evenings when they were alone passed in gloomy silence. Matters grew constantly worse, as Wilfred thought Katy unreasonable and selfish, while Katy tried hard not to think him harsh in his judgment of her.
Perhaps she was the one most in fault. It could not be pleasant for him to see her so entirely changed from what she used to be,
she thought one morning late in November, when her husband had just left her with an angry frown upon his face, and reproachful words upon his lips. Father Cameron and his daughters were out of town, and Mrs. Cameron, feeling lonely in their absence, had asked Wilfred and Katy to dine with her. But Katy did not wish to go, and so Wilfred had left her in anger, saying, "She could suit herself, but he should go at all events." Left alone, Katy began to feel that she had done wrong in declining the invitation. Surely she should go there, and the echo of the bang with which Wilfred had closed the street door was still vibrating in her ear, when her resolution began to give way, and while Wilfred was riding moodily down town, thinking harsh things against her, she was meditating what she thought might be an agreeable surprise. She would go around and meet him at dinner, trying to appear as much like her old self as she could, and so atone for anything which had hitherto been wrong in her demeanor. It was strange how much better Katy felt when this decision was reached. At lunch, too, Katy's face was very bright, and Esther was surprised when, later in the day, she was sent for to arrange her mistress's hair, as she had not arranged it since baby died. At the door there was a ring, and Esther brought a note to Katy, who, recognizing her husband's handwriting, tore it quickly open and read as follows: "Dear Katy, I have been suddenly called to leave the city on business, which will probably detain me for 3 days or more. As I proposed this morning, I shall dine with mother, but come home immediately after dinner. W. Cameron." Katy was glad now that she had decided to meet him at his mother's, as the knowing she had pleased him would make the time of his absence more endurable, and she stepped with a comparatively light heart into her carriage, and was driven to No. Fifth Avenue. Mrs. Cameron was out, the servant said, but was expected every minute with Mr. Wilfred.
"Never mind," Katy answered. "I want to surprise them, so please don't tell them I am here when you let them in." And going into the library, she sat down before the grate, waiting rather impatiently until the door bell rang and she heard both Wilfred's and Mrs. Cameron's voice in the hall. Contrary to her expectations, they did not come into the library, but went instead into the parlor, the door of which was partially ajar, so that every word they said could be heard where Katy sat. They were continuing a conversation which had been interrupted by their arriving home, for Mrs. Cameron said, with the tone she always assumed when sympathizing with her son, "I am truly sorry for you. Is she never more cheerful than when I have seen her?" "Never." And Katy could feel just how Wilfred's lips shut over his teeth as he said it. "Never more cheerful, but worse, if anything. Why, positively the house seems so like a funeral that I hate to leave the office and go back to it at night, knowing how mopish and gloomy Katy will be." "My poor boy, it is worse than I feared," Mrs. Cameron said, with a little sigh, while Katy, with a great gasping sob, tried to rise and go to them, to tell them she was there, the mopish Katy, who made her home so like a funeral to her husband. But her limbs refused to move, and she sank back powerless in her chair, compelled to listen to things which no true husband should ever say to a mother of his wife, especially when that wife's error consisted principally in mourning too much for the child, which but for her imprudence might have been living then. These were Wilfred's very words, and though Katy had once expected him to say them, they came upon her now with a dreadful shock, thus blunting the pain she might otherwise have felt as he went on to speak of Silverton and its inhabitants,
just as he would not have spoken had he known she was so near. Then, encouraged by his mother, he talked again of her, not against her, but in a way which made her poor aching heart throb as she whispered sadly:
"He is disappointed in me. I do not come up to all he expected. I do very well, considering my low origin, but I am not what his wife should be."
Wilfred had not said all this, but Katy inferred it, and every nerve quivered with anguish as the wild wish came over her that she had died on that day when she sat in the summer grass at home, watching the shadows come and go and waiting for Wilfred Cameron. Poor Katy! She thought her cup of sorrow full, when, alas, only a drop had as yet been poured into it. But it was filling fast, and Mrs. Cameron's words, "It might have been better with Ginevra," were the first outpouring of the torrent which for a moment bore her life and sense away. She thought they meant her baby, the little Ginevra sleeping under the snow in Silverton, and her white lips answered, "Yes, it would be better," before Wilfred's voice was heard saying, as he always said, "No, I have never wished Ginevra in Katy's place, though I have sometimes wondered what the result would have been had I learned in season how much I wronged her." Was heaven and earth coming together, or what made Katy's brain so dizzy and the room so dark as, with head bent forward and lips apart, she strained her ear to catch every word of the conversation which followed, and in which she saw glimpses of that leaf offered her once to read, and from which she had promised not to shrink should it ever be thrust upon her? But she did shrink, oh, so shudderingly, holding up her hands and striking them through the empty air, as if she would thrust aside the terrible sceptre risen so suddenly before her. She had heard all that she cared to hear then. Another word and she should surely die where she was, within hearing of the voices still talking of Ginevra. To gain the door and reach the street was her desire, and throwing on her wrappings, she went noiselessly into the hall, and carefully closed the door behind her, finding herself alone in the street in the dusk of a November night. Drawing her hood over her face, she sped on until her own house was reached, alarming Esther with her frightened face, but explaining that she had been taken suddenly ill and returned before dinner.
"Mr. Cameron will be here soon," she said. "I do not need anything to night, so you can leave me alone and go where you like, to the theatre if you choose. I heard you say you wished to go. Here is the money for you and Phillips." And, handing a bill to the slightly puzzled Esther, she dismissed her from the room. Meanwhile, at the elder Camerons no one had a suspicion of Katy's recent presence, for the girl who had admitted her had gone to visit a sick sister with whom she was to spend the night. Thus Katy's secret was safe, and Wilfred, when at last he bade his mother good bye and started for home, was not prepared for the livid face, the bloodshot eyes, and the strange unnatural look which met him at the threshold. Katy was waiting for him, and answered his ring herself, her hands grasping his almost fiercely, and dragging him up the stairs to her own room where, more like a maniac than Katy Cameron, she confronted him with the startling question: "Who is Ginevra Lambert? It is time I knew before committing greater sin. Tell me, Wilfred, who is she?" She was standing before him, her slight figure seeming to expand into a greater height, the features glowing with strong excitement. There was something terrible in her look and attitude, and it startled Wilfred, who recoiled a moment from her, scarcely able to recognize the Katy hitherto so gentle and quiet. She had learned his secret, but the facts must have been distorted, he knew, or she had never been so agitated. He tried to approach her and take the uplifted hands, but she motioned him aside with the words: "Not touch me! No, not touch me, till you have told me who is Ginevra Lambert." She repeated the question twice, and rallying all his strength, Wilfred answered her at last: "Ginevra Lambert was my wife." "I thought so." And the next moment Katy lay in Wilfred's arms, dead as he feared, for there was no motion about the eyelids, no motion that he could perceive about the pulse or heart, as he laid the rigid form upon the bed and then bent every energy to restore her, even though he feared that it was hopeless. "I must do what I can," he said, thinking once to send for a physician, and laying his hand upon the bell rope for the purpose of ringing up a servant. But a faint gasping sound met his ear, assuring him there yet was life and that Katy was not dead.
If possible, he would prefer that no one should intrude upon them now, and he chafed her hands and bathed her face until the eyes unclosed again, but with a shudder turned away as they met his. Then, as she grew stronger and remembered the past, she started up, exclaiming, "If Geneva Lambert is your wife, what then am I? Oh, Wilford, how could you make me not a wife, when I trusted and loved you so much?" He knew now that she was laboring under a mistake, and he did not wonder at the violence of her emotions if she believed he had wronged her so cruelly, and coming nearer to her, he said, "You mistake me. Geneva Lambert was my wife once, but is not now, for she is dead. Do you hear me, Katie? Geneva died years ago, when you were a little girl playing in the fields at home." By mentioning Silverton he hoped to bring back something of her olden look, in place of the expression which troubled and frightened him. The experiment was successful, and great tears gathered in Katie's eyes, washing out the wild, unnatural gleam, while the lips whispered, "And it was her picture Juno saw? She told me the night I came and I tried to question you. You remember?" Wilford did remember it, and he replied, "Yes, but I did not suppose you knew I had a picture. You have been a good wife, Katie, never to mention it since then." And he tried to kiss her forehead, but she covered it with her hands, saying sadly, "Not yet, Wilford. I cannot bear it now. I must know the whole about Geneva. Why didn't you tell me before? Why have you deceived me so? Katie, do you remember that day we sat under the buttonwood tree and you promised to be mine? Try and recall that hour, and see if I did not hint at some things past which I wished had been otherwise, did not offer to show you the blackest page of my whole life, and you would not see it. Was that so, Katie?" "Yes," she answered, and he continued, "You said you were satisfied to take me as I was. You would not hear evil against me, and so I acquiesced, bidding you not shrink back if ever the time should come when you must read that page. I was to blame, I know, but there were many extenuating circumstances, much to excuse me for withholding what you would not hear." Wilford did not like to be censured, neither did he like to censure himself, and now that Katie was out of danger and comparatively calm, he began to build about himself a fortress of excuses for having kept from her the secret of his life. "Would not most any man have done just as I did?" he continued. "Can you mention one who would not?" "Yes, Cousin Morris," Katie answered. "He would never have deceived me thus." A little vexed at the mention of Dr. Grant, Wilford replied, "I do not pretend to be a saint, and I believe your cousin does. But I doubt whether even he, with all his goodness, would do very differently from what I have done. But tell me where did you hear of Geneva?" Amid sobs and tears, Katie told him how she had repented of her decision not to join him at his mother's, coming to the conclusion that she was doing wrong to seclude herself so much, and trying her best to look well again in his eyes. "I meant to surprise you," she said, "and when I heard your mother was out I went into the library to wait, thinking you would come there, but you did not, and I started to go to you when my feet were stopped, for you were talking of me, Wilford, not bad, perhaps, but as you would not have talked had you known that I was there, where I heard words which burned like coals of fire, so that I could have screamed in my distress. I thought my heart was broken when I heard you talk so of me and Silverton, but that was nothing compared with what came next, when your mother spoke of Geneva. I thought it was my baby she meant at first, and the tightness around my heart was giving way, for if you did complain of me to your mother, I could forgive that because you were baby's father. But Geneva Lambert! Oh, Wilford, I died 1,000 deaths in one when I first heard of her, and understood why you objected to the name our baby finally bore. I could not sit there longer, so I struggled to my feet and reached the door, going into the street, and thinking once I would end my wretched life in the distant river. But something turned my steps toward home, and I came. Oh, Wilford, why did you keep it from me? What was there about it wrong, and where is she buried?" "In Alnwick, at St. Mary's," Wilford answered, determining now to hold nothing back. "In Alnwick, at St. Mary's!" Katie cried. "Then I have seen her grave, and that is why you were so anxious to get there, so unwilling to go away.
Oh, if I were lying there instead of Ginevra, it would be so much better, so much better."
There was sobbing now which touched Wilford tenderly, and smoothing her tangled hair, he said, "I would not exchange my Katie for all the Genevras in the world. She was never as dear to me as you. Shall I tell you about her now? Can you bear to hear the story of Ginevra?" There was a nod of assent, and Katie turned her face to the wall, clasping her hands tightly together, while Wilford drew his chair to her side, and began to read the page he should have read to her long before. 35. What the Page Disclosed. I was little more than 19 years of age when I left Harvard College and went abroad with my only brother, the John or Jack of whom you have so often heard. For nearly a year we were in various parts of England, stopping for 2 months at Brighton, where among the visitors was a widow from the vicinity of Alnwick, and with her an orphan niece whom I often met, and whose dazzling beauty attracted my youthful fancy. She was not happy with her aunt, upon whom she was wholly dependent, and my sympathies were all enlisted, when with the tears shining in her lustrous eyes, she one day accidentally stumbled upon her trouble, and told me how wretched she was, asking if in America there was not something for her to do. It was at this time that Jamie was born, and Mary, the girl who went out with us, was married to an Englishman, making it necessary for Hattie to find someone to take her place. Hearing of this, Ginevra came one day, and to my secret delight offered herself as half companion, half waiting maid to Hattie. So Ginevra became one of our family, an equal rather than a menial, whom Hattie treated with as much consideration as if she had been a sister. I wish I could tell you how beautiful Ginevra Lambert was at that period of her life. I have her picture, which I will show you by and by, but it will not convey an adequate idea of her as she was then. When Ginevra told me of a base fellow, as she termed him, who since she was a child had sought her for his wife, and still pursued her with his letters, my passions all were roused, and I offered myself at once. Her answer to my offer was a decided refusal. She knew her position, she said, and she knew mine, just as she knew the nature of the feeling which prompted me to act thus toward her. I was not indifferent to her, she said, and were she my equal her answer might be otherwise than the decided no. Of course, this only made me more eager, particularly as during the next 2 weeks she avoided me as much as possible, never stopping alone with me for a moment, or giving me a chance to say a word in private. Madly in love, I besieged her with letters, some of which she returned unopened, while on the others she wrote a few hurried lines, calling me a boy, who did not know my own mind, and asking what my friends would say. I cared little for friends, urging my suit the more vehemently as we were about going into Scotland, where our marriage could be celebrated in private at any time. But not to dwell too long upon those days, we went to Scotland, and were married privately, for I won her to this at last. And now comes the part where Jamie is concerned. On the night of our marriage, Ginevra, who had obtained permission to be absent on a plea of visiting a friend, had procured some one to take charge of Jamie, a girl from Edinburgh, who, unused to children, perched the child upon her shoulder, and while in this position let him fall, injuring his spine, and making him a cripple for life. Ginevra never forgave herself for that sad accident, which would not have happened had she remained at her post, while to me Jamie has ever since been a sacred thing, his helplessness which he bears so meekly a constant reproach, reminding me of what I would had never been.
"Then you are sorry you married Ginevra?" Katie exclaimed.
Wilford evaded the question, and continued. My brother's failing health prevented them from suspecting what was going on, and when at last we went to Italy they had no idea that Ginevra was my wife. At Rome her beautiful face attracted much attention. I do not believe that Ginevra was at heart a coquette. She was very fond of admiration, but when she saw how much I was disturbed she made an effort to avoid those who flattered her, but her manner was unfortunate, while her voice, the sweetest I ever heard, was calculated to invite rather than repel attention. But I was young, a mere boy, and so I watched her jealously, until a new element of disquiet was presented to me in the shape of a ruffianly looking fellow, who was frequently seen about the premises, and with whom I once found Genevra in close converse, starting and blushing guiltily when I came upon her, while her companion went swiftly from my sight. It was an old English acquaintance, who was poor and asking charity, she said, when questioned, but her manner led me to think that there was something wrong, particularly as I saw her with him again, and thought she held his hand. It was evident that my brother would never see America again, and at his request my mother came to us, reaching us 2 weeks before he died. From the first she disliked Genevra, suspecting the liking between us, but never dreaming of the truth until a week after Jack's death, when in a fit of anger at Genevra for listening to an English artist, who had asked to paint her picture, the story of the marriage came out, and like a child dependent on its mother for advice, I asked, "What shall I do?" You know mother, Katy; that is, you know her pride, and can in part understand how she would scorn a girl found in the capacity of a waiting maid. I never saw her so moved as she was for a time, after learning that her only living son, from whom she expected so much, had thrown himself away, as she expressed it. Matters grew worse, until one night I missed Genevra, and starting in quest of her, found her in a little flower garden back of our dwelling. There, under the deep shadow of a tree, she stood with her arm around the neck of the same rough looking man who had been there before. She did not see me as I stood and watched her while she parted with him, suffering him to kiss her hand and forehead as he said, "Good bye, my darling." In a tremor of anger and excitement I quitted the spot, my mind wholly made up with regard to my future. That there was something wrong about Genevra I did not doubt, and I would not give her a chance to explain by telling her what I had seen, but sent her back to England, giving her ample means for defraying the expenses of her journey, and for living in comfort after her arrival there. In Switzerland Hattie died, leaving us alone with little Jamie. It was here, at Berne, that I received an anonymous letter from England, the writer stating that Genevra was with her aunt, that the whole had ended as he thought it would, that he could readily guess at the nature of the trouble, and hinting that if a divorce was desirable on my return to England, all necessary proof could be obtained by applying to such a number in London, the writer announcing himself a brother of the man who had once sought Genevra, and saying he had always opposed the match, knowing Genevra's family. This was the first time the idea of divorce had entered my mind. Instead of that, the hope that Genevra might in some way be restored to me unspotted, had unconsciously been the day star of my existence, and I shrank from a final separation. But mother felt differently. It was not a new thought to her, knowing, as she did, that the validity of a Scotch marriage, such as ours, was frequently contested in the English courts. I will only state that, chiefly by the testimony of the anonymous letter writer, whose acquaintance we made, a divorce was at last obtained, Genevra putting in no defense, though she wrote me a few lines, assuring me of her innocence, refusing to send back her wedding ring, and saying God would not forgive me for the great wrong I had done her. I saw her once after that, by appointment, and her face haunted me for years. Katy, Genevra was innocent, as I found after the time was past when reparation could be made." Wilford's voice trembled now, and for a moment there was silence in the room while he composed himself to go on with the story. "She would not live with me again if she could," she said, denouncing bitterly the Cameron pride and saying she was happier to be free. I remember I tried to excuse myself, remember saying that if there had been children, or a child, I should have paused before taking the decisive step, and there we parted, but not until she had told me that her traducer was the old discarded suitor who had sworn to have revenge, and who, since the divorce, had dared seek her again. In the spring of 1800 we came back to New York, where no one had ever heard of the affair, so quietly and well had it been managed. One day I received a note requesting an interview at a downtown hotel, the writer signing himself as Thomas Lambert, and adding that I need have no fears, as he came to perform an act of justice, not of retribution. 3 hours later I was locked in a room with Genevra's father, the same man whom I had seen in Rome. Detected in forgery years before, he had fled from England, and had hidden himself in Rome, where he accidentally met his daughter, and so that stain was removed. He had heard of the divorce by a letter which Ginevra managed to send him, and braving all difficulties and dangers he had come back to England and found his child, hearing from her the story of her wrongs, and as well as he was able setting himself to discover the author of the calumny. He was not long in tracing it to Leroy, whom he found in a dying condition, and who, with his last breath, confessed the falsehood which was imposed upon me, he said, partly from motives of revenge and partly with a hope that free from me, Ginevra would at the last turn to him. As proof that Mr. Lambert told me the truth, he brought the dying man's confession, written in a cramped, trembling hand, which I recognized at once. The confession ended with a solemn assertion: "For aught I know or believe, Ginevra Lambert is as pure and true as any woman living." I cannot describe the effect this had upon me. I did not love Ginevra then. I had outlived that affection, but I felt remorse and pity for having wronged her so, and asked how I could make amends. "You cannot," the old man said, "except in one way, and that she does not desire. I did not come here with any wish for you to take her for your wife again. It was an unequal match, which never should have been; but if you believe her innocent, she will be satisfied. She wanted you to know it, I wanted you to know it, and so I crossed the sea to find you." I sent a letter by him, assuring her she stood acquitted in my mind of all I had suspected her, and asked her pardon for the great wrong I had done her. The next I heard of her was in the columns of an English newspaper, which told me she was dead, while in another place a pencil mark was lightly turned around a paragraph which said that a forger, Thomas Lambert, who escaped years ago and was supposed to be dead, had recently reappeared in England, where he was recognized, but not arrested, for the illness proved fatal. I turned again to the notice of her death, which must have occurred within a short time of her father's. Ginevra Lambert died at Alnwick, aged 22. There could be no mistake, and with a tear to the memory of the dead whom I had loved and injured, I burned the paper, feeling that now there was no clue to the secret I was as anxious to preserve as was my mother. And so the years wore on, till I met and married you, withholding from you that yours was not the first love which had stirred my heart. I meant to tell you, Katie, but I could not for the great fear of losing you if you knew all. And then an error concealed so long is hard to be confessed. I took you across the sea to Brighton, where I first met Ginevra, and then to Alnwick, seeking out the grave which made assurance doubly sure. It was natural that I should make some inquiries concerning her last days, but lest it should all come out kept me back, so that I only questioned the old sexton, who once was at work near by. Calling his attention to the name, I said it was an uncommon one, and asked if he knew the girl. "Not by sight, no," he said. "She was only here a few days before she died. I've heard she was very winsome, and that there was a scandal of some kind mixed up with her." I would not ask him any more, and without any wrong to you, my wife, I confess that my tears dropped upon the turf under which I knew Ginevra lay.
"I am glad they did. I should hate you if you had not cried," Katie exclaimed, her voice more natural than it had been since the great shock came, and her own tears falling fast to the memory of Ginevra. A buried wife was not so dreadful to contemplate as a wife divorced but living still, and Katie's heart did not beat with quite so heavy throbs of fear and shame as it had at first. But it was very sore with the feeling that to her almost as great a wrong had been done as to Ginevra, for had he not deceived her from the very first, he and his mother, who had been the terror of Ginevra's life as she was the bane of Katie's? "Do you forgive me, Katie? Do you love me as well as ever?" Wilfred asked, stooping down to kiss her, but Katie drew her face away, and did not answer then. She did not know herself just how she felt toward him. He did not seem just like the husband she had trusted in so blindly. It would take a long time to forget the complaining words uttered to his mother. Her idol had fallen in more respects than one, and the heart it had bruised in the fall refused at once to gather the shattered pieces up, and call them as good as new. She was not obstinate, as Wilfred began to fancy. She was only stunned, and could not rally at his bidding. He had confessed the whole, keeping nothing back, and he felt that Katie was unjust not to acknowledge his magnanimity, and restore him to her favor.
Again he asked forgiveness, again bent down to kiss her, but Katie answered, "Not yet, Wilford, not till I feel all right toward you. A wife's kiss should be sincere." "As you like," trembled on Wilford's lips, but he beat back the words and walked up and down the room, knowing now that his journey must be deferred till morning, and wondering if Katie would hold out till then. It was long past midnight, but to retire was impossible, and so he paced through the room while Katie lay with her eyes closed and her lips moving occasionally in the words of prayer she tried to say. As the dawn was stealing into the room Wilford again approached his wife and said, "You know I was to have left home last night on business. As I did not go then, it is necessary that I leave this morning. Are you able to stay alone for 3 days or more?" "Yes, oh yes," Katie replied, feeling that to have him gone while she battled with the pain lying so heavy at her heart would be a great relief. Perhaps he suspected this feeling in part, for he bit his lip impatiently, and without another word called up the servant whose duty it was to prepare his breakfast. He did not like the look of Katie's face or the sound of her voice, and as he thought upon them, self began to whisper again that she had no right to stand out so long when he had confessed everything, and by the time his breakfast was finished Wilford Cameron was, in his own estimation, an abused and injured man, so that it was with an air of defiance rather than humility that he went again to Katie. She too had been thinking, and as the result of her thoughts she lifted up her head as he came in and said, "I can kiss you now, Wilford." It was Wilford's nature which for an instant tempted him to decline the kiss proffered so lovingly; but Katie's face was more than he could withstand, and when again he left that room the kiss of pardon was upon his lips, and comparative quiet was in his heart. "The picture, Wilford, you have forgotten that," Katie called after him, as he was running down the stairs. Wilford would rather have been with her when she first looked upon Genevra, but there was not time for that, and hastily unlocking his private drawer he carried the case to Katie's room, laying it upon the bureau and saying to her, "I would not mind it now until it is fully light. Try and sleep a while. You need the rest so much." Katie knew she had the whole day before her in which to investigate the face of one who once had filled her place, and so she nestled down among her pillows, and soon fell into a quiet sleep from which Esther, who looked in upon her several times, at last awakened her, asking her if she should bring her breakfast to her room. "Yes, do," Katie replied, adjusting her dress and trying to arrange the matted curls, which were finally confined in a net until Esther's more practiced hands were ready to attack them. And all this while the picture lay upon the bureau, the square, old-fashioned daguerreotype which Katie shrank from opening. "I'll wait till after breakfast," she said. Then as the thought came over her that if the face proved as beautiful as Wilford had described, she in her present forlorn condition would feel the contrast deeply, she said, "I'll wait till Esther has fixed my hair. Then I will look at Genevra." Breakfasting did not occupy her long, and Esther soon was busy with her toilette, combing out and looping back her curls, and bringing a plain dress of rich bombazine, with fresh bands of white crape, as had been worn the previous day. Katie's toilette was complete at last, and as Esther closed the door behind her, Katie with a trembling hand took from the drawer, where she had hid from Esther's eyes, the picture of Genevra Lambert. End of chapters 34 and 35. Chapters 36 through 38 of Family Pride by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 36. The Effect. With a shiver, Katie held it a moment in her lap, noticing how old and worn it looked, noticing too the foreign mark upon it, and that one hinge was broken, wondering if all this wear had come from frequent use. Had Wilford looked often at that picture, and if so, what were his feelings as he looked? Was he sorry that Genevra died? Did he sometimes wish her there instead of Katie Lennox, of Barlow origin? Did he contrast their faces one with the other, giving the preference to Genevra, or was Katie's liked the best? All these questions Katie asked herself, while her fingers fluttered about the clasp which she half dreaded to unfasten. Cautiously, at last, the lid was opened, and a lock of soft brown hair fell out, clinging to Katie's hand as if it had been a living thing. She had pretty hair, she thought, darker, richer than mine, and into Katie's heart there crept a feeling akin to jealousy. "I won't be foolish any longer," she said, and turning resolutely to the light, she opened the lid again and saw Geneva Lambert, starting quickly, then looking again more closely, then with a gasp, panting for breath, as, with her eyes fixed upon that picture, she tried to whisper, "It is " She could not say whom, for if she were right in her belief Geneva was not dead. There were no daisies growing on her grave, for she still walked the earth a living woman, whom Katie knew so well. Marian Hazleton. That was the name Katie could not speak, as with the blood curdling in her veins and freezing about her heart she sat comparing the face she remembered so well with the one before her. In some points they were alike, for 13 years had slightly marred the youthful contour of the face she knew. But still there could be no mistake, and with a pang bitterer than she yet had felt, poor Katie fell upon her face and asked that she might die. In her utter ignorance of law she fancied that if Genevra were alive she had no right to Wilford's name, especially as the sin for which Genevra was divorced had by her never been committed, and burning tears of bitter shame ran down her cheeks as she whispered, "What God hath joined together, let no man put asunder." She is his wife, and I don't know what I am. And on the carpet where she was kneeling Katie writhed in agony as she tried to think what she must do. Not stay there. She could not do that now, not at least until she knew for sure that she was Wilford's wife, in spite of Genevra's living. Oh, if there was only someone to advise me, someone who knew and would tell me what was right, Katie moaned, feeling herself inadequate to meet the dark hour alone. But to whom should she go? Would Mark Ray or Mrs. Banker know? Perhaps. But they were strangers. Her trouble must not be told to them, and then with a great bound her heart turned at last to Morris. He knew everything. He would tell her just what was right, and she could trust him fully. Uncle Ephraim was equally as good and conscientious, but he did not know as much as Morris. He did not understand everything. Morris was her refuge, and to him she would go that very day, leaving a note for Wilford in case she never came back, as possibly she might not. The picture she put in her pocket, not caring to part with that. Had Marian been in the city she would have gone to her at once, but Marian was where long rows of cots are ranged against the hospital walls, each holding a maimed and suffering soldier. Summoning Esther, Katie told her, in as calm a voice as she could command, that, feeling very lonely, she was going out to spend the day and probably the night. At all events the servants were not to expect her until she came. "Yes, ma'am. Going to Mr. Cameron's, I suppose?" Esther said, and as Katie made no answer the impression in Esther's mind was that she would spend the day and night at the elder Camerons, as she had done once before when Wilford was away. And this was the intelligence carried to the servants, who wondered that their mistress did not order the carriage, but started off on foot, her face looking ghastly white as she closed the door, and looked back at the home she might be leaving forever. As it was not far to the depot, she kept on her way until the train was reached, and she, in a seat by herself, was looking with eyes which could not weep over the city she was so fast leaving behind. Had she for one moment suspected Morris's love, all her womanly instincts would have kept her from seeking him then, but she had no such suspicion. Morris was her elder brother, and like a stricken sister she was going to him with her grief. The afternoon was cold and stormy, so that it was late in the evening when the long train reached West Silverton, where Katie was to stop. Owing to the storm but few were at the depot, and among them none who recognized Katie Cameron, beneath the heavy veil she kept so closely over her face, even while asking for a conveyance out to Linwood. It was a comparative boy who volunteered his services, and as he had recently come to Silverton he knew nothing of Katie or of Dr. Grant, so that she was saved from all embarrassment upon that point, her driver never addressing her except to ask the way, which was not wholly familiar to him. "Turn here. Yes, that is right," she said, when they reached the road which led to Linwood, and a feeling like guilt crept over her, as through the leafless trees and across the meadow land she spied the farmhouse light shining through the drifting snow, as if beckoning her to come. "Not yet, not now. I must see Morris first," she answered mentally to that silent invitation, and drawing the buffalo skin around her with a shiver. She did not look again toward the farmhouse, but onward to where the lights of Linwood shone through the wintry darkness. "This is the place," she said, and in a moment she stood upon the broad stone steps, shaking the snow from her cloak, while the boy waited a moment, hoping to be invited to share the warmth he felt there was within that handsome building. Katy would rather he should not stop, but when she saw how cold he was she began to relent, and telling him where to shelter his horse, pointed to the basement, bidding him to go in there. Then with a hesitating step, as she began to wonder what Morris would say, she crossed the wide piazza, and softly turning the doorknob, stood in the hall at Linwood. 37. The Interview. It was very pleasant in that cozy library, and Morris felt the comfort of his home, thanking the God who had given him all this, and chiding his wayward heart that it had ever dared to repine. He was not repining to-night. He had not repined for many a day, though he never sat down after his day's labor without a sense of something wanting, a glancing at the empty chair across the hearth, a thought perhaps of Katy. But he was not thinking of her now, as he sat looking into the fire. He was thinking of the sick bed which he had visited last. "They who have neither wife nor child are the happier, perhaps," he said. And then the thought of Katy and her great sorrow when baby died, wondering if to spare herself that pain she would rather baby had never been. No, oh no, he answered to his own inquiry. She would not lose the memory which comes from that little grave for all the world contains. It is better once to love and lose than not to love at all. In heaven we shall see and know why these things were permitted, and marvel at the poor human nature which rebelled against them. Just then the door opened, so softly that he did not hear it turn upon its hinges, nor hear the light footstep on the carpet as Katy came in. But when she coughed he started up in wonder at the apparition standing so still before him. "Morris! Oh, Morris!" Katy cried, throwing back her veil, and revealing a face which Morris could not believe was hers, for the lines of suffering and distress stamped so legibly upon it. But it was Katy, as the voice implied, and seizing her cold hands, Morris asked: "Katy, why are you here to-night, and why are you alone? Has anything happened? Tell me. Your looks frighten me." "I am so wretched, so full of pain. I have heard of something dreadful," she replied. "Something which took my life away. I could not stay there after that, and so I come to you. I am not Wilfred's wife, for he had another before me, a wife in Italy, who is not dead. And oh, Morris, what am I? I am going to faint." It was the first time Katy had put the great horror in words addressed to another, and the act of doing so made it more appalling, while the excitement and fatigue she had endured, together with the action of the heat upon her chilled system, took her strength away, and into the chair where Morris had so often seen her in fancy, she sank, a crumpled heap of cloaks and furs and bonnet, which Morris tried to remove so as to reach the limp, fainting creature. Dr. Morris was thoroughly a man, and though much of his sinful nature had been subdued, there was enough left to make his heart rise and fall with great throbs of joy as he thought of Katy free, even though that freedom were bought at the expense of dire disgrace to others, and of misery to her. But only for a moment did he feel thus, only till the bonnet was removed and the gaslight fell upon the pallid face with the dark rings beneath the eyes, and the faint quivering motion around the lips, which told she was not wholly unconscious. "My poor little wounded bird," he said, as pityingly as if he had been her father, while, much as a father might kiss his suffering child, he kissed the forehead and the eyelids where the tears began to gather. Katy was not insensible, and the name by which he called her, with the kisses that he gave, thawed the ice around her heart, and brought a flood of tears which Morris wiped away, removing her heavy fur and lifting her gently up, while he took away the cloak and left her unencumbered. "My poor child, you have passed through some agitating scene. Are you able now to tell me all about it, and what you mean by another wife?" He saw she was greatly exhausted, and he brought her a glass of wine, hoping she would rally. Sitting down in front of her, Morris said again, "Now tell me what brought you here without your husband's knowledge." There was a shiver, and the white lips grew still whiter as Katy told her story, going back to St. Mary's Churchyard, and then coming to her first night in New York, when Juno had told her of a picture and asked her whose it was. Then she told of Wilford's admission of an earlier love, who, he said, was dead; of the trouble about the baby's name, and his aversion to Ginevra; of his frequent abstracted moods, which she remembered now, never suspecting at the time their cause, and not knowing now for certain that Ginevra was the subject of his thoughts. But it was safe to believe almost anything of one who had deceived her so cruelly, and Katy's blue eyes flashed resentfully as she uttered the first bitter words she had ever breathed against her husband. But when she approached the dinner at the elder Camerons', her lip quivered in a grieved kind of way, as she remembered what Wilford had said of her to his mother, but she would not tell this to Morris; it was not necessary to her story, and so she said: "They were talking of what I ought never to have heard, and it seemed as if the walls were closing me in so that I could not move to let them know I was there. I said to myself, I shall go mad after this, and I thought of you all coming to see me in the madhouse, your kind face, Morris, coming up distinctly before me, just as it would look at me if I were really crazed. But all this was swept away like a hurricane when I heard the rest, the part about Ginevra, Wilford's other wife." Katy was panting for breath when she finished the story, which made Morris clinch his hands as he comprehended the deceit which had been practised so long. Of course he did not look at it as Katy did, for he knew that according to all civil law, she was as really Wilford's wife as if no other had existed, and he told her so, but Katy shook her head. "He can't have two wives living, and I tell you I knew the picture. Ginevra is not dead. I have seen her. I have talked with her. Ginevra is not dead." "Granted that she is not," Morris answered, "the divorce remains the same." "I do not believe in divorces. Whom God hath joined together, let no man put asunder," Katy said with an air which implied that from this argument there could be no appeal. "That is the Scripture, I know," Morris replied, "but you must remember that for one sin our Saviour permitted a man to put away his wife, thus making it perfectly right." "But in Ginevra's case the sin did not exist. She was as innocent as I am, and that must make a difference." She was very earnest in her attempts to prove that Ginevra was still a lawful wife, so earnest that a dark suspicion entered Morris's mind, finding vent in the question, "Katy, don't you love your husband, that you try so hard to prove he is not yours?" She sobbed violently as she replied, "I do, oh yes, I do. I never loved anyone else. I would have died for him once. Maybe I would die for him now. But, Morris, I fear he is disappointed in me. Our tastes are not alike, and we made a great mistake, or Wilford did when he took me for his wife. I was better suited for most anybody else, and I have been so wicked since, forgetting all the good I ever knew, forgetting prayer save as I went through the form from old habit's sake, forgetting God, who has overtaken me at last and punished me sorely." Oh, how lovingly, how earnestly Morris talked to Katy then, telling her of Him who smites but to heal, who chastens not in anger, but who would lead the lost one back into the quiet fold where there was perfect peace. So when he said at last, "You must go back to New York. This is no place for you," she offered no remonstrance. But when he continued, "And you must go to night, that is, you must take the early morning train so as to reach the city before anyone has had a chance to read the letter," she demurred at once. "She must see mother. She must see Helen. She must tell Helen who Ginevra was. She wanted her to know it, but no one else. She must visit baby's grave. She could not go back without it." "Not if it is right?" Morris asked, and Katy began to waver when he told her how much better it would be for her family not to know of this visit to him, as it would trouble them. She could tell Wilford if she liked, but he must not be permitted to find the letter, as he would if he returned while she was gone. "I will go with you. It is not safe for you to go alone," he continued, feeling her rapid pulse, and noticing the alternate flushing and paling of her cheek. A fever was coming on, he feared, and it must not be there with him, for more reasons than one. She must return to New York, or failing to do that, he must take her across the fields to the farmhouse before the coming dawn. "Are you sick, Katie?" he asked, as she appeared to be growing stupid.
"Not sick, no. Only so tired, so sleepy,"
and the heavy lids closed over the dull eyes, while Katie's head still lay upon the cushioned arm of the large chair. Turning down the gas so as to shield her eyes, he left her while he went to Mrs. Hull. If he went to New York with Katie he must trust Mrs. Hull with his reasons for going, and as he believed she could be trusted, he frankly told her that Mrs. Wilfred Cameron was in the library, that circumstances rendered it desirable for her to return to New York as soon as possible, that as she could not go alone he must of course go with her, and he expected Mrs. Hull not only to help him off, but also to keep the fact of Katie's having been there a secret from everyone.
"Some trouble with that high-headed husband of hers. I always mistrusted him,"
was Mrs. Hull's mental conclusion, as she nodded assent to what Morris had said, asking if he proposed taking the early morning train which passed at 4:00, and who did he expect would drive his cutter back, as the boys would not be home before broad daylight. Here was a dilemma of which Morris had not thought, but Mrs. Hull's woman's wits came to his aid, suggesting that he could
leave his horse at the tavern in West Silverton, and she would send John after it as soon as he returned.
This arranged, Mrs. Hull next asked if Katie would not have some supper before her long ride. A cup of tea and a slice of toast was all she would require, Morris said, and he felt many doubts about her touching that. She was sleeping when he returned to her, but when he roused her she said, "Let me rest now for a little while," and lying back upon her pillow she slept for an hour, while Morris knelt beside her, counting her rapid pulse, marking the progress of the fever, and praying that she might be able to reach New York. To others it might seem a crazy project, but Morris felt that it was right, and he nerved himself to his part of the toil, harnessing his own horse and leading him around to the door, where he left him while he went to get Katie ready. She was not sleeping now, for the powerful stimulant given just before leaving her had taken effect, and she seemed a great deal better, fastening her cloak herself, and tying her own bonnet, while Morris put an extra shawl around her, and Mrs. Hull brought the hot soapstone prepared for her feet. Then, when all was ready, Morris carried her to the covered sleigh, wrapping robes and furs around her so that it seemed impossible she should take cold. The storm had now abated, and the moon shone brightly upon the cold, frosty snow as they sped along. Morris provided for his horse at the hotel near by, and then came back to Katie, staying by her until the early train came swiftly in, pausing only for a moment, and when next it moved forward, bearing him and Katie on the strange journey to New York. 38. Getting Home. Springfield was left behind just as the gray daylight came stealing through the frost-bound windows, rousing the sleepy passengers, and making Morris pull his wide collar a little closer about his face, as if to avoid observation. He was not afraid of daylight, except as it might disclose some old acquaintance who would perhaps wonder to see him at that hour between Springfield and Hartford, and wonder more whose was the head resting so confidentially upon his shoulder. For after the change at Springfield, Katie, who could no longer keep awake, had leaned against his arm as readily as if he had been her brother. Morris would not waken Katie, who slept upon his arm until New York was reached, when with a startled feeling, she sat up, and pushing her veil from her face, looked about her, nodding half unconsciously to Thomas Tubbs, whom she knew from having seen him in her husband's office, and who, since leaving Hartford, had been a passenger on board that train, sitting just behind Dr. Morris, and wondering when he saw who his companion was, if Mrs. Wilford had been to Silverton. Matty wondered too when he told her, and then it passed from his mind, until the following morning, when he heard Mark Ray saying to a client who had asked when Mr. Cameron would probably return, "If he does not come to-day we shall telegraph for him, as his wife is very sick." Then Tom remembered how white and haggard Katie's face had looked, and many times that day his mind recurred to Katie Cameron. Morris had seen her safely to her own door, and then thinking she would do best alone for a time, he left her on the steps, after having rung the bell and seen that the ring was answered. It was Esther who met her, expressing much concern at her appearance, and asking why she did not stay at Father Cameron's instead of coming home this cold raw day. Hardly knowing what she did, Katie motioned Esther to her after reaching her room, and whispered,
"I have not been to Father Cameron's. I had business somewhere else, but you must not tell. I am in trouble, Esther, or rather I have been. I guess it's over now. You are a good girl, and I can trust you. There's a letter in that drawer. Please bring it to me." Esther complied, and Katie held in her hand the letter left for Wilford. It had not been opened. It must never be opened now, and holding it until a fire was kindled in the grate, she tossed it into the flames, watching it as it crispened and blackened upon the glowing coals. The quick-witted Esther saw that something was wrong, and traced it readily to Wilford, whose exacting nature she thoroughly understood. There was no danger then of Esther's repeating anything forbidden. She had, of course, her own private speculation on the subject, and when she learned that the man who came within an hour after Katie's arrival was Dr. Grant, her woman's wits came to her aid again, and to herself she said, "It's to Silverton Mrs. Cameron went. Though how she could get there, and back so soon, is a mystery to me, or why she went at all." Then as she remembered all the circumstances which followed the dinner for which Katie had dressed with so much care, and the burning of the letter, a wild conjecture passed through her mind as to the nature of the trouble which had taken Katie to Silverton in her husband's absence, leaving a letter for him, and then burning it up when she came back, accompanied by Dr. Grant. For that he did come with her, Esther was sure, as she saw him on the steps when she answered Katie's ring, and knew the man who now sat in the parlor waiting for her to take his name to Katie was the same. "There is something in the wind," she thought, as she carried Morris's name to Katie, who did not seem to hear, or if she did she paid no heed, but talked of the blinding snow and the grave in St. Mary's churchyard. Her manner more than her looks frightened the girl, who retreated down the stairs, meeting Morris in the hall, and saying as she grasped his arm, "You are a doctor, Dr. Grant. Come, then, to Mrs. Cameron. She is taken out of her head, and talks so queer, and raving." Morris had expected this, but he was not prepared to find the fever so high, or the symptoms so alarming. "Shall I send for Mrs. Cameron, and another doctor, please?" Esther asked. Morris had faith in himself, and he would rather no other hand should minister to Katie. But he knew he could not stay there long, and so he answered that it would be well to send for both the doctor and Mrs. Cameron. To the servants in the kitchen, Esther stated with a very matter-of-course air, that her mistress had come home feeling sick, and that as she seemed getting worse she was to send to Madame Cameron, adding that it was a piece of great good luck that Dr. Grant from Silverton, who was her cousin, happened to be in the city, and had called just when he was needed the most. "He was the doctor whom Jamie talked so much about," she said, "the doctor whom the family met in Paris," dwelling so long on Dr. Grant, and discussing him so volubly, that Phillips and the other servants lost sight entirely of what had struck them a little oddly, to wit, that Mrs. Wilford should leave Father Cameron's if she was so very sick. It was Esther who met Mrs. Cameron in the hall, adopting a different style of argument with her from that used in the basement. "Mrs. Wilford was not well when her husband went away, but of course he thought nothing of it. Neither did she, Esther, until to-day, when she came in from the street looking very badly, and going directly to her bed, where she had been growing worse ever since." "Yes," said Mrs. Cameron, "I wish I had called yesterday. I did speak of it, fearing she would be lonely." "I dare say she was," Esther replied, never changing color in the least. "She seemed downcast all the morning, but went out about noon. I thought maybe she would call on you." And then Esther told her how providential it was that a Dr. Grant from Silverton happened to come to New York that very day. Of course he called upon his cousin, first sending up his card, and then going himself, when told that Mrs. Cameron was out of her head and did not understand who was waiting to see her. Completely befogged with regard to a part of the play enacting before her eyes, Mrs. Cameron exclaimed, "Dr. Grant, of Silverton! I have the utmost confidence in his skill." The city and country physicians agreed exactly with regard to Katie's illness, or rather the city physician bowed in acquiescence when Morris said to him that the fever raging so high had perhaps been induced by natural causes, but was greatly aggravated by some sudden shock to the nervous system. This was before Mrs. Cameron came up, but it was repeated in her presence by Dr. Craig, who thus left the impression that the idea had originated with himself rather than with Dr. Grant,
as perhaps he thought it had. He was at first inclined to patronize the country doctor, but soon found that he had reckoned without his host. Morris knew more of Katie and quite as much of medicine as he did himself, and when Mrs. Cameron begged him to stay longer, he answered that her son's wife was as safe in his brother physician's hands as she could be in his. "Indeed, she's safer," he added, "for Dr. Grant can watch her every moment, and I leave her in his care, calling again, of course, in the morning." Mrs. Cameron was very glad that Dr. Grant was there, she said. It was surely Providence who sent him to New York on that particular day, and Morris shivered as he wondered if it were wrong not to explain the whole to her. Perhaps it is best she should not know of Katie's journey to Silverton, he thought, and merely bowing to her remarks, he turned to Katie, who was growing restless. "It hurts," she said, turning her head from side to side. "I am lying on Genevra." With a sudden start Mrs. Cameron drew nearer, but when she remembered the little grave at Silverton, she said, "It's the baby she's talking about." Morris knew better, and as Katie still continued to move her head as if something were really hurting her, he passed his hand under her pillow, and drew out the picture which she had held as long as her consciousness remained. He knew it was Ginevra's picture, and was about to lay it away when the cover dropped from his hand, and his eye fell upon a face which was not new to him, while an exclamation of surprise broke from his lips as Katie's assertion that Ginevra was living was thus fully confirmed. Marian had not changed past recognition since her early girlhood, and Morris knew the likeness at once, pitying Katie more than he had pitied her yet, as he remembered how closely Marian Hazleton had been interwoven with her married life, and the life of the little child which had borne her name. "What is that?" Mrs. Cameron asked, and Morris passed the case to her, saying, "A picture was under Katie's pillow." Morris did not look at Mrs. Cameron, but tried to busy himself with the medicines upon the stand, while she too recognized Ginevra Lambert, wondering how it came in Katie's possession, and how much she knew of Wilford's secret. "She must have been rummaging," she thought; and then, as she remembered what Esther had said about her mistress appearing sick and unhappy when her husband left, she repaired to the parlor, and summoning Esther to her presence, asked her again, when she first observed traces of indisposition in Mrs. Cameron. Considerably flurried and anxious to prove true to Katie, Esther replied at random,
"When she came home from that dinner at your house. She was just as pale as death, and her teeth fairly chattered as I took off her things."
"Dinner? What dinner?" Mrs. Cameron asked, and Esther replied,
"Why, the night Mr. Wilford went away, or was to go. She changed her mind about meeting him at your house, and said she meant to surprise him. But she came home before Mr. Cameron, looking like a ghost and saying she was sick. It's my opinion something she ate at dinner hurt her."
"Very likely, yes. You can go now," Mrs. Cameron said, and Esther departed, never dreaming how much light she had inadvertently thrown upon the mystery. "She must have been in the library and heard all we said," Mrs. Cameron thought, as she nervously twisted the fringe of her breakfast shawl. "I remember we talked of Ginevra, and I remember, too, that we both heard a strange sound from some quarter, but thought it came from the kitchen. That was Katie. She was there all the time, and let herself quietly out of the house. I wonder does Wilford know?" And then there came over her an intense desire for Wilford to come home, a desire which was not lessened when she returned to Katie's room and heard her talking of Ginevra, and the grave at St. Mary's, "where nobody was buried." In a tremor of distress, lest she should betray something which Morris must not know, Mrs. Cameron tried to hush her, talking as if it was the baby she meant, the Ginevra who died at Silverton. But Katie answered promptly, "I'm not to be hoodwinked any longer. It's Ginevra Lambert I mean, Wilford's other wife, the one across the sea whom you and he browbeat. She was innocent, too. As innocent as I, whom you both deceived." Here was a phase of affairs for which Mrs. Cameron was not prepared, and mortified that Morris should hear Katie's ravings, she tried again to quiet her. If Katie's delirium continued, no one must be admitted to the room except those who could be trusted. So she said to Esther that as the fever was probably malignant and contagious, no one must be admitted to the house with the expectation of seeing the patient. And so it was that by the morrow the news had spread of some infectious disease at No. on Madison Square, which was shunned as carefully as if the smallpox itself had been raging there instead of the brain fever, which increased so fast that Morris suggested to Mrs. Cameron that she telegraph for Wilford. They might find him and they might not, Mark Ray said when the message came down to the office. They could try, at all events. And in a few moments the telegraphic wires were carrying the news of Katie's illness, both to the west, where Wilford had gone, and to the east, where Helen read with a blanched cheek that Katie perhaps was dying, and she was needed again. This was Mrs. Cameron's suggestion, wrung out by the knowing that some woman besides herself was needed in the sick room, and by the feeling that Helen could be trusted with the story of the first marriage, which Katie talked of constantly, telling it so accurately that only a fool would fail of being convinced that there was much of truth in those delirious ravings. End of chapters 36 through 38. Chapters 39 and 40 of Family Pride by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 39. The Fever and its Results. On every business paper Wilford wrote or signed, and in every object he met in his journey, one face had been prominent. And that the face of Katie as it looked in the gray dawn when it lifted itself up to kiss him, while the white lips tried to speak his pardon. Sometimes Wilford was very sorry and full of remorse, knowing how Katie was suffering for his sin; and then when he remembered her long refusal to pardon him, notwithstanding that he sued for it so earnestly, his self-importance was touched and he felt she had no right to be so obstinate. He did not deserve it. He was a very kind, indulgent husband, who had raised her from the humblest position to the very highest, and she ought not to feel so indignant because he had kept from her an act which, after all, did not affect her materially. If Ginevra was living and on this side of the water, he could understand how it might be unpleasant for Katie and for him too, knowing, as they both did, that she was innocent of the charges alleged against her. But Ginevra is dead, and Katie ought to be more reasonable. But reason as he might, Wilford could not forget Katie's face, so full of reproach. It followed him continually, and was the magnet which turned his steps homeward before his business was quite done and before the telegram found him. Thus it was with no knowledge of existing circumstances that he reached New York just at the close of the day after Katie's return. All the shutters in the front part of the house were closed, and not a ray of light was to be seen in the parlors as he entered the hall where the gas was burning dimly. "Katie is at home?" he said as he went into the library, where a shawl was thrown across a chair, as if someone had lately been there. It was his mother's shawl, and Wilford was wondering if she was there, when down the stairs came a man's rapid step, and the next moment Dr. Grant stepped into the room, starting when he saw Wilford, who felt intuitively that something was wrong. "Is Katie sick?" was his first question, which Morris answered in the affirmative, holding him back as he was starting for her room, and saying to him, "Let me send your mother to you first." What passed between Wilford and his mother was never known exactly, but at the close of the interview Mrs. Cameron was very pale, while Wilford's face looked dark and anxious as he said, "You think he understands it, then?" "Yes, in part. Of course he cannot make a very connected story out of her ravings; but that he believes you had a wife before Katie I am sure, just as I am that the world will be none the wiser for his knowledge. I knew Dr. Grant before you did, and there are few men living whom I respect as much, and no one whom I would trust as soon." Mrs. Cameron had paid a high compliment to Morris Grant, and Wilford bowed in assent, asking next how she managed Dr. Gregg. "That was easy, inasmuch as he believed it an insane freak of Katie's to have no other physician than her cousin. It was quite natural, he said, adding that she was as safe with Dr. Grant as anyone. So that is settled, and I was glad, for I could not have a stranger know of that affair. If I thought it would save her life to retain him, I should feel differently, of course." "Yes, certainly," Wilford rejoined, while at his heart there was the germ of a feeling which, if in the slightest degree encouraged, would almost have given Katie's life to save his darling self-love and honor in the eyes of the world. Few men are as thoroughly selfish as Wilfred Cameron, and though he was very much concerned for Katie, he thought more of preserving a secret which, if known at this late date, would subject him to much censure and reproach, than he did of her. So when his mother told him next that Helen had been sent for, his morbid fears took alarm. "Why was it necessary to bring another here?" he asked, so indignantly that tears sprang to his mother's eyes, as she pleaded her own weariness and inability to remain always in the sick room, and charged him with ingratitude for all she had done in his behalf. Wilfred could not afford to quarrel with his mother, and he quieted her as soon as possible, admitting that if she must have an assistant, he would rather it were Helen than Belle or Juno, or even Esther, who would willingly have administered to her young mistress, had she been allowed to do so. "You will go up now," Mrs. Cameron said to her son, and a moment after, Wilfred stood in the room, where Katie was talking of Marian Hazleton, and was only kept upon her pillow by the strong arm of Morris, who stood over her when Wilfred entered, telling her to "wait until to morrow, it would be better then," and she had not seen her husband yet. "I have no husband," she replied, her lip curling with scorn, and her eyes just then falling upon Wilfred, who stood appalled at the fearful change. She knew him, and writhing herself away from Morris's arms, she raised up in bed and said to him: "I've been at the bottom of things, and Ginevra is not in that grave at St. Mary's. Nobody is there. Consequently she is living, and you are not my husband. So if you please you can leave the house at once. Morris will do very well. He will settle the estate, and no bill shall be sent in for your board and lodging." In some moods Wilfred would have smiled at being thus summarily dismissed from his own house, and assured that no bill should be sent after him for board and lodging; but he was too sore now, too sensitive to smile, and his voice was rather severe as he laid his hand on Katie's and said: "Don't be foolish, Katie. Don't you know me? I am Wilfred, your husband." "That was, you mean," Katie rejoined, drawing her hand quickly away. "Go find your first love, where bullets fall like hail, and where there is pain and blood and carnage. Ginevra is there." She would not let Wilfred come near her, and grew so excited by his presence that he was forced either to leave the room or sit where she could not see him. He chose the latter, and from his seat by the door watched with a half jealous, half angry heart, Morris Grant doing for his wife what he should have done. Just as the morning dawned, she fell into the first quiet sleep she had had during the last 24 hours. And while she slept Wilfred ventured near enough to see the sunken cheeks and hollow eyes which wrung a groan from him as he turned to Morris, asking what was the cause of her sudden illness. "A terrible shock, the nature of which I understand, but you have nothing to fear from me," Morris replied. "I accuse you to no man, but leave you to settle it with your conscience, whether you did right to deceive her so long." Wilfred simply bowed his head, feeling then no resentment toward one who had ventured to reprove him. He was too anxious to keep Morris there to quarrel with him, and so he made no reply, but sat watching Katie as she slept, wondering if she would die, and feeling how terrible life would be without her. Suddenly Ginevra's warning words rang in his ear: "God will not forgive you for the wrong you have done me." Was Ginevra right? Had God remembered all this time, and overtaken him at last? It might be, and with a groan Wilfred hid his face in his hands, believing that he repented of his sin, and not knowing that his fancied repentance arose merely from the fact that he had been detected. Could the last few days be blotted out, and Katie stand just where she did, with no suspicion of him, he would have cast his remorse to the winds, and as it is not such repentance God accepts, Wilfred had only begun to sip the cup of retribution presented to his lips. Mrs. Cameron would suffer neither Juno nor Belle to come near the house, and waited uneasily for the arrival of the New Haven train, which she hoped would bring Helen. Under ordinary circumstances she would rather not have met her, for her presence would keep the letter so constantly in her mind, but now anybody who could be trusted was welcome, and when at last there came a cautious ring she went herself to the hall, starting back with undisguised vexation when she saw the timid-looking woman following close behind Helen, and whom the latter presented as "my mother, Mrs. Lennox." Convinced that Morris's sudden journey to New York had something to do with Katie's illness, and almost distracted with fears for her daughter's life, Mrs. Lennox could not remain at home and wait for the tardy mail or careless telegraph. She must go to her child, and casting off her dread of Wilford's displeasure, she had come with Helen. Wilford was not glad to see his mother-in-law, but he tried to be polite, and when she asked if it was true that he had sent for Morris, assured her that it was not. "Dr. Grant happened here very providentially, and I hope to keep him until the crisis is past, although he has just told me he must go back to-morrow," Wilford said, hoping Mrs. Lennox might think it best to go with him, or if she did not, wondering how long she did intend to stay. It hurt his pride that she, whom he considered greatly his inferior, should learn his secret; but it could not now be helped, and within an hour after her arrival she was looking curiously at him for an explanation of the strange things she heard from Katie's lips. "Was you a widower when you married my daughter?" she said to him when at last Helen left the room. "Yes, madam," he replied. "Some would call me so, though I was divorced from my wife. As this was a matter which did not in any way concern your daughter, I deemed it best not to tell her. Latterly she has found it out, and it is having a very extraordinary effect upon her." Mrs. Lennox was too much afraid of the man addressing her so haughtily to make him any reply. And this was all Mrs. Lennox knew until alone with Helen, who had heard from Morris all he knew of the sad story, except the part relating to Marian Hazleton. His sudden journey to New York was thus accounted for, and Helen explained it to her mother as well as she could. Many messages Helen brought to her cousin from his patients, and Morris felt it was his duty to go to them for a day or so at least. "You have other physicians here," he said to Wilford, who objected to his leaving. "Dr. Craig will do as well as I." Wilford admitted that he might, but it was with a sinking heart that he saw Morris depart, and then went to Katie, who began to grow very restless and uneasy, bidding him go away and send Dr. Morris back. It was in vain that they administered the medicine just as Morris had directed. Katie grew constantly worse, until Mrs. Lennox asked that another doctor be called. But to this Wilford did not listen. Fear of exposure and censure was stronger than his fear for Katie's life, which seemed balancing upon a thread as that long night and the next day went by. 3 times Wilford telegraphed for Morris, and it was with unfeigned joy that he welcomed him back at last, and heard that he had so arranged his business now as to stay with Katie while the danger lasted. With a monotonous sameness the days now came and went, people still shunning the house as if the plague was there. Mark never came, but from the window Helen saw him riding by with Juno, who kept her face turned toward him, as if in close and confidential chat.
"They were engaged," Esther said, adding that "he was about joining the army as first lieutenant in a company composed of the finest young men in the city."
Helen doubted if this were true until one day, when driving with her mother, she met him arrayed in his new uniform, looking so handsome and proud. He, too, was driving with a brother officer, and as he passed he lifted his cap in token of recognition. But the olden look which Helen remembered so well, and which had been wont to make her pulses thrill with a most exquisite delight, was gone, and Helen felt more than ever the wide gulf some hand had built between them. The next she heard was from Mrs. Banker, whose face looked pale and worn as she incidentally remarked, "I shall be very lonely now that Mark is gone. He left me to-day for Washington." There were tears on the mother's face, and her lip quivered as she tried to keep them back, looking from the window into the street instead of at her companion, who, overcome with the rush of feeling which swept over her, laid her face on the sofa arm and sobbed aloud. "Why, Helen! Miss Lennox! I am surprised. I had supposed I was not aware I did not think you would care," Mrs. Banker exclaimed, coming closer to Helen, who stammered out, "I beg you will excuse me. I cannot help it. I care for all our soldiers. It seems so terrible." Perhaps it is all a mistake, she thought, as she continued standing by Helen, whose tears did not cease, or it may be she has relented. And for a moment she felt tempted to ask why her boy had been refused. But Mark would not be pleased with her interference, she knew, and so the golden moment fled, and when she left the house the misunderstanding between herself and Helen was just as wide as ever. Wearily after that the days passed with Helen, until all thoughts of herself were forgotten in the terrible fear that death was really brooding over the pillow where Katie lay, insensible to all that was passing around her. The lips were silent now, and Wilfred had nothing to fear from the tongue hitherto so busy. What Wilfred suffered none could guess. His face was very white, and his expression almost stern, as he sat watching the young wife who had been his for little more than 2 brief years, and who, but for his sin, might not have been lying there unconscious of the love and grief around her. Like some marble statue Morris seemed, as with lip compressed and brows firmly knit together, he too sat watching Katie, feeling for the pulse and bending his ear to catch the faintest breath which came from her parted lips, while in his heart there was an earnest prayer for the safety of the soul hovering so evenly between this world and the next. He did not ask that she might live, for if all were well hereafter, he knew it was far better for her to die in her young womanhood than to live till the heart, now so sad and bleeding, had grown calloused with sorrow. And yet it was terrible to think of Katie dead; to know that never again would her little feet dance on the grass, or her bird-like voice break the silence of his home; terrible to think of that face and form laid away beneath the turf of greenwood, where those who loved her best could seldom go to weep. And as they sat thus the night shadows stole into the room, and the hours crept on, till from a city tower a clock struck 10, and Morris, motioning Helen to his side, bade her go with her mother to rest. "We do not need you here," he said. "Your presence can do no good. Should a change occur, you shall be told at once." Thus importuned, Helen and her mother withdrew, and only Morris and Wilfred remained to watch that heavy slumber so nearly resembling death. 40. Morris's confession. Gradually the noise in the streets died away. The tread of feet, the rumbling wheels, and the tinkle of the car bells ceased, and not a sound was heard, save as the distant fire bells pealed forth their warning voices, or some watchman went hurrying by. The great city was asleep, and to Morris the silence brooding over the countless throng was deeper, more solemn than the silence of the country, where nature gives out her own mysterious notes and lullabies for her sleeping children. Slowly the minutes went by, and Morris became at last aware that Wilfred's eyes, instead of resting on the pallid face, which seemed to grow each moment more pallid and ghastly, were fixed on him, with an expression which made him drop the pale hand he held between his own, pouring it occasionally as a mother might pour and pity the hand of her dying baby. Before his marriage a jealous thought of Morris Grant had found a lodgment in Wilfred's breast; but remembering the past he had tried to drive it out, and fancied that he had succeeded. He forgot that it was his own entreaties which had kept Morris there. Jealous men never reason clearly, and in this case Wilfred jumped readily at his conclusion. That Morris Grant loved Katie was, after a few moments' reflection, as fixed a fact in his mind as that she lay there between them, her eyelids quivering and her lips moaning feebly as if about to speak. There was a gathering blackness in his eyes as he listened while Katie, rousing, talked of the days when she was a little girl, and Morris had built the playhouse for her by the brook. "Take me back there," she said, "and let me lie on the grass again. It is so long since I was there, and I've suffered so much since then. Wilfred meant to be kind, but he did not try to understand or know how I loved the country with its birds and flowers. One day I was waiting for Wilfred, and wishing he would come. Would it have been better if he had never come?" Wilfred's body shook with strong emotion as he bent forward to hear Katie's answer to her question. "Were there no Ginevra," she said, "no verse, 'What God hath joined together let no man put asunder,' I should not think so. But there is such a verse, and now I don't know what I think, only I must go. Come, Morris, we will go together, you and I." She turned partly toward Morris, who made her no reply. He sat erect in his chair, while Katie talked of Silverton, until her voice grew very faint, ceasing at last as she fell into a second sleep, heavier, more death-like than the first. Something in her face alarmed Morris, and in spite of the eyes watching him he bent every energy to retain the feeble pulse and the breath which grew shorter with each respiration. "Do you think her dying?" Wilfred asked, and Morris replied, "Not yet. But the look about the mouth and nose is like the look which so often precedes death." And that was all they said until another hour went by, when Morris's hand was laid upon the forehead and moved up under the golden hair where there were drops of perspiration. "She is saved! Thank God! Mr. Cameron, Katie is saved!" was his joyful exclamation, and burying his head in his hands he wept for a moment like a child. On Wilfred's face there was no trace of tears. On the contrary, in his heart fierce passions were contending for the mastery, and urging him on to act from which in his right mind he would have shrunk. Rising slowly at last, he came around to Morris's side, and grasping his shoulder, said, "Morris Grant, you love Katie Cameron." Like the peal of a bell the words rang through the room, starting Morris from his bowed attitude, for he understood now the meaning of the look which had so puzzled him. In Morris's heart there was a moment's hesitancy to know just what to answer, and then lifting up his head, his calm blue eyes met the eyes of Black unflinchingly as he replied, "I have loved her always." A blaze like sheet lightning shot from beneath Wilfred's eyelashes, and a taunting sneer curled his lips as he said, "You, a saint, confess to this?" Morris felt the sneer keenly, but the consciousness of peace with his Maker sustained him in the shock, and with the same tone he had at first assumed, he said, "Should my being what you call a saint prevent my confessing what I did?" "No, not the confession, but the fact," Wilfred answered savagely. "How do you reconcile your acknowledged love for Katie with the injunctions of the Bible whose doctrines you endorse?" "A man cannot always control his feelings, but he can strive to overcome them and put the temptation aside. One does not sin in being tempted, but in listening to the temptation." "Then, according to your own reasoning, you have sinned, for you have not only been tempted, but have yielded to the temptation," Wilfred retorted, with a sinister look of exaltation in his black eyes. For a moment Morris was silent, while a struggle of some kind seemed going on in his mind, and then he said, "I never thought to lay open to you a secret which, after myself, is, I believe, known to only one living being." "And that one you will not tell me that is Katie?" Wilfred exclaimed, his voice hoarse with passion, and his eyes flashing with fire. "No, not Katie. She has no suspicion of the pain which, since I saw her made another's, has eaten into my heart, making me grow old so fast, and blighting my early manhood." Something in Morris's tone and manner inspired Wilfred with awe, making him relax his grasp upon the arm, and sending him back to his chair, while Morris continued, "Most men would shrink from talking to a husband of the love they bore his wife, and an hour ago I should have shrunk from it too. But you have forced me to it, and now you must listen while I tell you of my love for Katie. It began longer ago than she can remember, began when she was my baby sister. Then, when she grew older, I used to watch the frolicsome child by the hour, building castles even then of the future, when she would be a woman and I a man, with a man's right to win her. I carried her in my heart across the sea, and said when I go back I will ask her to be mine. I went back, but at my first meeting with Katie after her return from Canandaigua, she told me of you, and I knew then that hope for me was gone. Praying for strength to bear my loss and hide my love from her, Helen discovering my secret, and sympathizing with me until the pain at my heart grew less, and I could pray that God would grant me a feeling for Katie which should not be sinful. When Katie came to us last summer there was an hour of trial, when faith in God grew weak, and I was tempted to question the justice of his dealing with me. But that too passed, and in my love for your child, I forgot the mother in part, looking upon her as a sister rather than the Katie I had loved so well. I would have given my life to have saved that child for her, even though it was a bar between us, a something which separated her from me more than the words she spoke at the altar. Though dead, that baby is still a bar, and Katie is not the same to me she was before that little life came into being. It is not wrong to love her as I do now. I feel no pang of conscience save when something unexpected carries me back to the old ground where I have fought so many battles." Morris paused a moment, thinking of the time when Katy came to him with her story of Geneva, and wondering if it were best to repeat the incidents of that night. It was not, he finally concluded. It would be better for Katy to tell it herself, and so he added at last: "What I have borne has told upon me terribly. My people say I work too hard, but they look only on the surface. They have never seen that inner chamber of my heart, where only you have been fully admitted. Even Helen knows not half what's there, but I felt that it was due to you, and so have told you all, asking that no shadow of censure shall fall on Katy, who would be greatly shocked to know what you know now." Morris's manner was that of a man who spoke with perfect sincerity, and it carried conviction to Wilford's heart, disarming him for a time of the fierce anger and resentment he felt while listening to Morris's story. Acting upon the good impulse of the moment, he arose, and offering his hand to Morris, he said: "You have done nobly, Dr. Grant. I believe in your religion now. Forgive me that I ever doubted it. I exonerate you from blame." And thus they pledged their faith, Wilford meaning then all he said, and feeling only respect for the man who had confessed his love for Katy. After what had passed, Morris felt that it would be pleasanter for Wilford if he were gone, and after a time he suggested returning to Silverton at once, inasmuch as the crisis was past and Katy out of danger. As it would not be pleasant to see Morris there now, he at last signified his willingness for him to leave when he thought best. It was broad day when Katy awoke, so weak as to be unable to turn her head upon the pillow, but in her eyes the light of reason was shining, and she glanced wonderingly, first at Helen, at her mother, and then at Wilford, as if trying to comprehend what had happened. "Have I been sick?" she asked in a whisper, and Wilford, bending over her, replied: "Yes, darling, very sick for nearly 2 whole weeks, ever since I left home that morning, you know." "Yes." And Katy shivered a little. "Yes, I know. But where is Morris? He was here the last time I can remember." Wilford's face grew dark at once, and stepping back as Morris came in, he said: "She asks for you." Then with a rising feeling of resentment he watched them, while Morris spoke to Katy, telling her she was better, but must keep very quiet, and not allow herself in any way to be excited. "Have I been crazy? Have I talked much?" she asked, and when Morris replied in the affirmative, there came a startled look into her eye as she said: "Of what or whom have I talked most?" "Of Geneva," was the answer, and Katy continued: "Did I mention no one else?" Morris guessed of whom she was thinking, and answered indifferently: "You spoke of Miss Hazleton in connection with baby, but that was all." Katy was satisfied, and closing her eyes fell away to sleep again, while Morris made his preparations for leaving. It hardly seemed right for him to go just then, but the only one who could have kept him maintained a frigid silence with regard to a longer stay, and so the first train which left New York for Springfield carried Dr. Grant, and Katy was without a physician. Wilford had hoped that Mrs. Lennox too would see the propriety of accompanying Morris. But she would not leave Katy, and Wilford was fain to submit to what he could not help. No explanation whatever had he given to Mrs. Lennox or Helen with regard to Geneva. He was too proud for that, but his mother had deemed it wise to smooth the matter over as much as possible, enjoining upon them both the necessity of secrecy. "When I tell you that neither my husband or daughters know it, you will understand that I am greatly in earnest in wishing it kept," she said. "It was a most unfortunate affair, and though the divorce is, of course, to be lamented, it is better that she died. We never could have received her as our equal." "Was anything the matter except that she was poor?" Mrs. Lennox asked, with as much dignity as was in her nature to assume. "Well, no. She had a good education, I believe, and was very pretty, but it makes trouble always when there is a great inequality between the husband's family and that of his wife." Poor Mrs. Lennox understood this perfectly, but she was too much afraid of the great lady to venture a reply. Wilford chafed and fretted at what he could not help, seldom addressing his mother-in-law on any subject, and making himself so generally disagreeable that Helen at last suggested returning home, inasmuch as Katy was so much better. When the day of her departure came, and they were for a few moments alone, Katy took her hand between her own, and kissing it fondly, said: "You don't know how I dread you going, or how wretched I shall be without you.
Everything which once made me happy has been removed or changed. Baby is dead, and Wilford. Oh, Helen, I sometimes wish I had not heard of Ginevra. I have not quite the same trust in him, and he seemed so changed. Have you noticed how silent and moody he has grown?" Helen had noticed it, but she would not say so, and she tried to comfort her sister, telling her she would be very happy yet. "But, Katie, darling," she continued, "you have a duty to perform as well as Wilford. Your heart is very sore now because of the deception, but you must not let that soreness appear in your manner. You must be to Wilford just what you always were, unless you wish to wean him from you. He too has had a terrible shock. His pride and self-love have been wounded, and men like him do not like being humbled as he has been. You must soothe him, Katie, and smooth his ruffled feathers, proving to him that you can and do forgive the past. And, Katie, remember you have a friend always near to whom you can carry your burdens, sure that he will listen and heal the smarting pain. Go to him often, and make him yours indeed. He has come very near to you within the last year, and such visitations have a meaning in them. Listen, then, lest he should come again and visit you with greater sufferings." Purified by suffering. The words came floating back to Katie just as Uncle Ephraim had spoken them in the pleasant meadowland, and just as they had sometimes haunted her since, but never having so deep a meaning as now when Helen's words suggested them again. She was suffering, oh, so terribly, but was she purifying too? She feared not, and after the sad parting with her mother and sister was over, she turned her face to her pillow, trying so hard to pray that God would make her his own, and by the suffering he sent purify her for heaven. End of chapters 39 and 40. Chapters 41 and 42 of Family Pride by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 41. Domestic Troubles. From the bathroom which adjoined Katie's sick room, Wilford had heard all that passed between the sisters, and his face grew dark as he thought of having his ruffled feathers smoothed even by the little thin white hand, which the first time it had by chance laid itself upon his face with a caressing motion, from which he involuntarily drew back, thinking the affection thus timidly expressed was all put on with a view to being good, as he termed it. Wilford was in a most unhappy frame of mind. He was not pleased that Katie had heard of Ginevra, and imparted his secret to others. He did not like being humbled as he had been, even Mrs. Lennox taking it upon herself to lecture him for his misdemeanors, sobbing as she lectured and asking how he could treat Katie so. He did not like either to lose Helen's good opinion, as he was sure he had, while worse than all the rest, was the galling fact that Morris Grant loved his wife, and was undoubtedly more worthy of her than himself. There gradually came to life a feeling of dislike, if not of hatred, for the man, whose name he could not hear without a frown, telling Katie once that he wished she would not talk so much of Cousin Morris, as if there were no other physician in the world. Dr. Craig would have done quite as well, and for his part he wished they had employed him. Wilford knew he did not mean what he said, but he was in a very unamiable frame of mind, and watched Katie close, to detect, if possible, some sign by which he should know that Morris's love was reciprocated. But Katie was innocence itself, and as the weeks of convalescence went by she tried so hard to do her duty as a wife, going often to the friend of whom Helen had told her, and finding there the grace which helped her bear that otherwise she could not have borne and lived. The entire history of her life during that wretched winter was never told, save as it was written on her face, which was a volume in itself of meek and patient suffering. Wilford had never mentioned Ginevra to her since the day of his return, and Katie sometimes felt that it would be well to talk that matter over. It might lead to a more perfect understanding than existed between them now, and dissipate the cloud which hung so darkly on their domestic horizon. But Wilford repulsed all her advances upon that subject, and Ginevra was a dead name in their household, save as it was on Katie's lips when she prayed, asking that she might feel only perfect kindness toward the Ginevra who had so darkened her life. Wilford's home was not pleasant to him now, but the fault was with himself.
Katie did well her part, meeting him always with a smile, and trying to win him from the dark mood she could not fathom. Times there were when for an entire day he would appear like his former self, caressing her with unwonted tenderness, calling her his "poor crushed dove," but never asking her forgiveness for all he had made her endure. He was too proud to do that now, and his tenderness always passed away when he remembered Morris Grant and Katie's remark to Helen, "I am afraid it can never be with us as it was once. I have not the same trust in him." She had no right to complain of me to Helen, he thought, forgetting the time when he had been guilty of a similar offense in a more aggravated form. He could not reason upon anything naturally, and matters grew daily worse, while Katie's face grew whiter and her voice sadder in its tone. Sometimes Wilfred would spend the entire evening away from home, tarrying till the clock struck 12 before he came, and Katie would afterward hear that he had been at the house of some friend, or with Sybil Grandin, whose influence over him increased in proportion as her own was lessened. When the Lenten days came on, oh, how Katie longed to be in Silverton, to kneel again in its quiet church, and offer up her penitential prayers with the loved ones at home. At last she ventured to ask Wilfred if she might go, her spirits rising when he did not refuse her request at once, but asked, "Whom do you wish to see the most?" His black eyes seemed reading her through, and something in their expression brought to her face the blush which he construed according to his jealousy, and when she answered, "I wish to see them all," he retorted, "Say rather you wish to see that doctor who has loved you so long, and who but for me would have asked you to be his wife." "What doctor, Wilfred? Whom do you mean?" And Wilfred replied, "Dr. Grant, of course. Did you never suspect it?" "Never." And Katie's face grew very white as she asked how Wilfred knew what he had asserted. "I had it from his own lips. He sitting on one side of you and I upon the other. I so far forgot myself as to charge him with loving you, and he did not deny it, but confessed as pretty a piece of romance as I ever read, except that, according to his story, it was a one-sided affair, confined only to himself. You never dreamed of it, he said." "Never, no, never," Katie said, panting for her breath, and remembering suddenly many things which confirmed what she had heard. "Poor Morris! How my thoughtlessness must have wounded him," she murmured, and then all the pent-up passion in Wilfred's heart burst out in an impetuous storm. He did not charge his wife directly with returning Morris's love, but he said he was sorry she had not known it earlier, asking her pointedly if it were not so, and pressing her for an answer until the bewildered creature cried out, "Oh, I don't know. I never thought of it before." "But you can think of it now," Wilfred continued, his cold, icy tone making Katie shiver as more to herself than him she said, "A life at Linwood would be perfect rest, compared to this." Wilfred had wrung from her all he cared to know, and believing himself the most injured man in existence, he left the house, and Katie heard his step as it went furiously down the walk. For a time she seemed stunned with what she had heard, and then there came stealing into her heart a glad feeling that Morris deemed her worthy of his love when she had so often feared the contrary. Never once did the thought, "It might have been," intrude itself upon her, nor did she picture to herself the life which she had missed. She seemed to rise above all that, and Wilfred, had he read her heart, would have found no evil there. "Poor Morris," she kept repeating, while little throbs of pleasure went dancing through her veins, and the world was not one half so dreary for knowing he had loved her. Toward Wilfred, too, her heart went out in a fresh gush of tenderness, for she knew how one of his jealous nature must have suffered. "I'll drive down to the office for him this afternoon," she said. "That will surely please him. And to prove still further that I never dreamed of Morris's love, I'll tell him coming home, how in the great sorrow about Geneva I went to him for counsel, and how he sent or rather brought me back." But this confession would necessitate her telling that Geneva was not dead, and it was better for them both, she thought, that he should not know this until the relations between herself and him were more as they used to be, so she decided finally to withhold the fact, for a time at least. But she would go for him, as she had first intended, and she counted the hours impatiently, thinking once her watch had stopped, and seeming brighter and happier than she had been since her illness, when she stepped into her carriage and was driven down Broadway. Business had gone wrong with Wilfred that day, and Tom Tubbs had mentally pronounced his master crosser than a bear, and sighing secretly for the always cheerful Mark, he had taken up his book and was quietly reading by the office window when Katie came in, her eyes looking unnaturally large and bright as she darted across the room to Wilfred, who, surprised to see her there, and a good deal displeased withal, never smiled or spoke, but with pent-up brows waited for her to open the conversation. Katie saw she was not welcome, and with a tremulous voice she began: "The day is so fine I thought I would come in the carriage for you. It is early yet, and if you like we can have a little drive. It might do you good. You look tired," she continued. With an impatient gesture Wilfred replied: "You need not have come for me, as I always prefer a stage. Besides that, I can't go home just yet. I am not ready." Katie stood a moment in silence, a flush on her cheek and a pallor about her lips. "I have not been here before since my illness, and I wanted to come once more," she said at last, while Wilfred replied: "A sweet place to come to. I sometimes hate it myself. By the way, I have something to tell you," and his face began to brighten. "Mrs. Mills from Yonkers was in town to day, and as she had not time to see you she found me and insisted upon your keeping the promise you made last summer of spending some days with her. So I ventured to say that you should go out to morrow, and I would come out Saturday afternoon to spend Sunday." "Oh, Wilfred, I can't," and Katie's lip began to quiver. "You can't? Why not?" Wilfred asked, and Katie replied: "I've never been in so much company as I shall meet there since baby died, and then did you forget that it was Lent?" "You are getting very good to think a few days' visit in the country will harm you," Wilfred replied. "Besides that, neither Mrs. Mills nor the Beverleys nor Lincolns are church people, and cannot of course sympathize in this superstitious fancy." Katie looked up in astonishment, for never before had she heard Wilfred speak thus of the fast which his whole family honored. But Wilfred was growing hard, and with a sigh Katie turned away, knowing how useless it was to reason with him then. As opposition to his will was always useless, the close of the next day found Katie at Mrs. Mills's handsome dwelling. Wilfred was with her. He had come out to spend the night, returning to the city in the morning. Now that he had accomplished his purpose he was in the best of spirits, treating Katie with unwonted kindness, and wondering why he hated so to leave her, while she too clung to him, wishing he could stay. Their parting was only for 2 days, for this was Thursday and he was to return on Saturday, but in the hearts of both there was that dark foreboding which is so often a sure precursor of evil. Tom Tubbs sat reading Chitty as usual when Mr. Cameron came in from his trip up the river. Since Katie's last call at the office, Tom had been haunted with her face as it looked when Wilfred's cold greeting fell on her ear, and after a private conversation with Mattie, who listened eagerly to every item of information with regard to Katie, he had come to the conclusion that his employer was a brute, and that his wife was not as happy as it was his duty to make her. "It's mean in him to speak so hateful to her," he was thinking, just as Wilfred came in, appearing so very amiable and good-humored. Tom Tubbs ventured to inquire for Mrs. Cameron. "She looked so pale and sick the other day," he said, "almost as bad in fact as she did that night in the cars with Dr. Grant, just before she was so dangerously ill." "What's that? What did you say?" Wilfred asked quickly, and Tom, thinking he had not been understood, repeated his words, while in a voice which Tom scarcely knew it was low and husky, Wilfred asked: "What night was Mrs. Cameron in the cars with Dr. Grant? When was it, and where?" As suspicion is an intense magnifier, so the absence of it will blind one completely, and Tom was thus blindfolded as he stated in detail how 2 months or more ago, while Mr. Cameron was absent, he had been sent by Mr. Ray to Hartford, returning in the early train, that just before him in the car a gentleman sat with a lady who seemed to be sick, at all events her head lay on his shoulder, and he occasionally bent over her to see if she wanted anything. "I did not mind much about them," Tom said, "till it got to broad daylight, when I saw the man was Dr. Grant; and when we reached New York the lady threw back her veil and I saw it was Mrs. Cameron." "Are you sure?" and Wilford grasped Tom's arm with an energy which made the boy wince, while there came over him a suspicion that he had talked too much. But it could not now be helped, and to Wilford's question he answered, "Yes, for she bowed to me and smiled." "Where did they go?" was the next question, put in thunder tones, for Wilford was remembering things Katy said in her delirium, and which were now explained if Tom's statement was true. "They went off in a carriage toward your house, and that night I heard she was sick," Tom said, going back to his book, while Wilford seized his hat and started up Broadway. It was not his intention when he left the office to question the servants with regard to his wife, for every feeling and principle of his nature shrank from such an act, but by the time his home could be reached it could scarcely be said that he was in his right mind, and meeting Phillips in the hall he demanded of her if she remembered the day when Mrs. Cameron was first taken ill? Yes, Phillips remembered how sick Esther said she looked when she came home from his father's, where she spent the night. "Oh, yes, she stayed at my father's then. It was very proper she should," Wilford replied, recollecting himself, and trying to appear natural. If Katy spent the night at his father's, then Tom's statement was not true, and dismissing Phillips, he hastened to his mother, to whom he put the question. "Did Katy stay here a night while I was gone? The night but one after that dinner when she heard of Geneva, I mean?" "Why, no," Mrs. Cameron replied, in some surprise. "Katy has not stayed here since last October, just after she came from Silverton, and you were in Detroit. Why do you ask? What is the matter? What do you fear?" Wilford would not tell his mother what he feared, but waived her question by bidding her repeat what she could remember of the day when she was first summoned to Katy, and to tell him also who was there. "Dr. Grant was there, and Dr. Craig," she said. "The former, as I understood from Esther, had just come to the city, and had called on Katy, finding her so ill that he sent for me immediately." "And you do not know that Katy was away from home at all?" was Wilford's next inquiry, to which his mother replied, "Esther spoke of her looking very sick when she came in, from which I inferred she had been driving or shopping, but she was not here, sure." Esther, it would seem, was the only one who could throw light upon the mystery, and as by this time the jealous man did not care whom he questioned, he left his mother without a word of explanation, and hurried home, where he found Esther, and in a voice which made her tremble, bade her answer his questions truthfully without the slightest attempt at evasion. "Yes, sir," Esther replied, and Wilford continued. "Where was your mistress the night before Dr. Grant came here, and she was so very sick?" "I don't know, sir. I had the impression that she was at your mother's. Wasn't she there?" And Esther looked very innocent, while Wilford replied, "It is your business to answer questions, not to ask them. Tell me then the particulars of her going away, and what she said." As nearly as she could remember, Esther repeated what had passed between herself and Katy that morning, but her manner was such as to convince Wilford she was keeping back something, and in a paroxysm of excitement he seized her arm, exclaiming, "You know more than you admit. Tell me the truth. Who came home with Mrs. Cameron, and when?" Esther was afraid of Wilford, and at last, between tears and sobs, confessed that Mrs. Wilford said she had been out of town, but asked her not to tell, that she guessed it was Silverton where she had been, and also that when she opened the door to her, Dr. Morris was going down the steps. "Not in a hurry? Not like making off, as if there was something wrong?" she added, in her eagerness to exonerate her mistress. "Who hinted there was anything wrong?" Wilford exclaimed, in tones which made poor Esther tremble, for now that he had heard all he cared to hear, he began to be ashamed of having gained his information in the way he had. "Nobody hinted," Esther sobbed, with her face hidden in her apron, "and if they did, it's false. There never was a truer, sweeter lady." "See that you stick to that whatever may occur, and mind you, let there be no repeating this conversation in the kitchen or elsewhere," Wilford hurled at her savagely, going next to a telegraph office, and sending over the wires the following: "New York, March, 1862. To Mr. Ephraim Barlow, Silverton, Massachusetts. Has Mrs. Wilford Cameron been in Silverton since last September? W. Cameron." To this he was prompted by Esther's having suggested Silverton as the place where her mistress had possibly been, and taking warning by his past experience with Geneva, he resolved to give Katy the benefit of every doubt before taking the decisive step, which even while Tom Tubbs was talking to him had flashed into his mind. Perhaps Katy had been to Silverton in her excited state, and if so the case was not so bad, though he blamed her much for concealing it from him. At first he thought of telegraphing to Morris, but pride kept him from that, and Uncle Ephraim was made the recipient of the telegram, which startled him greatly, being the first of the kind sent directly to him. As it chanced the deacon was in town that day, and at the store just across the street from the telegraph office. This the agent knew by old Whitey, who was standing meekly at the hitching post, covered with his blanket, a faded woolen bedspread which years before Aunt Betsy had spun and woven herself. "A letter for me?" Uncle Ephraim said when the message was put into his hands. "Who writ it?" and he turned it to the light, trying to recognize the handwriting. "I think it wants an answer," the boy said. "Maybe it does. I'll look again." The old man adjusted his spectacles, and with the aid of the boy deciphered the dispatch. Uncle Ephraim, greatly bewildered and perplexed, bent himself to the tremendous task of writing the 4 words. "Not to my knowledge." To this he appended, "Yours with regret, Ephraim Barlow," and handed it to the waiting boy. "I wonder what he sent me that word for," he kept repeating to himself. "We had a letter from Katy yesterday, and there can't be nothing wrong. I won't tell the folks yet awhile anyway, till I see what comes of it. Lucy is so fidgety." It was this resolution, whether wise or unwise, which kept from Morris and the deacon's family a knowledge of the telegram, the answer to which was read by Wilford within half an hour after the deacon's arrival home. "She has not been to Silverton," Wilford said. "The case, then, is very clear." There are no glasses as perfect as those which jealousy wears, and Wilford was fully convinced. Had he been asked of what he was convinced he could hardly have told, unless it were that in some way he had been deceived, that Morris had spoken falsely when he said his love for Katy was not returned or even suspected, that Katy had acted the hypocrite, and that both had been guilty of a great indiscretion, at least. It was a sad catalogue of grievances, and Wilford made it sadder by brooding over and magnifying it, until he reached a point from which he would not swerve. "I shall do it," he said. "I will spare Katy as much as possible, for hers is a different nature from Ginevra's. She cannot bear as well," and a bitter groan broke the silence of the room as Katy came up before him, just as she had looked that very morning standing by the window, with tears in her eyes and a wistful sorry look on her white face. Could she be false to him and wear that look? The question staggered Wilford for a moment, but when he remembered the proof, he steeled his heart against her, and prepared to act. 42. Disappeared. All the next day Wilford was very busy arranging his affairs, and a casual looker on would have seen nothing unusual in the face always so grave and cold. But to Tom Tubbs it was terrible in its dark, hard, unrelenting expression, while even his mother, upon whom he called that evening, looked at him anxiously, asking what was the matter, but not mentioning the conversation held with her the previous day respecting Katy. She was still at Yonkers, Wilford said, and his voice was very natural as he added, "I am expected to go out there to-morrow night with Beverly and Lincoln, whose wives are also at Mrs. Mill's. Quite a gay party we shall make," and he tried to smile, but it was a sickly effort. "What ails you, Wilford?" his mother asked, but he answered pettishly, "Nothing, so pray don't look at me so curiously as if I was hiding some terrible secret." At last he said good-bye to his mother, who followed him to the door, and stood looking after him until the sound of his footsteps died away. Wilford sat down to write the brief note he would leave, for when the night shut down again he would not be there. He could not feel that the parting from Katy would be final, because he did not believe she had sinned as he counted sin, but she certainly preferred another to himself. She had deceived him and played the successful hypocrite. He seized his pen and wrote: "Dear Katy, your own conscience will tell you whether you are worthy of being addressed as dear. But I have called you thus so often that I cannot bring myself to any other form. Do my words startle you, and will you be sorry when you read this, and find that I am gone? that you are free from the husband you do not love, the husband whom perhaps you never loved, though I thought you did. I trusted you once, and now I do not blame you as much as I ought, for you are young. You are a coquette, Katie, and the greater one because of that semblance of artlessness which is the perfection of art. This, however, I might forgive were it not for one flagrant act, which, if it is not a proof of faithlessness, certainly borders upon it. You know to what I refer, or if you do not, ask your smooth-tongued saint, your companion in the New Haven train. He will enlighten you. He will not wonder at my going, and perhaps he will offer you comfort, both religious and otherwise. But if you ever wish me to return, avoid him as you would shun a deadly poison. Until I countermand the order I wish you to remain here in the house which I bought for you. Helen and your mother both may live with you, while father will have a general oversight of your affairs. I shall send him a line to that effect. And now, good-bye. I am going away. Where? It matters not to you. So farewell. Your deceived and disappointed husband. Sealing the letter and laying it in Katie's drawer just above where she had left his, he tried to sleep. But the morning found him haggard and tired, and Esther, as she poured his coffee, asked if he was sick. No, he answered, and then as he pushed back his chair he said, I shall not be home again to-day, as Mrs. Cameron expects me to spend Sunday at Yonkers. And so all that day and the next the doors were locked, the shutters closed, the curtains dropped, while an ominous silence reigned throughout the house. But when Monday came there were inquiries made for Mr. Cameron by young Beverly and Lincoln, whose faces looked anxiously at Esther's answer. He went to Yonkers Saturday. I have not seen him since. Out at Yonkers on Saturday night 3 young wives had waited for their husbands, and none more eagerly than Katie, who sat by the window watching for the carriage from the station, hers the first ears to catch the sound of wheels, and hers the first form upon the piazza. Where's Wilford? She asked, as only 2 alighted, and neither of them her husband. But no one could answer that question. Perhaps he was detained, he might yet come at 12, they said, trying to comfort Katie, who with a sad foreboding went back into the parlor, and tried to join in the laugh and jest which seemed almost like mockery. Something had happened to Wilford, she was sure, when the night train did not bring him. And all the next day she lay upon her pillow, and her heart aching so sadly, as she tried to pray that no harm had befallen her husband. She never dreamed of his desertion, even when about noon of the next day a telegram came from Father Cameron, bidding her hasten to the city. Wilford was sick or dead, probably the latter, was the feeling uppermost in her mind, as she was borne rapidly to New York, where Mr. Cameron met her. Wilford is not dead, he said. It is worse than that, I fear. We have traced him to the Philadelphia train, which he took on Saturday. His manner all that day and the previous one was very strange, while from some words he dropped my wife is led to suppose there was trouble between you two. Was there? And Father Cameron's gray eyes rested earnestly in the white, frightened face which looked up so quickly as Katie gasped. No, oh no. He never was kinder to me than when we parted last Friday morning at Mrs. Mill's. There is some mistake. He would not leave me, though he has not been quite the same since baby died. I think he blamed me as the cause of its death. Don't babies die every day? Father Cameron growled, while Katie, without considering that he had never heard of Ginevra, continued. And then it was worse after I found out about Ginevra, his first wife. Ginevra? Ginevra? Wilford's first wife? Thunder and lightning, what are you talking about? And Father Cameron bent down to look in Katie's face, thinking she was going mad. But Katie was not mad, and knowing it was now too late to retract, she told the story of Ginevra Lambert to the old man, who, utterly confounded, stalked up and down the room, kicking away chairs and footstools, and whatever came in his way, and swearing promiscuously at his wife and Wilford, whom he pronounced a precious pair of fools, with a dreadful adjective appended to the fools, and an emphasis in his voice which showed he meant what he said. It's all accounted for now, he said. The piles of money that boy had abroad, his privacy with his mother, and all the other tomfoolery I could not understand. Katie, And, pausing in his walk, Mr. Cameron came close to his daughter-in-law, who was lying with her face upon the sofa. "Katy, be glad your baby died. Had it lived it might have proved a curse, just as mine have done. Wilford, my only son, to have deceived me so! Though I knew he was a fool in some things, I did trust Wilford, and he was cross because you found him out. Was there no other reason?" Katy thought of Dr. Morris, but she could not tell of that, and so she answered:
"There was. But please don't ask me now. I can't tell, only I was not to blame. Believe me, father, I was not to blame."
"I'll swear to that," was the reply, as Father Cameron commenced his walking again. "He may have left some word, some line," he said. "Suppose you look. It would probably be upstairs." Katy had not thought of this, but it seemed reasonable that it should be so, and going to her room, followed by Father Cameron, she went, as by some instinct, to the very drawer where the letter lay. There was perfect silence while she read it through. Mr. Cameron never taking his eyes from the face which turned first white, then red, then spotted, and finally took a leaden hue as Katy ran over the lines, comprehending the truth as she read, and when the letter was finished, lifting her dry, tearless eyes to Father Cameron, and whispering to herself, "Deserted!" She let him read the letter, and when he had finished, explained the parts he did not understand, telling him now what Morris had confessed, telling him too that in her first sorrow, when life and sense seemed reeling, she had gone to Dr. Grant, who had brought her back, as a brother might have done, and this was the result. "Why did you say you went to him? That is, what was the special reason?" Mr. Cameron asked, and after a moment's hesitancy Katy told him her belief that Ginevra was living, that it was she who made the bridal trousseau for Wilford's second wife, who nursed his child until it died, giving to it her own name, arraying it for the grave, and then leaving, as she always did, before the father came.
"I never told Wilford," Katy said. "I felt as if I would rather he should not know it yet. Perhaps I was wrong, but if so, I have been terribly punished."
Mr. Cameron could not look upon the woman who stood before him, so helpless and stricken in her desolation, and believe her wrong in anything. The guilt lay in another direction, and when as the terrible reality that she was indeed a deserted wife came rushing over Katy, she tottered toward him for help, he stretched his arms out for her, and taking the sinking figure in them, laid it upon the sofa as gently, as kindly as Wilford had ever touched it in his most loving days. Katy did not faint nor weep. She was past all that, but her face was like a piece of marble, and her eyes were like those of the hunted fawn when the chase is at its height and escape impossible. "Wilford would come back if he knew just how it was," the father said, "but the trouble is where to find him. He speaks of writing to me, and I presume he will in a day or so, and perhaps it will be as well to wait till then. What the plague! Who is ringing that bell enough to break the wire?" he added, as a sharp rapid ring echoed through the house, and was answered by Esther. "It's my wife," he continued, as he caught the sound of her voice asking if Mrs. Cameron had returned. "You stay here while I meet her first alone. I'll give it to her for cheating me so long, and raising thunder generally." Katy tried to protest, but he was halfway down the stairs, and in a moment more was with his wife, who had come around armed and equipped to censure Katy as the cause of Wilford's disappearance, and to demand of her where she was the night she pretended to spend at No. Fifth Avenue. But the lady who came in so haughty and indignant was a very different person from the lady who, after listening for 15 minutes to a fearful storm of oaths and reproaches, mingled with startling truths and bitter denunciations against herself and her boy, sank into a chair, pale and trembling, and overwhelmed with the harvest she was reaping. But her husband was not through with her yet. He had reserved the bitterest drop for the last, and coming close to her, he said: "And who think you the woman is, this Ginevra? Wilford's and your divorced wife? You were too proud to acknowledge an apothecary's daughter. See if you like better a dressmaker,
a nurse to Katy's baby, Marian Hazelton."
He whispered the last name, and with a shriek the lady fainted. Mrs. Cameron would not summon a servant, and as there was no water in the room, he walked to the window and, lifting the sash, scraped from the sill a handful of the light spring snow which had been falling since noon. With this he brought his wife back to consciousness, and then marked out her future course. "I know what is in your mind," he said. "You would like to have all the blame rest on Katy. But, madam, hear me. Just so sure as through your means one breath of suspicion falls on her, I'll give out the whole story of Genevra. Then see who is censured. On the other hand, if you hold your tongue, and make Juno hold hers, and stick to Katy through thick and thin, acting as if you would like to swallow her whole, I'll say nothing of this Genevra. Is it a bargain?" "Yes," came faintly from the sofa cushions, where Mrs. Cameron had buried her face, sobbing in a confused, frightened way, and after a moment finding voice to say, "What will you do with Phillips and Esther? He must have questioned them." "The deuce he did. I'll see to that. I'll throttle them if they venture to speak." And summoning both the females to his presence, Mr. Cameron demanded if either had reported what Wilfred said to them. Except to each other they had not, though Phillips confessed to a great desire to do so when a cousin was in, the previous night. "Hang the cousin, and you too, if you do," Mr. Cameron replied, and giving them some very strong advice, couched in very strong language, he dismissed the servants to the kitchen, satisfied that so far Katy was safe. "But who is the villain who first informed? If I had him by the neck," the enraged man continued, just as there came a second ring. "Speak of angels, and you hear the rustle of their wings," is a proverb as true and much pleasanter of thought than its opposite, and whether Tom Tubbs were an angel or not, it was he who stood twirling his cap in the hall, asking for Mrs. Cameron. "She can't see you, but I'll take the message. Is it about my son?" Father Cameron said, striding up to the boy, who began to wish himself away. Ever since inquiries had been made at the office for Wilfred's whereabouts, Tom had been uneasy, for he could not forget the savage look in Wilfred's face when he first told him of Katy and Dr. Grant. And when he heard that instead of going to Yonkers Wilfred had taken the cars for Philadelphia, he was certain something was wrong, and longed to confess to Katy what he knew of the matter. He had no idea of meddling, but came with the kindest intentions, thinking he should feel better when the load was off his mind. He was then poorly prepared for his fierce reception from Mr. Cameron, who asked so energetically what he had to say. "It wasn't much," Tom began. "I only wanted to tell her maybe I was to blame for repeating what I saw." "What did you see?" and Mr. Cameron laid his hand on Tom's coat collar as if to shake the information out of him. But there was no need of this, for the frightened youth told quickly what he had come to tell, seeming so sorry and appearing so hurt withal, that the elder Cameron grew very gracious, and dismissed him with the conviction that Katy had nothing to fear from Tom Tubbs. Mrs. Cameron was with her now, giving her kisses and words of sympathy, telling her Wilfred would come back, and adding that in any event no one could or should blame her. "I have heard the whole story from my husband. It was a misunderstanding, that is all. Wilfred was wrong to deceive you about Genevra. I was wrong to let him, but we will have no more concealments. You think she is living still, that she is Marian Hazelton?" and Mrs. Cameron smoothed Katy's hair as she talked, trying to be motherly and kind. She did not doubt the story, although it seemed so strange, and it made her faint as she wondered if the world would ever know, and what it would say if it did. That her husband would tell if she failed in a single point, she was sure, but she should not fail. She would swear Katy was innocent of everything. The sudden disappearance of a man like Wilfred Cameron could not fail even in New York to cause some excitement, especially in his own immediate circle of acquaintances, and for several days the matter was discussed in all its phases, and every possible opinion and conjecture offered as to the cause of his strange conduct. Insanity! How many sins it is made to cover, and how often it is pleaded for an excuse when no other can be found. This is especially true in the higher walks of life. And so in Wilfred's case it was put forward, cautiously at first, by Mrs. Cameron herself, who wondered at the avidity with which the suggestion was seized and handed from one to another, some remembering little things which tended to confirm the belief, others slyly shrugging their shoulders as they responded, "Very probable. but all tacitly allowing the understanding to prevail that insanity had made Wilfred Cameron a voluntary wanderer from home. End of chapters 41 and 42. Chapters 43 through 46 of Family Pride by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 43. What followed? And where the while was Wilfred? Anything which could divert his mind was welcome, and ere the close of that first day of Katie's return from Yonkers, his name was enrolled in the service of his country. He had gone directly to Washington, stumbling accidentally upon an old college acquaintance who was getting up a company, and whose first lieutenant had disappointed him. Learning Wilfred's wishes, he offered him the post, which was readily accepted, and ere 4 days were gone Lieutenant Wilfred Cameron, with no regret as yet for the past, marched away to swell the ranks of men who, led by General McClellan, were pressing on, as they believed, to Richmond and victory. A week of terrible suspense went by, and then there came a note to Mr. Cameron from his son, requesting him to care for Katie, but asking no forgiveness for himself. "I have disgraced you all," he wrote, "and I know just how you feel, but I am not sorry for the step I've taken. When I am, I shall probably come back, provided that day finds me alive." And that was all the proud man wrote. Not one word was there for Katie, whose eyes, which had not wept since she knew she was deserted, moved slowly over the short letter, weighing every word, and then were lifted sadly to her father's face as she said, "I will write and tell him all the truth, and on his answer will depend my future course." This she said referring to the question she had raised as to whether, in case Wilfred did not come back, she should remain in New York or go to Silverton, where as yet they were ignorant of her affliction, for Uncle Ephraim had not told of the telegram, and Katie would not alarm them until she knew something definite. And so the days went by, while Katie's letter was sent to Wilfred, together with another from his father, who confirmed all Katie had protested for her innocence, and ended by calling his son a "confounded fool," and telling him to throw up his shoulder straps, which only honest men had a right to wear, and come home where he belonged. To this there came an angry, indignant answer, bidding the father to attend to his own business, and allow the son to attend to his. To Katie, however, Wilfred wrote in a different strain, showing here and there marks of tenderness and relenting, but saying what he had done could not now be helped. He was in for a soldier's life of 2 years, and should abide his choice. At the idea of Geneva's being alive he scoffed. He knew better than that, and even if she were, why need Katie have gone with it to Morris? Surely she should have had the discretion to keep something to herself. This was the purport of Wilfred's letter to Katie, who, when she had finished reading, said sorrowfully, "Wilfred never loved me. It was a mere fancy, a great mistake, and I cannot stay in his home knowing that I am not trusted and respected as a wife should be. I will go to Silverton. There is room for me there. I shall write to Helen to-day." Meanwhile, at Silverton, Uncle Ephraim, still keeping the telegram a secret, grew more and more anxious as there came no news of Katie. What did the silence mean? Uncle Ephraim pondered the matter all day long, holding conversations with himself upon the subject, and finally making up his mind to the Herculean task of going to New York to see what was the matter. The following day found him ready for the journey Aunt Betsy had taken before him. Presuming upon her experience as a traveler, that good dame had proffered sundry pieces of advice with reference to what was best for him to do on the road, telling him which side of the car to sit, where to get out, and above all things not to shake hands with the conductor when asked for his ticket. Uncle Ephraim heard her good-humoredly, and, stuffing into his pocket the paper of ginger-snaps, fried cakes, and cheese, which Aunt Hannah had prepared for his lunch, he started for the cars, and was soon on his way to New York. In his case there was no Bob Reynolds to offer aid and comfort, and the old man was nearly torn in pieces by the burly hackmen, who the moment he appeared in view, pounced upon him as a lawful prey, each claiming the honor of taking him wherever he wished to go, and raising such a din about his ears that he finally turned away thoroughly disgusted, telling them, "He had feet and legs and common sense, and he guessed he could find his way without 'em. 'Bleeged to you, gentlemen, but I don't need you." and with a profound bow the honest-looking old deacon walked away, asking the first man he met the way to Madison Square, and succeeded in finding the number without difficulty. "This is it," he said, stopping in front of the tall building, and examining it closely from the roof to the basement. "I'll go down to the kitchen door, as like enough they've company," said he. Accordingly Esther, who chanced to be in the basement, was startled by a heavy knock, and was startled still more at the tall, white-haired man who addressed her as "Sis," and asked if "Miss Cameron was to hum."
"A man in the kitchen asking for me?"
Katy exclaimed, when Esther reported the message, and with her mind full of possible news from Wilford, she ran hastily down the basement stairs, and with a loud scream of joy threw herself into Uncle Ephraim's arms.
"Come upstairs,"
she said, holding Uncle Ephraim's hand, and leading him to the parlor, while the first tears she had shed since she knew she was deserted rained in torrents over her face. "What is it Katy did? I mistrusted something was wrong. What has happened?" Uncle Ephraim asked, and with his arm thrown protectingly around her, Katy told him what had happened, and then asked what she should do. "Do?" the old man repeated. "Go home with me to your own folks until he comes from the wars. He is your husband, and I shall say nothing agin him, but if it was to do over I would forbid the banns. That chap has misused you the worst way. You need not deny it, for it's writ all over your face," he continued, as Katy tried to stop him, for sore as was her heart with the great injustice done her, she would not have Wilford blamed. He was her husband still, and she had loved him so fondly that, whether worthy or not of her love, she could not turn from him so soon.
"I wrote to Helen yesterday, so they will be prepared for me,"
she said, anxious to change the conversation, and feeling glad when dinner was announced. Leading him to the table, she presented him to Juno, whose cold nod and haughty stare were lost on the old man presiding with so much patriarchal dignity at the table, and bowing his white head so reverently as he asked the first blessing which had ever been said at that table, except as Helen or Morris had breathed the prayer of thanks for the bounty provided. It had not been a house of prayer; no altar had been erected for the morning and evening sacrifice. God had almost been forgotten, and now He was pouring His wrath upon the handsome dwelling, making it so distasteful that Katy was anxious to leave it, and expressed her willingness to accompany Uncle Ephraim to Silverton as soon as the necessary arrangements could be made. "I don't take it she comes for good," Uncle Ephraim said that evening, when Mr. Cameron, to whom she referred the matter, opposed her going. "For when the 2 years are gone, and her man wants her back, as he will, she must come, of course. But she grows poor here in the city. It don't agree with her like the scent of the clover and the breeze from the hills. So shut up the house for a spell, and let the child come with me." Mr. Cameron knew that Katy would be happier at Silverton, and though he disliked to part with her, he finally consented to her going, and placed at her disposal a sum which seemed to the deacon a little fortune in itself. In the kitchen there were sad faces when the servants heard of the arrangement which was to deprive them not only of a pleasant home, but of a mistress whom they both respected and loved. Esther pleaded hard to go with Katy, and only the latter's promise that possibly she might come by and by was of any avail to stay the tears which dropped so fast as she put up her mistress's dresses, designed for Silverton, and laid away the gayer, richer ones, which would be so sadly out of place upon her now. To Mrs. Cameron and Juno it was a relief to have Katy taken from their hands, and though they made a show of opposition, they were easily quieted and helped her off with alacrity. Belle was heartily sorry to part with the young sister who seemed going from her forever. "I know you will never come back. Something tells me so," she said. "But I shall see you. I am coming to the farmhouse in the summer, to stay ever so long. And you may say to Aunt Betsy that I like her ever so much, and—" Here Belle glanced behind her to see that no one was listening, and then continued. "Tell her a certain officer was sick a few days in a hospital last winter, and one of his men brought to him a dish of the most delicious dried peaches he ever ate. That man was from Silverton, and the fruit was sent to him, he said, in a salt bag, by a nice old lady for whose brother he used to work." "I'll tell her," Katy said. and then bidding them all good-bye, and putting her hand on Uncle Ephraim's arm, she went with him from the home where she had lived but 2 short years, and those the saddest, most eventful ones of her short life. 44. Mark and Helen. There was much talk and wonder in Silverton when it was known that Katie had come home to stay until her husband returned from the war, and at first the people were inclined to gossip, and hint at some mystery or possible estrangement; but this was brought to an end when the postmaster's wife told of a letter which had come to Mrs. Wilfred Cameron from the Army of the Potomac, and of the answer returned within 3 days to Lieutenant Wilfred Cameron, Company Regiment NYV, etc. Wilfred's letters, though not unkind, were never very satisfactory, and always brought on a racking headache, from which she suffered intensely. He had censured her at first for going back to Silverton, when he preferred she should stay in New York, hinting darkly at the reason of her choice. Perhaps he did not mean it, but he seemed to take delight in teasing her, and Katie sometimes felt she should be happier without his letters than with them. He had never said he was sorry he had left her so suddenly. Indeed, he seldom referred to the past in any way; or if he did, it was in a manner which showed that he thought himself the injured party, if either. Once, indeed, he did admit that, in calmly reviewing the whole thing, he saw no reason now to believe that in the matter of Dr. Grant she had been to blame, except in going to him with her trouble, and so bringing about the present unfortunate state of affairs. This was the nearest to a concession on his part of anything he made; but it did Katie a world of good, brightening up her face, and making her even dare to meet Morris alone and speak to him naturally. But as there seemed to be a lack of competent physicians in the army, he, after prayerful deliberation, accepted a situation offered him as surgeon in a Georgetown hospital, and early in June left Silverton for his new field of labor. Rapidly the summer and autumn went by, bringing at last the week before Christmas, when Mark came home for a few days, wearing the disappointed, listless look which Belle was quick to detect, connecting it in some way with Helen Lennox. Only once did he call at Mr. Cameron's, and then, as Juno was not present, Belle had him all to herself, talking a great deal of Silverton, of Helen and Katie, in the latter of whom he seemed far more interested than in her sister. Many questions he asked concerning Katie, expressing his regret that Wilfred had ever left her, and saying he believed Wilfred was sorry too. He was in the hospital now with a severe cold and a touch of the rheumatism, he said; but as Belle knew this already she did not dwell long upon that subject, choosing rather to talk of Helen. "As much interested in the soldiers," she said, "as if she had a brother or a lover in the army," and her bright eyes glanced meaningfully at Mark, who answered carelessly, "Dr. Grant is there, you know, and that may account for her interest." Mark knew he must say something to ward off Belle's attacks, and so he continued, talking of Dr. Grant and how much he was liked. Once, too, he spoke of a nurse, a second Nightingale, who was worshipped by the pale sick men to whom she ministered so tenderly. Belle thought at once of Marian, but as Mark knew nothing of their private affairs, she would not question him, and after a few bantering words concerning Lieutenant Bob, Mark Ray took his leave, while Belle, softened by thoughts of Bob, ran upstairs to cry, going to her mother's room. Mrs. Cameron was out that afternoon, and that she had dressed in a hurry was indicated by the unusual confusion of her room. Drawers were left open and various articles scattered about, while on the floor, just as it had fallen from a glove box, lay a letter which Belle picked up, intending to replace it. "Miss Helen Lennox?" she read in astonishment. "How came Helen Lennox's letter here in mother's room? And from Mark Ray, too," she continued, still more amazed as she took the neatly folded note from the envelope and glanced at the name. "Foul play somewhere. Can it be mother?" she asked, as she read enough to know that she held in her hand Mark's offer of marriage, which had in some mysterious manner found its way to her mother's room. "I don't understand it at all," she said, racking her brain for a solution of the mystery. "But the letter at least is safe with me. I'll send it to Helen this very day, and to-morrow I'll tell Mark Ray." Procrastination was not one of Belle Cameron's faults, and for fully half an hour before her mother and Juno came home, the stolen letter had been lying in the mail box, where Belle herself deposited it, together with a few hurriedly written lines, telling how it came into her hands, but offering no explanation of any kind. "Mark is home now on a leave of absence which expires day after tomorrow," she wrote. "But I am going around to see him, and if you do not hear from him in person, I am greatly mistaken." Very closely Bell watched her mother when she came from her room, but the letter had not been missed, and in blissful ignorance Mrs. Cameron displayed her purchases. The next day a series of hindrances kept Bell from making her call as early as she had intended doing, so that Mrs. Banker and Mark were just rising from dinner when told she was in the parlor. "I meant to have come before," she said, seating herself by Mark, "but I could not get away. I have brought you some good news. I think, that is, yes, I know there has been some mistake, some wrong somewhere, whether intended or not. Yesterday afternoon I found, no matter where or how, a letter intended for Helen Lennox, which I am positive she never saw or heard of. At least her denial to me that a certain Mark Ray had ever offered himself is a proof that she never saw what was an offer made just before you went away. I read enough to know that, and then I took the letter and—" She hesitated, while Mark's eyes turned dark with excitement, and even Mrs. Banker, scarcely less interested, leaned eagerly forward, saying: "And what? Go on, Miss Cameron. What did you do with that letter?" "I sent it to its rightful owner, Helen Lennox. I posted it myself, so it's sure this time. But why don't you thank me, Captain Ray?" she asked, as Mark's face was overshadowed with anxiety. "I was wondering whether it were well to send it, wondering how it might be received," he said, and Bell replied: "She will not answer no. As one woman knows another, I know Helen Lennox. I have sounded her on that point. I told her of the rumor there was afloat, and she denied it, seeming greatly distressed, but showing plainly that had such offer been received she would not have refused it. All you have to do is to follow up that letter with another, or go yourself, if you have time," Bell said as she arose to go, leaving Mark in a state of bewilderment as to what he had heard. Who withheld that letter, and why, were questions which troubled him greatly, nor did his mother's assurance that it did not matter so long as it all came right at last tend wholly to reassure him. One thing, however, was certain. He would see Helen before he returned to his regiment. He would hear from her own lips what her answer would have been had she received the letter. He would telegraph in the morning to Washington, and then run the risk of being a day behind the time appointed for his return to duty. Never since the day of Aunt Betsy's revelations had Mark felt as light and happy as he did that night. 45. Christmas Eve at Silverton. There was to be a Christmas tree at St. John's, and all the week the church had been the scene of much confusion. Helen felt the peace stealing over her as by the register she sat down for a moment ere going to the organ loft, where the boy was waiting for her. Not even the remembrance of the dark war cloud hanging over the land disturbed her then. She had given Mark Ray up, and giving up had made a cruel wound, but she did not feel it now, although she thought of him in that quiet hour, asking God to keep him in safety wherever he might be. A movement of her hand as she lifted up her head struck against the pocket of her dress, where lay the letter brought to her an hour or so ago, Bell's letter, which, after glancing at the superscription, she had put aside until a more convenient season for reading it. Taking it out, she tore open the envelope, starting suddenly as another letter, soiled and unsealed, met her eye. She read Bell's first, and then, with a throbbing heart, which as yet would not believe, she took up Mark's, and understanding now much that was before mysterious to her. Juno's call, too, came to her mind, and though she was unwilling to charge so foul a wrong upon that young lady, she could find no other solution to the mystery. There was a glow of indignation. Helen had scarcely been mortal without it; but that passed away in pity for the misguided girl, and in joy at the happiness opening so broadly before her. That Mark would come to Silverton she had no hope, but he would surely write. His letter, perhaps, was even then on the way. The organ boy was in a hurry, and asked in so forlorn a tone, "Is we going to play?" that Helen answered good humoredly, "I can't play now. I'm not in the mood. I shall feel better by and by. You can go home if you like." Billy needed no second bidding, but catching up his cap ran down the stairs and out into the porch, just as up the step a young man came hurriedly, the horse he had hitched to a tree smoking from exercise, and himself looking eager and excited. "Hello, boy!" he cried, grasping the collar of Bill's roundabout, and holding him fast. "Who's in the church?"
"Nobody is there but she, Miss Lennox, up where the organ is," and having given the desired information, Bill ran off.
Meanwhile Mark Ray, who had driven first to the farmhouse in quest of Helen, entered the church, glancing in upon the festooned walls, and then, as he heard a sound in the loft, stealing noiselessly up the stairs to where Helen sat in the dim light, reading again the precious letter withheld from her so long. She had moved her stool near to the window, and her back was toward the door, so suspected nothing, until Mark, bending over her so as to see what she had in her hand, clasped both his arms about her neck, kissed her fondly, calling her his darling, and saying to her as she tried to struggle from him, "I know I have a right to call you darling. Dear Helen, we have found each other at last." It was so unexpected that Helen could not speak, but she let her head rest on his bosom. They could not talk together there very long, for Helen must go home. But he made good use of the time he had, telling her many things, and then asking her a question which made her start away from him as she replied, "No, no, oh no, not to night. Not so soon as that." "And why not, Helen?" he asked, with the manner of one who is not to be denied. "Why not to night, so there need be no more misunderstanding? I'd rather leave you as my wife than my betrothed. It will make me a better man, a better soldier, if I can say 'my wife,' as other soldiers do. You don't know what a charm there is in that word, Helen, keeping a man from sin, and if I should die I would rather you should bear my name and share in my fortune. Will you, Helen? When the ceremonies are closed, will you go up to that altar, and pledge your vows to me? I cannot wait till tomorrow. My leave of absence expired today. I must go back tonight, but you must first be mine." Helen was shaking as with a chill, but she made him no reply, and wrapping her cloak and furs about her, Mark led her down to the sleigh, and taking his seat beside her, drove back to the farmhouse, where the supper waited for her. Katie warmly espoused his cause, and that went far toward reassuring Helen, who for some time past had been learning to look up to Katie as to an older sister, so sober, so earnest, so womanly had Katie grown. "It is so sudden, and people will talk," Helen said, knowing while she said it how little she cared for people, and smiling at Katie's reply. "They may as well talk about you a while as me. It is not so bad when once you are used to it." After Katie, Aunt Betsy was Mark's best advocate. She threw herself into the scale, beginning to balance in favor of Mark, and when at last old Whitey stood at the door ready to take the family to the church, Helen sat upon the lounge listening half bewildered, while Katie assured her that she could play the voluntary, that she could lead the children without the organ, and, in short, do everything Helen was expected to do. "That I leave for you," and she playfully kissed Helen's forehead as she tripped from the room, looking back when she reached the door, and charging the lovers not to forget to come, in their absorption of each other. St. John's was crowded that night, just as churches always are on such occasions, the children occupying the front seats, with looks of expectancy upon their faces as they studied the heavily laden tree, the boys wondering if that ball, or whistle, or wheelbarrow was for them, and the girls appropriating the tastefully dressed dolls, showing so conspicuously among the dark green foliage. The Barlows were rather late, for upon Uncle Ephraim devolved the duty of seeing to the license, and as he had no seat in that house, his arrival was only known by Aunt Betsy's elbowing her way to the front and near to the Christmas tree which she had helped to dress, just as she had helped to trim the church. She did not believe in such flummeries, it is true, and she classed them with the quirks; but rather than "see the gals slave themselves to death," she had this year lent a helping hand. Donning 2 shawls, a camlet cloak, a knit scarf for her head, and a hood to keep from catching cold, she had worked early and late, fashioning the most wonderfully shaped wreaths, tying up festoons, and even trying her hand at a triangle; but turning her back resolutely upon crosses, which were more than her Puritanism could endure. The cross was a quirk, with which she'd have nothing to do, though once, when Katie seemed more than usually bothered, and wished somebody would hand her tacks, Aunt Betsy relented so far as to bring the hoop she was winding close to Katie, holding the little nails in her mouth, and giving them out as they were wanted. but with each one given out, conscientiously turning her head away, lest her eyes should fall upon what she conceived the symbol of the Romish church. But when the whole was done, none were louder in their praises than the good Aunt Betsy, who was guilty of asking Mrs. Deacon Bannister, when she came in to inspect, "Why the orthodox couldn't get up some such doin's for their Sunday school. It pleased the children mightily." But Mrs. Deacon Bannister answered with some severity, "We don't believe in shows and plays, you know," thus giving a double thrust, and showing that the opera had never been quite forgotten. "Here's a pair of skates, though, and a smellin' bottle I'd like to have put on for John and Sylvia," she added, handing her package to Aunt Betsy, who, while seeing the skates and smelling bottle suspended from a bough, was guilty of wondering if "the partaker wasn't most as bad as the thief." Aunt Betsy elbowed her way up the middle aisle, her face wearing a very important and knowing look, especially when Uncle Ephraim's tall figure bent for a moment under the hemlock boughs, and then disappeared in the little vestry room where he held a private consultation with the rector. That she knew something her neighbors didn't was evident, but she kept it to herself, turning her head occasionally to look up at the organ where Katy was presiding. Others, too, there were, who turned their heads as the soft, liquid music began to fill the church, and the heavy bass rolled up the aisles, making the floor tremble beneath their feet and sending a thrill through every vein. It was a skillful hand which swept the keys that night, for Katy's forte was music, and she played with her whole soul, not the voluntary there before her in printed form, nor any one thing she had ever heard, but taking parts of many things, and mingling them with strains of her own improvising, she filled the house as it had never been filled before, playing a soft, sweet refrain when she thought of Helen, then bursting into louder, fuller tones when she remembered Bethlehem's Child and the song the angels sang, and then as she recalled her own sacrifice since she knelt at the altar a happy bride, the organ notes seemed much like human sobs, now rising to a stormy pitch of passion, wild and uncontrolled, and then dying out as dies the summer wind after a fearful storm. Awed and wonderstruck, the organ boy looked at Katy as she played, almost forgetting his part of the performance in his amazement, and saying to himself when she had finished, "Guy, though, ain't she a brick?" and whispering to her, "Didn't we go that strong?" Katy knew she had made an impression, and her cheeks were very red as she went down to the body of the church, joining the children with whom she was to sing, but she soon forgot herself in the happiness of the little ones, who could scarcely be controlled until the short service was over and the gifts about to be distributed. Much the people had wondered where Helen was, as without the aid of music, Katy led the children in their carols, and this wonder increased when as time passed on it was whispered around that Miss Lennox had come and was standing with a man back by the register. After this Aunt Betsy grew very calm. She knew Helen was there, and could now enjoy the distributing of the gifts, going up herself 2 or 3 times, and wondering why anybody should think of her, a good-for-nothing old woman. The skates and the smelling bottles both went safely to Sylvia and John, while Mrs. Deacon Bannister looked radiant when her name was called, and she was made the recipient of a jar of butternut pickles, such as only Aunt Betsy Barlow could make. "Miss Helen Lennox. A soldier in uniform, from one of her Sunday school scholars." The words rang out loud and clear, the rector holding up the sugar toy before the amused audience, who turned to look at Helen, blushing so painfully, and trying to hold back the real man in soldier's dress who went quietly up the aisle, receiving the gift with a bow and smile, which turned the heads of half the ladies near him, and then went back to Helen, over whom he bent, whispering something which made her cheeks grow brighter than they were before, while she dropped her eyes modestly. "Who is he?" a woman asked, touching Aunt Betsy's shoulder. "Captain Ray, from New York," was the answer, as Aunt Betsy gave to her dress a little broader sweep, and smoothed the bow she had tried to tie beneath her chin just as Mattie Tubbs had tied it on the memorable opera night. "Miss Helen Lennox? A sugar heart from one of her scholars," the rector called again, the titters of the audience almost breaking into cheers as they began to suspect the relation sustained to Helen by the handsome young officer going up the aisle after Helen's heart, and stopping to speak to good Aunt Betsy, who pulled his coat skirt as he passed her. The tree by this time was nearly empty. Every child had been remembered save one, and that Billy, the organ boy, who, separated from his companions, stood near Helen, watching the tree wistfully, while shadows of hope and disappointment passed alternately over his face, as one after another the presents were distributed, and nothing came to him. "There ain't a darned thing on it for me," he exclaimed at last, when boy nature could endure no longer, and Mark turned toward him just in time to see the gathering mist which but for the most heroic efforts would have merged into tears. "Poor Billy," Helen said, as she too heard his comment. "I fear he has been forgotten. His teacher is absent, and he so faithful at the organ, too." Mark knew now who the boy was, and after a hurried consultation with Helen, who, knowing Billy well, suggested that money would probably be more acceptable than even skates or jackknives, neither of which were possible now, folded something in a bit of paper, on which he wrote a name, and then sent it to the rector. "Billy Brown, our faithful organ boy," sounded through the church, and with a brightened face Billy went up the aisle and received the little package, ascertaining before he reached his standpoint near the door that he was the owner of a $5 bill, and mentally deciding to add both peanuts and molasses candy to the stock of apples he daily carried into the cars. "You gin me this," he said, nodding to Mark. "And you," turning to Helen, "poked him up to it." "Well, then, if I did," Mark replied, laying his hand on the boy's coarse hair, "if I did, you must take good care of Miss Lennox when I am gone. I leave her in your charge. She is to be my wife." "Gorry, I thought so." And Bill's cap went toward the plastering just as the last string of popcorn was given from the tree, and the exercises were about to close. It was not in Aunt Betsy's nature to keep her secret till this time, and she whispered it to her neighbor, who whispered it to hers, until nearly all the audience knew of it, and kept their seats after the benediction was pronounced. At a sign from the rector, Katie went with her mother to the altar, followed by Uncle Ephraim, his wife, and Aunt Betsy, while Helen took Mark's offered arm, and with beating heart and burning cheeks passed between the sea of eyes fixed so curiously upon her, up to where Katie once had stood on the June morning when she had been the bride. The ceremony lasted but a few moments, and then the astonished audience pressed around the bride, offering their kindly congratulations, and proving to Mark Ray that the bride he had won was dear to others as well as to himself. "Handy and gentle as a woman," was the verdict pronounced upon him by the female portion of the congregation as they passed out into the street, talking of the ceremony, and contrasting Helen's husband with the haughty Wilford, who was not a favorite with them. It was Billy Brown who brought Mark's cutter around, holding the reins while Mark helped Helen, and then tucking the buffalo robes about her with the remark, "It's all fired cold, Miss Ray. Shall you play in church to-morrow?" Assured that she would, Billy walked away, and Mark was alone with his bride, slowly following the deacon's sleigh, which reached the farmhouse a long time before the little cutter, so that a fire was already kindled in the parlor when Helen arrived, and also in the kitchen stove, where the tea kettle was placed, for Aunt Betsy said, "The chap should have some supper before he went back to York." 4 hours he had to stay, and they were well spent in talking of himself, of Wilford, and of Morris, and in planning Helen's future. Of course she would spend a portion of her time at the farmhouse, he said, but his mother had a claim upon her, and it was his wish that she should be in New York as much as possible. "Now that you have Mrs. Cameron you do not need my wife," he said to Mrs. Lennox, with an emphasis upon the last word, which he seemed very fond of using. Much he wished to stay with the wife so lately his, but as that could not be, he asked at last that she go with him to Washington. It might be some days before his regiment was ordered to the front, and in that time they could enjoy so much. But Helen knew it would not be best, and so she declined, promising, however, to come to him whenever he should need her. Swiftly now the last moments went by, and a "Merry Christmas" was said by one and another as they took their seats at the plentiful repast Aunt Betsy had provided, Mark feasting more on Helen's face than on the viands spread before him. It was hard for him to leave her, hard for her to let him go, but the duty was imperative, and so when at last the frosty air grew keener, as the small hours of night crept on, he stood with his arms about her, nor thought it unworthy of a soldier that his own tears mingled with hers as he bade her good-bye. There was no one with them when at last Mark's horse dashed from the yard over the creaking snow, leaving Helen alone upon the doorstep, with the glittering stars shining above her head, and her husband's farewell kiss wet upon her lips. "When shall we meet again?" she sobbed, gazing up at the clear blue sky, as if to find the answer there. But only the December wind, sweeping down from the steep hillside and blowing across her forehead, made reply to that questioning, as she waited till the last faint sound of Mark Ray's bells died away in the distance, and then, shivering with cold, re-entered the farmhouse. 46. After Christmas Eve. Merrily rang the bells next day, the sexton deeming it his duty to send forth a merry peal in honor of the bride. But Helen's heart was very sad as she met the smiling faces of her friend, and Mark had never been prayed for more earnestly than on that Christmas morning. Much the Silvertonians discussed the wedding, nor were these discussions likely to be shortened by the arrival of Matty Tubbs and Tom, who came by the express from New York, both surprised at what they heard and both loud in their praises of Captain Ray. As the wife of Mark Ray, Helen became suddenly a heroine, in whose presence poor Katy subsided completely, nor was the interest at all diminished when 2 days later Mrs. Banker came to Silverton, and was met at the depot by Helen, whom she hugged affectionately, calling her "my dear daughter." Mrs. Banker was very fond of Helen, and not even the sight of the farmhouse, with its unpolished inmates, awakened a feeling of regret that her only son had not looked higher for a wife. She was satisfied with her new daughter, and insisted upon taking her back to New York. "I am very lonely now, lonelier than you can possibly be," she said to Mrs. Lennox, "and you will not refuse her to me for a few weeks at least? It will do us both good, and make the time of Mark's absence so much shorter." "Yes, mother, let Helen go. I will try to fill her place," Katy said, though while she said it, her heart throbbed with pain and dread, as she thought how desolate she should be without her sister. But it was right, and Katy urged Helen's going, thinking how the tables were turned since the day when she had been the happy bride to whom good-byes were said, instead of the wounded, sore-hearted sister left behind, bearing up bravely so long as Helen was in sight, but shedding bitter tears when at last she was gone, tears which were only stayed by kind old Uncle Ephraim offering to take her to the little grave where, from experience, he knew she always found rest and peace. The winter snows were on it now, but Katy, looking at it from the sleigh in which she sat, knew just where the daisies were, and the blue violets, which with the spring would bloom again, feeling comforted as she thought of that eternal spring in the bright world above, where her child had gone. And so that night, when they gathered again around the fire in the pleasant little parlor, the mother and the old people did not miss Helen half so much as they should, for Katy sang her sweetest songs and wore her sunniest smile, while she told them of Helen's new home, and then talked of whatever else she thought would interest and please them. "Little Sunbeam," Uncle Ephraim called her now, instead of Katy did, and in his prayer that first night of Helen's absence he asked in his touching way, that God would bless his little Sunbeam, and not let her grow tired of living there alone with folks so odd and old. Married on Christmas Eve, at St. John's Church, Silverton, Massachusetts, by Reverend Mr. Kelly, Captain Mark Ray, of the Regiment, N.Y.S.V., to Miss Helen Lennox of Silverton. Such was the announcement, which appeared in several of the New York papers 2 days after Christmas, and such the announcement which Belle Cameron read at the breakfast table on the morning of the day when Mrs. Banker started for Silverton. "Here is something which will perhaps interest you," she said, passing the paper to Juno, who had come down late, and was looking cross and jaded from the effects of last night's dissipation. Taking the paper from her sister's hand, Juno glanced carelessly at the paragraph indicated by Belle. Then, as she caught Mark's name, she glanced again with a startled, incredulous look, her cheeks and lips turning white as she read that Mark Ray was lost to her forever, and that in spite of the stolen letter, Helen Lennox was his wife. "What is it, Juno?" Mrs. Cameron asked, noticing her daughter's agitation. Juno told her what it was, handing her the paper and letting her read it for herself. "Impossible! There is some mistake. How was it brought about?" she continued, darting a curious glance at Belle, whose voice betrayed nothing as she leisurely sipped her coffee, and remarked, "I always thought it would come to this, for I knew he liked her. It is a splendid match." Whatever Juno thought, she kept it to herself, just as she kept her room the entire day, suffering from a racking headache, and ordering the curtains to be dropped, as the light hurt her eyes. She said to Belle, who, really pitying her now, never suggested that the darkened room was more to hide her tears than to save her eyes, and who sent away all callers with the message that Juno was sick. That Mrs. Cameron had hunted for and failed to find the stolen letter, and that she associated its disappearance with Mark Ray's sudden marriage, Belle was very sure, from the dark, anxious look upon her face when she came from her room, whither she had repaired immediately after breakfast, but whatever her suspicions were, they did not find form in words. Mark was lost. It was too late to help that now, and as a politic woman of the world Mrs. Cameron decided to let the matter rest, and by patronizing the young bride prove that she had never thought of Mark Ray for her son-in-law. Hence it was that the Cameron carriage and the Grandin carriage stood together before Mrs. Banker's door, while the ladies who had come in the carriages paid their respects to Mrs. Ray, rallying her upon the march she had stolen upon them, telling her how delighted they were to have her back again, and hoping they should see a great deal of each other during the coming winter. Numberless were the attentions bestowed upon her and the invitations she received, but with few exceptions Helen declined the latter, feeling that, circumstanced as she was, with her husband in so much danger, it was better not to mingle much in gay society. She was very happy with Mrs. Banker, who loved her almost as much as if she had been her own daughter. Mark's letters, too, which came nearly every day, were bright sunspots in her existence, so full were they of tender love and kind thoughtfulness for her. He was very happy, he wrote, in knowing that at home there was a dear little brown-haired wife, waiting and praying for him, and but for the separation from her, was well content now with a soldier's life. Once, when he was stationed for a longer time than usual at some point, Helen thought seriously of going to him for a week or more, but the project was prevented by the sudden arrival in New York of Katie, who came one night to Mrs. Banker's, her face as white as ashes, and a strange wild expression in her eyes, as she said to Helen, "I am going to Wilford. He is dying. He has sent for me. I ought to go on to night, but cannot. My head aches so." And pressing both her hands upon her head, Katie sank fainting into Helen's arms. End of chapters 43 through 46. Chapters 47 through 49 of Family Pride by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 47. Georgetown Hospital. Georgetown, February , 1862. Mrs. Wilford Cameron, your husband cannot live long. Come immediately. M. Hazleton. So read the telegram received by Katie one winter morning, when her eyes were swollen with weeping over Morris's letter which had come the previous night, telling her how circumstances which seemed providential had led him to the hospital where her husband was, and where, too, was Marian Hazleton. "I did not think it advisable to visit your husband at first," he wrote, while Miss Hazleton, who had recently been transferred to this hospital, also kept out of the way. Nor was it necessary that either of us should minister to him there, for he was not thought very ill. "Only a slight touch of rheumatism, and a low nervous fever," said the attending physician, of whom I inquired. Latterly, however, the fever has increased to a fearful extent, seating itself upon the brain so that he knows neither myself nor Miss Hazleton, both of whom are with him. She because she would be here when she heard of danger, and I because his case was given into my charge. So I am with him now, writing by his side, while he lies sleeping quietly. He talks of Katie, who he says is dead and buried across the sea. Will you come to him, Katie? Your presence may save his life. Telegraph when you leave New York, and I will meet you at the depot." It is not strange that this letter, followed so soon by the telegram from Marian, should crush one as delicate as Katie, or that for a few minutes she should have been stunned with the shock, so as neither to feel nor think. But the reaction came soon enough, bringing with it only the remembrance of Wilford's love. All the wrong, the harshness was forgotten, and only the desire remained to fly at once to Wilford, talking of her in his delirium. Bravely she kept up until New York was reached, but once where Helen was, the tension of her nerves gave way, and she fainted, as we have seen. At Father Cameron's that night there were troubled, anxious faces, for they too had heard of Wilford's danger. But the mother could not go to him. A lung difficulty to which she was subject had confined her to the house for many days, and so it was the father and Bell who made preparations for the journey to Georgetown. They heard of Katie's arrival, and Bell came at once to see her. "She will not be able to join us to morrow," was the report Bell carried home, for she saw more than mere exhaustion from fatigue and fainting in the white face lying so motionless on Helen's pillow. The morrow found that Bell was right, for Katie could not rise, but lay moaning softly. "It is very hard, but God knows best." "Yes, darling, God knows best," Helen answered, smoothing the bright hair, and thinking sadly of the young officer sitting by his camp fire, and waiting so eagerly for the bride who could not go to him now. "God knows what is best, and does all for the best." Katie said it many times that long, long week during which she stayed an invalid in Helen's room, living from day to day upon the letters sent by Bell, who had gone on to Georgetown with her father, and who gave but little hope that Wilford would recover. Not a word did she say of Marian, and only twice did she mention Morris, so that when at last Katie was strong enough to venture on the journey, she had but little idea of what had transpired in Wilford's sick room. Those were sad, weary days which Wilford first passed upon his hospital cot, and as he was not sick but crippled, he had ample time for reviewing the past, which came up before his mind as vividly as if he had been living again the scenes of bygone days. Of Katie he thought continually, blaming himself much, but so strong was his pride and selfishness, blaming her more for the trouble which had come upon them. 1,000 times Wilford had repented of his rashness, but never by a word had he admitted such repentance to any living being, and when on the dark rainy afternoon which first saw him in the hospital, he turned his face to the wall and wept, he replied to one who said to him soothingly, "Don't feel badly, my young friend. We will take as good care of you here as if you were at home." "It's the pain which brings the tears. I'd as soon be here as at home." Gradually, however, there came a change, and Wilford grew softer in his feelings, longing for home, or for the sight of a familiar face, and half resolving more than once to send for Katie, who had offered to come, and to whom he had replied, "It is not necessary." But as often as he resolved his evil genius whispered, "She does not care to come here," and so the message was never sent, while the longing for home faces brought on a nervous fever which made him so irritable that his attendants sometimes turned from him in disgust, thinking him the most unreasonable man they had ever met. Once he dreamed Ginevra was there, that she came to him just as she was in her beautiful girlhood, and with a start he awoke just as the rustle of female garments died away in the hall. "The new nurse in the second ward has been in here," a comrade said. "She seemed especially interested in you, and if she had not been a stranger I should have said she was crying over you." Retaining the same proud reserve which had characterized his whole life, he asked no questions, but listened intently to what his sick companions were saying of the beauty and tenderness of the young girl, who had glided for a few moments into their presence. Wilford conjured up all sorts of conjectures about the unknown nurse, and once going so far as to fancy it was Katie herself. But this idea was soon dismissed. Katie would hardly venture there as a nurse, and if she did she would not keep aloof from him. It was not Katie, and if not, who was it that twice when he was sleeping came and looked at him, his comrade said, rallying him upon the conquest he had made, and go exciting his imagination that the fever which at first was hardly observable began to increase, and the blood throbbed hotly through his veins. Then with a great shock it occurred to him that Katie had affirmed, "Ginevra is alive. I have seen her. I recognized the picture at once." What if it were so, and this nurse was Ginevra? The very thought fired Wilford's brain, and when next his physician came he looked with some alarm upon the great change for the worse exhibited by his patient. That surgeon's forte was more in dressing ghastly wounds than in subduing fever, and as he held Wilford's hand he said, "You have a fever, my friend, and it is increasing fast. Perhaps you would like to see our new physician, Dr. Grant. He is great on fevers." "Dr. Grant? Dr. Morris Grant?" Wilfred exclaimed, starting up in bed with a fierce energy which surprised the surgeon. "Yes, Dr. Morris Grant, from Massachusetts," the latter replied, his surprise increasing when Wilfred rejoined, "Send Satan himself sooner than he. I hate him." The words dropped hissingly from the firmly set teeth, and Wilfred fell back upon his pillow, exhausted with excitement and anger that Morris Grant should be there, in the same building, and offered as his physician. Wilfred was very sick, and when next the surgeon came around he knew by the bright restless eyes that reason was tottering. "Shall I send for your friends?" he asked, and Wilfred answered savagely, "I have no friends. None at least but what will be glad to know I'm dead." And that was the last, except the wild words of a maniac, which came from Wilfred's lips, for many a day and night. When they said he was dangerous, Marian Hazleton, the new nurse, sought and obtained permission to attend him, and again the eyes of the other occupants of the room were turned wonderingly toward her as she bent over the sick man. "She did not know Genevra was there," he said. "She never guessed there was a Genevra. But I knew, and I felt almost as if the dead were wronged by that act of Katie's. Do you know Katie?" And his black eyes fastened upon Marian, who, with the strange power she possessed over her patients, soothed him into quiet, while she told him she knew Katie, and talked to him of her. "Shall I send for her?" she asked, but Wilfred answered, "No, I am satisfied with you," and fell asleep. This was the first day of her being with him, but there were other days when he was not so quiet, when all her strength and that of Morris, who at her earnest solicitation came to her aid, was required to keep him on his bed. He was going home, he said, going back to Katie's. He had punished her long enough, and like a giant he writhed under a force superior to his own, and which held him down and controlled him, while his loud outcries filled the buildings, and sent a shudder to the hearts of those who heard them. And he grew worse so fast that Morris wrote to Katie, while Marian followed the letter with a telegram, bidding her come at once. Slowly the wintry night was passing, the fifth since Morris's letter was sent to Katie, and Morris sat by Wilfred's cot, wondering if the morning would bring her to him, when suddenly he met Wilfred's eyes fixed upon him, with a look of recognition he could not mistake. "Do you know me?" he asked, so kindly and with so much sympathy in his voice that the eyelids quivered as Wilfred nodded his head and whispered, "Dr. Grant?" There had been a momentary flash of resentment when he saw who was the watcher beside him, but Wilfred was too weak, too helpless to cherish that feeling long, and besides there were floating through his still bewildered mind visions of some friendly hand which had ministered to him daily, and which was not there now with him. That voice, that form, he felt sure belonged to Morris Grant, and remembering his past harshness toward him, a chord of gratitude was touched. "You have been very sick," Morris said, anticipating the question Wilfred would ask. "You are very sick still, and at the request of your nurse I came to attend you." A pressure of the hand was Wilfred's reply, and then there was silence between them, while Wilfred mastered all his pride, and with quivering lips whispered, "Katie?" "We have sent for her. We expect her every train," Morris replied, and Wilfred asked, "Who is we? Who has been with me? The nurse, I mean. Who is she?" Morris hesitated a moment, and then said, "Marian Hazleton. She who took care of baby." "I know. Yes," Wilfred said, having no suspicion as to who was the woman standing now just outside his door, and listening to his rational questions. In all their vigils held together no sign had ever passed from Dr. Grant to Marian that he knew her, but he had waited anxiously for this moment, knowing well that in his present state Wilfred must not be shocked, as a sight of Marian would shock him. He knew she was outside the door, and as Wilfred turned his head upon the pillow he went to her, and leading her to a safe distance, said softly, "His reason has returned." "And my services, then, are ended," Marian rejoined, looking him steadily in the face, but not in the least prepared for his affirmative question. You are Geneva Lambert." There was a low, gasping sound, and Marian staggered forward a step or two. Then steadying herself, she said, "And if I am, it surely is not best for him to see me. You would not advise it?" She looked wistfully at Morris, the great desire to be recognized, to be spoken to kindly by the man who once had been her husband, overmastering for a moment all her prudence. "It would not be best, both for his sake and Katie's," Morris said, reading her thoughts aright, and with a moan like the dying out of her last hope, Marian turned away. She had not asked Dr. Grant how much he knew of her story, or where he had learned it. She was satisfied that he did know it, and she left her case in his hands, wondering if at any time Wilford had been conscious of her presence as a nurse, and if he would miss her any. He did miss her, but he made no comment, and when, as the morning advanced, another nurse appeared, he said to himself, "Surely this cannot be Miss Hazleton," but asked no questions of any kind; and Marian's heart grew heavier when in answer to her inquiry Morris said, "He has not mentioned you." Mr. J. Cameron, Miss Belle Cameron, were the names on the cards sent to Dr. Grant late that afternoon, and in a few moments he was with the father and sister, asking so anxiously for Wilford, and explaining why Katie was not with them. Wilford was sleeping when they entered his room, his face looking so worn and thin, and his hands folded so helplessly upon his breast, that with a gush of tears Belle knelt beside him, and laying her warm cheek against his bony one, woke him with her sobs. For a moment he seemed bewildered, then recognizing her, he raised his feeble arm, and winding it about her neck, kissed her more tenderly than he had ever done before. Belle was his favorite, and he held her close to him, while his eyes moved past his father, whom he did not see, on to the door as if in quest of someone. It was Katie, and guessing his thoughts, Belle said, "She is not here. She could not come now. She is sick in New York, but will join us in a few days." There was a look of intense disappointment in Wilford's face, which even his father's warm greeting could not dissipate. Next morning Belle was very white, and her voice trembled as she sought her brother's side and asked how he had rested. She had come from a conference with Dr. Morris, who had told her that her brother would die. "He may live a week and he may not," he said, adding solemnly, "As his sister you will tell him of his danger, while there is time to seek the refuge without which death is terrible." "Oh, if I could only pray with and for him," Belle thought, as she went next to her brother, mourning her misspent days and feeling her courage give way, when at last she stood in his presence and met his kindly smile. "I dreamed it was all a dream," he said, "and that you were not here after all. I am so glad to find it real. How long before I can go home, do you suppose?" He had stumbled upon the very thing Belle was there to talk about, his question indicating that he had no suspicion of the truth. Nor had he, and it came like a thunderbolt when Belle, forgetting all her prudence, said impetuously, "Oh, Wilford, maybe you'll never go home. Maybe you'll—" "Not die!" Wilford exclaimed, clasping his hands with sudden emotion. "Not die? You don't mean that? Who told you so? Who said I was near to death?" "Dr. Grant," was Belle's reply. "Dr. Grant?" he repeated. "He says so because he wishes it. He would like me removed from his path, but it shall not be. I will not die. Tell him that. I will not die." And Wilford's voice was hoarse with passion as he raised his clenched fists in the air. He was terribly excited, and in her fright Belle ran for Dr. Grant. But Wilford motioned him back, hurling after him words which kept him from the room the entire day, while the sick man rolled and tossed and raved in the delirium which had returned, and which wore him out so fast. No one had the least influence over him except Marian Hazleton, who, without a glance at Mr. Cameron or Belle, glided to his side, and with her presence and gentle words soothed him into comparative quiet, and he fell into a troubled sleep. Smoothing his pillow, and arranging the bedclothes tidily about him, Marian turned to meet the eyes of both Mr. Cameron and Belle fixed curiously upon her. With a strange feeling of interest they had watched her, both feeling an aversion to addressing her, and both wondering if she were indeed Ginevra, as Katy had affirmed. They would not ask her, and both breathed more freely when, with a bow in acknowledgment of Mr. Cameron's compliment to her skill in quieting his son, she left the room. Neither said what they thought of her, nor was her name once mentioned, but she was not for a moment absent from their minds as they from choice sat that night with Wilford, who slept off his delirium, and lay with his face turned from them, so that they could not guess by its expression what was passing in his mind. All the next day he maintained the most frigid silence, answering only in monosyllables. Just at nightfall he startled Bell by asking that Dr. Grant be sent for. "Please leave me alone with him," he said, when Dr. Morris came. Then turning to Morris, as the door closed upon his father and his sister, he said abruptly, "Pray for me, if you can pray for one who yesterday hated you so for saying he must die." Earnestly, fervently, Morris prayed as for a dear brother, and when he finished, Wilford's faint "Amen" sounded through the room. "I am not right yet," the pale lips whispered as Morris sat down beside him. "Not right with God, I mean. I've sometimes said there was no God, but I did not believe it, and now I know there is. He has been moving upon me all the day, driving out my bitterness toward you, and causing me to send for you at last. Do you think there is hope for me? I have much to be forgiven." "Though your sins be as scarlet, they shall be white as snow," Morris replied. And then, oh how earnestly he tried to point that erring man to the Lamb of God, who taketh away the sins of the world, convincing him that there was hope even for him, and leaving him with the conviction that God would surely finish the good work begun, nor suffer this soul to be lost which had turned to him even at the 11th hour. Wilford knew his days were numbered, and he talked freely of it to his father and sister the next morning when they came to him. He did not say that he was ready or willing to die, only that he must, and he asked them to forget, when he was gone, all that had ever been amiss in him as a son and a brother. "I was too proud, too selfish, to make others happy," he said. "I thought it all over yesterday, and the past came back again so vividly, especially the part connected with Katy. Oh, Katy, I did abuse her," and a bitter sob attested the genuineness of Wilford's grief for his treatment of Katy. "I thought, because I took her from a lower walk of life than mine, that she was bound by every tie of gratitude to do just what I said, and I set myself at work to crush her every feeling and impulse which savored of her early home. I broke Katy's heart, and now I must die without telling her I am sorry. But you'll tell her, father, and you too, Belle, how dying, I tried to pray, but could not for thought of my sin to her. But after I am gone, and the duties of the world have closed up the gap I shall leave, I see a brighter future for her than her past has been, and you may tell her I am—" He could not then say, "I am willing." Few husbands could have done so then, and he was not an exception. Wholly exhausted, he lay quiet for a moment, and when he spoke again it was of Ginevra. Even here he did not try to screen himself. He was the one to blame, he said. Ginevra was true, was innocent, as he ascertained too late. "Would you like to see her if she were living?" came to Belle's lips, but the fear that it would be too great a shock prevented their utterance. He had no suspicion of her presence, and it was best he should not. Katy was the one uppermost in his mind, and in the letter Belle sent to her the next day he tried to write, "Good-bye, my darling," but the words were scarcely legible, and his nerveless hand fell helpless at his side as he said, "She will never know the effort it cost me, nor hear me say that I hope I am forgiven. It came to me last night, the peace for which I've sought so long, and Dr. Grant has prayed, and now the way is not so dark, but Katy will not know." 48. Last hours. Katy would know, for she was coming to him on the morrow, as a brief telegram announced, and Wilfred's face grew brighter with thoughts of seeing her. He knew when the train was due, and with nervous restlessness he asked repeatedly what time it was, reducing the hours to minutes, and counting his own pulses to see if he would last so long. "Save me, doctor," he whispered to Morris. "Keep me alive till Katie comes. I must see Katie again." And Morris, tenderer than a brother, did all he could to keep the feeble breath from going out ere Katie came. "I must have clean linen on my bed, and on my person, too," Wilfred said, "for Katie is coming, and I must not look repulsive." The clean white linen was brought, and when it was arranged a smile of childish satisfaction crept around the lips, as Wilfred said, "Katie can kiss me now. She is not accustomed to hospital fare, you know." His mind seemed slightly to wander, but when the hour came for the arrival of the train he knew it, asking eagerly, "Do you suppose she's come?" and straining his ear to catch the sound of the distant whistle. Dr. Morris had gone to meet her, and the time fled on apace until at last his step was heard, and Wilfred, lifting up his head, listened for that other step, which, alas, was not there. "The train is behind time several hours," was Morris's report, and with a moan Wilfred turned away and wept, thinking by some strange chance of that day when at the farmhouse others had waited for Katie as he was doing, and waited, too, in vain. Truly they of the farmhouse were avenged, for never had they felt so bitter a pang as Wilfred did when he knew Katie had not come. "It's right," he said, when he could trust himself to speak. "But I did want to see her. Tell her I am willing." The last seemed wrung from him almost against his will. Only Belle and her father guessed what he meant by being willing. Morris had no idea, but he wiped the death sweat away, and said soothingly, "Be quiet, and you may see her yet. She will surely come." Thus reassured, Wilfred grew calm and fell asleep, while the watchers by his side waited anxiously for the first sound which should herald the arrival of the train. It was dark in the hospital, and from every window a light was shining, when Morris carried rather than led a quivering figure up the stairs and through the hall, where in a corner Marion Hazleton's white face looked out upon him, her hands clasped over her heart, and working nervously as she watched Katie going where she must not go, going to the room where the Camerons were. When Katie came in she moved away, as did her father, while Morris too stepped back into the hall, and thus the husband and wife were left alone in this their first meeting since the parting at Yonkers nearly 1 year ago. "Katie, precious Katie, you have forgiven me," he whispered, and the rain of tears and kisses on his face was Katie's answer as she hung over him. She had forgiven him like a true, faithful wife, and she told him so, when she found voice to talk, wondering to find him so changed from the proud, exacting, self-worshipping man to the humble, repentant, and self-accusing person who took all blame of the past to himself, and exonerated her from every fault. But when he drew her close to him and whispered something in her ear, she knew whence came the change, and a reverent "Thank the good Father" dropped from her lips. "The way was dark and thorny," Wilfred said, making her sit down where he could see her as he talked. "And only for God's goodness I should have lost the path. But he sent one Morris Grant to point the road, and I trust I am in it now. I wanted to see you before I died, to tell you with my own lips how sorry I am for what I made you suffer, but sorriest of all for sending baby away. Oh, Katie, you do not know how that rested upon my conscience, or how often in my sleep upon the tented plain or hillside I have felt again the touch of baby's arms and baby's cheek against my own, as I felt it that day when I came home and took her from you. Forgive me, Katie, that I robbed you of your child." He was growing very weak, and he looked so white and ghastly that Katie called for Belle, who came at once, as did her father, and the three stood together around the bedside of the dying, Katie with his cold hand in hers, and occasionally bending down to hear his whispered words of love and deep contrition. "You will remember me, Katie," he said, "but you cannot mourn me for always. and sometime in the future you will cease to be my widow. And, Katie, I am willing. I wanted to tell you this, so that no thought of me should keep you from a life where you will be happier than I have made you." Wholly bewildered, Katie made no reply, and Wilfred was silent a few moments, in which he seemed partially asleep. Then, rousing up, he said, "You wrote me once that Ginevra was not dead. Did you mean it, Katie?" Frightened and bewildered, Katie turned appealingly to her father in law, who answered for her. "She meant it. Ginevra is not dead," while a blood-red flush stained Wilfred's face, and his thin fingers beat the bedspread thoughtfully. "I fancied once that she was here, that she was the nurse the boys praise so much. But that was a delusion," he said, and without a thought of the result, Katie asked impetuously, "If she were here, would you care to see her?" There was a startled look on Wilfred's face, and he grasped Katie's hand nervously, his frame trembling with the dread of the great shock which he felt impending over him. "Is she here? Was the nurse Ginevra?" he asked. Then, as his mind went back to the past, he answered his own question by asserting, "Marion Hazleton is Ginevra." They did not contradict him, nor did he ask to see her. With Katie there, he felt he had better not, but after a moment he continued, "It is all so strange. I do not comprehend how it can be. She has been kind to me. Ah, tell her I thank her for it. I was unjust to her. I have much to answer for." Between each word he uttered now there was a gasp for breath, and Father Cameron opened the window wide to admit the cool night air. But nothing had power to revive him. He was going very fast, Morris said, as he took his stand by the bedside and watched the approach of death. There were no convulsive struggles, only heavy breathings, which grew farther and farther apart, until at last Wilfred drew Katie close to him, and winding his arm around her neck, whispered, "I am almost home, my darling, and all is well. Be kind to Ginevra for my sake. I loved her once, but not as I love you." He never spoke again, and a few minutes later Morris led Katie from the room, and then went out to give his orders for the embalming of the body. In the little room she called her own, Marion Hazleton sat, her beautiful hair disordered, and her eyes dim with the tears she had shed. She knew that Wilfred was dead, for Morris had told her so, and as if his dying had brought back all her olden love, she wept bitterly for the man who had so darkened her life. She did not know that at the last he knew she was so near. She had not expected to see him with Katie present. But now that it was over she might go to him. There could be no harm in that. No one but Morris would know who she was, she thought, and she was making up her mind to go, when there came a timid knock upon the door, and Katie entered, her face very pale, her manner very calm, as she came to Marion, and kneeling down beside her, laid her head in her lap, with the air of a weary child who has sought its mother for rest. "Poor little Katie," Marion said, caressing her golden hair. "Your husband, they tell me, is dead." "Yes," and Katie lifted up her head, and fixing her eyes earnestly upon Marion, continued, "Wilfred is dead, but before he died he left a message for Ginevra Lambert. Will she hear it now?" With a sudden start Marion sprang to her feet, and holding Katie from her, demanded, "Who told you of Ginevra Lambert, and when?" "Wilfred told me months ago, showing me her picture, which I readily recognized," was Katie's answer, and a flush of fear and shame came to Marion's cheek as she continued, "Did he tell you all? And do you hate me as a vile, polluted creature?" "Hate you, Marion? No. I have pitied you so much, knowing you were innocent. Wilfred told me all, but he thought you were dead," Katie said. It is not often two women meet bearing to each other the relations these two bore, and it is not strange that both felt constrained and embarrassed as they stood looking at each other. As Marian's was the stronger nature, so she was the first to rally, and with the tears swimming in her eyes she drew Katie closely to her and said: "Now that he is gone, I am glad you know it. Mine has been a sad, sad life, but God has helped me to bear it. You say he believed me dead. Sometime I will tell you how that came about. But now his message, he left one, you say?" Carefully Katie repeated every word Wilford had said, and with a gasping cry Marian wound her arms around her neck, exclaiming: "And you will love me not because he did once, but because I have suffered so much. You will let me call you Katie when we are alone? It brings you nearer to me." Marian was now the weaker of the two, and it was Katie's task to comfort her, as she sobbed: "He did love me once. He acknowledged it at the last, before them all, his wife, his father, and his sister. Do they know?" she suddenly asked, and when assured that they did, she relapsed into a silent mood, while Katie stole quietly out and left her there alone. Half an hour later a female form passed hurriedly through the hall and across the threshold into the chamber where the dead man lay. There was no one with him now, and Marian was free to weep out the pent-up sorrow of her life, which she did, with choking sobs and passionate words poured into the ear deaf now to every human sound. A step upon the floor startled her, and turning around she stood face to face with Wilford's father, who was regarding her with a look which she mistook for one of reproof. "Forgive me," she said, wringing her hands together. "I know how you despise me, but he was my husband once, and surely now that he is dead you will not begrudge me a few last moments with him, for the sake of the days when he loved me." There were many tender chords in the heart of Father Cameron, and offering Marian his hand, he said: "Far be it from me to refuse you this privilege. I pity you, Ginevra, for I believe he dealt unjustly by you. But I will not censure him now that he is gone. He was my only boy." He released her hand, and Marian fled away, meeting next with Belle, who felt that she must speak to her, but was puzzled what to say. Belle could not define her feelings toward Marian, or why she shrank from approaching her. But she could not resist the mute pleading of the eyes lifted so tearfully to her, as if asking for a nod of recognition, and stopping before her she said softly: "Ginevra." That was all, but it made Ginevra's tears flow in torrents, and she involuntarily held her hand out to Belle, who took it, and holding it between her own, said: "You were very kind to my brother. I thank you for it." This was a good deal for Belle to say, and after it was said she hastened away. That night, in Marian's room, Katie sat and listened to what she did not before know of the strange story kept from her so long. Candidly, Marian confirmed all Wilford had told, breathing no word of blame against him now that he was dead, only stating facts, and leaving Katie to draw her own conclusions. Herself she censured much for fostering that fondness for admiration, so irritating to a jealous man like Wilford. "I knew that I was handsome," she said, "and I liked to test my power. But for that weakness I have been sorely punished. I had not at first any intention of making him believe that I was dead, and when I sent the paper containing the announcement of father's death, I was not aware that it also contained the death of my cousin, a beautiful girl just my age, who bore our grandmother's name of Ginevra, and about whom, and a young English lord who had hunted one season in her father's neighborhood, there were some scandalous reports. Afterward it occurred to me that Wilford would see that notice, and naturally think it referred to me, inasmuch as he knew nothing of my cousin Ginevra, she having spent much of her time in the northern part of Scotland, and he never inquired particularly about my relatives. It was just as well, I said, I was dead to him, and I took a strange satisfaction in wondering if he would care. Incidentally I heard that the postmaster at Alnwick had been written to by an American gentleman, who asked if such a person as Ginevra Lambert was buried at St. Mary's; and then I knew he believed me dead, even though the name appended to the letter was not Wilford Cameron, nor was the writing his, for as the cousin of the dead Ginevra, I asked to see the letter, and my request was granted. It was Mrs. Cameron who wrote it, I am sure, at the instigation probably of her son, signing a feigned name and bidding the postmaster answer to that address. He did so, assuring the inquirer that Geneva Lambert was buried there, and wondering to me if the young American who seemed interested in her could have been a lover of the unfortunate girl. I was now alone in the world, for the aunt with whom my childhood was passed died soon after my father, and so I went at last to learn a trade on the Isle of Wight, emigrating from thence to New York, with the determination in my rebellious heart that sometime, when it would cut the deepest, I would show myself to the proud Camerons whom I so cordially hated. But the greatest shock I ever had came to me when I heard from your sister of his approaching marriage with you. Those were terrible days that I passed at the farmhouse, working on your bridal trousseau, and sometimes I thought it more than I could bear. Had you been other than the little, loving, confiding, trustful girl you were, I must at some time have disclosed the whole, and told you that you would not be the first who had stood at the altar with Wilford. But pity for you, whom I knew loved him so much, kept me silent, and you became his wife. Of what has happened since you know, except indeed how hard it was sometimes for poor weak human nature to see you as happy as you were at first, and then contrast my lot with yours. I loved your baby almost as much as if it had been my own, and when it died there was nothing to bind me to the North, and so I came here, where I hope I have done some good. At least I was here to care for Wilford, and that is a sufficient reward for all the toil which falls to the lot of a hospital nurse. I shall stay until the war is ended, and then go I know not where. It will not be best for us to meet very often, for though we may and do respect each other, neither can forget the past, or that one was the lawful, the other the divorced wife of the same man. I have loved you, Katie Cameron, for your uniform kindness shown to the poor dressmaker. I shall always love you, but our paths lie widely apart. Your future I can predict, but mine God only knows. 49. Mourning. The grand funeral which Mrs. Cameron once had planned for Katie was a reality at last, but the breathless form lying so cold and still in the darkened rooms at No. Fifth Avenue was not Katie's, but that of a soldier embalmed, an only son brought back to his father's house. They had taken him there rather than to his own house, because it was the wish of his mother. But when the whole was over, and in the gray of the wintry afternoon her husband returned from burying his son, there came over her a feeling of such desolation as she had never known; a feeling which drove her at last to the little room upstairs where sat a lonely man, his head bowed upon his hands, as he, too, thought of the vacant parlor below and the new-made grave at Greenwood. "Oh, husband, comfort me, for our only boy is dead," fell from her lips as she tottered to her husband, who opened his arms to receive her, forgetting all the years which had made her the cold, proud woman who needed no sympathy. He did not tell her she was reaping what she had sown, that but for her pride and deception concerning Geneva, Wilford might never have gone to the war, or they been without a son. He did not reproach her at all, but soothed her tenderly, calling her even by her maiden name, and awkwardly smoothing her hair, silvered now with gray, feeling for a moment that Wilford had not died in vain, if by his dying he gave back to his father the wife so lost during the many years since fashion and folly had been the idols which she worshipped. But the habits of years could not be lightly broken, and as time passed on she gradually fell back into her old ways of thinking, and went no more for comfort to her husband as she had on that first night after the burial. With Mr. Cameron the blow struck deeper, and his Wall Street friends talked together of the old man he had grown since Wilford died, while Katie often found him bending over his long neglected Bible as he sat alone in his room at night. For many weeks Katie lingered in New York, and the June roses were blooming when she went back to Silverton, a widow, and the rightful owner of all Wilford's ample fortune. They had found among his papers a will, drawn up and executed not long before his illness, and in which Katie was made his heiress without condition or stipulation. Then as she thought of Marian she crept to Father Cameron's side and said to him, "Let Geneva share it with me. She needs it quite as much." Father Cameron would not permit Katie to divide equally with Marian. It was not just, he said; But he did not object to a few thousand going to her, and before Katie left New York for Silverton, she wrote a long, kind letter to Marian, presenting her with $10,000, which she begged her to accept, not so much as a gift, but as her rightful due. When Marian looked at the pale sufferers around her, and remembered how many that money would help to cheer, she said, "I will keep it." End of chapters 47 through 49. Chapters 50 and 51 of Family Pride by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 50. Prisoners of War. The heat, the smoke, the thunder of the battle were over. The contest had been fearful, and its results carried sorrow and anguish to many a heart waiting for tidings from the war, and looking so anxiously for the names of the loved ones who lay upon the hills and plains of Gettysburg, their faces upturned to the summer sky. And nowhere, perhaps, was there a whiter face or a more anxious heart than at the farmhouse, where both Helen and her mother-in-law were spending the hot July days. Since the Christmas Eve, when Helen had watched her husband going from her across the wintry snow, he had not been back, though several times he had made arrangements to do so. Something, however, had always happened to prevent. Bravely through each disappointment Helen bore herself, but her cheek always grew paler and her eye darker in its hue when the evening papers came, and she read what progress our soldiers had made, feeling that a battle was inevitable, and praying so earnestly that Mark Ray might be spared. Then when the battle was over, and up the northern hills came the dreadful story of thousands and thousands slain, there was a fearful look in her eyes, and her features were rigid as marble. Mark Ray was not with his men when they came from that terrific onslaught. A dozen had seen him fall, struck down by a rebel ball, and that was all she heard for more than a week, when there came another relay of news. Captain Mark Ray was a prisoner of war, with several of his own company. An inmate of Libby Prison, and a sharer from choice of the apartment where his men were confined. As an officer he was entitled to better quarters than the filthy pen where the poor privates were, but Mark Ray had a large warm heart, and he would not desert those who had been so faithful to him, and so he took their fare; and by his genial humor and unwavering cheerfulness, kept many a heart from fainting, and made the prisoner's life more bearable than it could have been without him. To young Tom Tubbs, who had enlisted 6 months before, he was a ministering angel, and many times the poor homesick boy crept to the side of his captain, and laying his burning head on his lap, wept himself to sleep, and dreamed he was at home again. At last, as the frosty days of October came on, they began to hope he might be exchanged, and Helen's face grew bright again, until one day there came a soiled, half-worn letter in Mark's own handwriting. It was the first word received from him since his capture in July, and with a cry of joy Helen snatched it from Uncle Ephraim, for she was still at the farmhouse, and sitting down upon the doorstep just where she had been standing, read the words which Mark had sent to her. He was very well, he said, and had been all the time, but he pined for home, longing for the dear girl wife never so dear as now, when separated by so many miles, with prison walls on every side, and an enemy's line between them. "But be of good cheer, darling," he wrote. "I shall come back to you sometime, and life will be all the brighter for what you suffer now." Far different from this cheerful letter was the one which Tom enclosed in it for his family. A wild, homesick outburst, containing so much of truth that it was strange it was ever permitted to leave the city. Of this letter Helen heard by way of Matty Tubbs, and hope died within her, especially as Tom spoke of their being sent further south as a probable event. "If Mark goes, I shall never see him again," Helen said despairingly. And when at last the message came that Mark had been removed, and that, too, just at the time when an exchange was constantly expected, she gave him up as lost, feeling almost as much widowed as Katie in her weeds. Slowly the winter passed away, and the country was rife with stories of the inhuman treatment of our men, daily dying by hundreds. And Helen, as she listened, grew nearly frantic with the sickening suspense. She did not know now where her husband was. He had made several attempts to escape, and with each failure had been removed to safer quarters, so that the chances now of his being exchanged seemed very far away. Week after week, month after month passed on, until came the memorable battle of the Wilderness, when Lieutenant Bob, as yet unharmed, stood bravely in the thickest of the fight, his tall figure towering above the rest. Lieutenant Bob had taken 2 or 3 furloughs, but the one which had left the sweetest, pleasantest memory in his heart was that of the autumn before, when the crimson leaves of the maple and the golden tints of the beech were burning themselves out on the hills of Silverton, where his furlough was mostly passed, and where, with Belle Cameron, he scoured the length and breadth of Uncle Ephraim's farm, now stopping by the shore of Fairy Pond, and again sitting for hours on a ledge of rocks far up the hill, where Belle said to him the words he had so thirsted to hear: "I love you, Robert Reynolds." Much of Belle's time was passed with Katie at the farmhouse, and here Lieutenant Reynolds found her, accepting readily of Uncle Ephraim's hearty invitation to remain, and spending his entire vacation there, with the exception of 3 days given to his family. Those were halcyon days which Robert passed at Silverton, but one stood out prominently before him, whether sitting by his camp fire or plunging into the battle, and that the one when, casting aside all pride and foolish theories, Belle Cameron freely acknowledged her love for the man to whom she had been so long engaged, and paid him back the kisses she had before refused to give. "I shall be a better soldier for this," Robert had said, as with her hand in his they walked slowly back to the farmhouse, which, on the morrow, he left to take again his place in the army. There were no more furloughs for him after that, and the winter passed away, bringing the spring again, when came that battle in the Wilderness, and like a hero he fought until, becoming separated from his comrades, he fell into the enemy's hands, and 2 days after there sped along the telegraphic wires to New York: "Lieutenant Robert Reynolds captured the first day of the battle." Afterward there came news that Andersonville was his destination, together with many others made prisoners that day. "It is better than being shot, and a great deal better than being burned, as some of the poor wretches were," Juno said, trying to comfort Belle, who doubted a little her sister's word. True, there was now the shadow of hope that he might survive the horrors, the mere recital of which made the strongest heart shiver with dread; but the probabilities were all against it, and Belle's face grew almost as white as Helen's, while her eyes acquired that restless, watchful, anxious look which has crept into the eyes of so many sorrowing women, looking away to the southward, where the dear ones were languishing in rebel prisons. 51. Dr. Grant. Morris had served out his time as surgeon in the army, had added to it an extra 6 months, and by his humanity, his skill and Christian kindness, made for himself a name which would be long remembered by the living, to whom he had ministered so carefully, while many a dying soldier had blessed him for pointing out the way which leadeth to the life everlasting; and in many a mourning family his name was a household word, for the good he had done to a dying son and brother. But Morris's hospital work was over. He had gone a little too far, incurring too much risk, until his own strength had failed from long continued toil, and now in the month of June, when Linwood was bright with the early summer blossoms, he was coming back, with health greatly impaired and a dark cloud before his vision, so that he could not see how beautiful his home was looking, or gaze into the faces of those who waited so anxiously to welcome again their beloved physician. Blind, some said he was, but the few lines sent to Helen announcing the day of his arrival contradicted that report. His eyes were very much diseased, his amanuensis wrote, but he trusted that the pure air of his native hills, and the influence of old scenes and associations, would soon effect a cure. "If not too much trouble," he added, "please see that the house is made comfortable, and have John meet me on Friday at the station." Helen had just returned from New York, where she could not remain any longer, for the scenes of gaiety in which she was sometimes compelled to mingle were utterly distasteful to her, and she longed for the seclusion of the farmhouse and the quiet there is among the hills. She was glad Morris was coming home, for he always did her good; he could comfort her better than any other, unless it were Katie, whose loving, gentle words of hope were very soothing to her. "Poor Morris!" she sighed, as she finished his letter, and then took it to the family sitting upon the pleasant piazza, which, at Katie's expense and her own, had been added to the house overlooking Fairy Pond and the pleasant hills beyond. "Morris is coming home," she said, as Aunt Betsy asked, "What news?"
He will be here on Friday, and he wishes us to see that all things are in order at Linwood for his reception. His eyes are badly diseased, but he is not blind, and he hopes that coming back to us will cure him," she added, glancing aside at Katy, who sat upon a step of the piazza, her hands folded together upon her lap, and her blue eyes looking far off into the fading sunset, just as Evangeline sits looking down the Mississippi River. When she heard Morris's name she turned her head a little, so that the ripple of her golden hair was more distinctly visible beneath the silken net she wore, and a deep tinge of red dyed her cheeks; but she made no comment, or showed by any sign that she heard what they were saying. Katy was very lovely and consistent in her young widowhood, and not a whisper of gossip had the Silvertonians coupled with her name since she came to them, leaving her husband in Greenwood. There had been no parading of her grief before the public, or assumption of greater sorrow than many others had known; but the soberness of her demeanor, and the calm subdued expression of her face, attested to what she had suffered. 16 months had passed since Wilfred died, and she still wore her deep mourning weeds, except the widow's cap, which at her mother's and Aunt Betsy's earnest solicitations she had laid aside, substituting in its place a simple net, which confined her waving hair and kept it from breaking out in flowing curls, as it was disposed to do. Against this fashion Aunt Betsy also inveighed. "Couldn't a body curl their hair when nature intended it to curl, and mourn a plenty too?" For her part, she believed it "people's duty to look as well as they could, mournin' or not mournin', and Katy couldn't look much wuss than she did, with her hair shoved back under that net, unless it was when she wore that heathenish cap, which made her look so like a grandmother." This was Aunt Betsy's opinion, but to others there was something singularly sweet and beautiful in the childish face, from which the golden hair was brushed back so plainly, waving softly about the forehead, and occasionally escaping from its confinement in a graceful curl, which Katy suffered to remain for Aunt Betsy's sake. Katy had never been prettier than she was now in her mature womanhood, and to the poor and sorrowful, whose homes she cheered so often, she was an angel of goodness. Truly she had been purified by suffering; the dross had been burned out, and only the gold remained, shedding its brightness on all with which it came in contact. They would miss her at the farmhouse now far more than they did when she first went away, for she made the sunshine of their home, filling Helen's place when she was in New York, and when she came back, proving to her a stay and comforter. Indeed, but for Katy's presence, Helen often felt that she could not endure the sickening suspense and doubt which hung so darkly over her husband's fate. "He is alive. He will come back," Katy always said, and from her perfect faith Helen too caught a glimpse of hope. Could they have forgotten Mark, they would have been happy at the farmhouse now, for with the budding spring and blossoming summer, Katy's spirits had returned, and her old musical laugh rang often through the house, just as it used to do in the happy days of girlhood; while the same silvery voice which led the choir in the brick church, and sang with the little children their Sunday hymns, often broke forth into snatches of songs, which made even the robins listen, as they built their nests in the trees; while Uncle Ephraim, far from condemning this lightness of spirits, thanked God who had brought his darling safely through the cloud to where the sun was shining. If Katy thought of Morris, she never spoke of him when she could help it. It was a morbid fancy to which she clung. That duty to Wilfred's memory required her to forget, or at least avoid the man who had so innocently come between them; and when she heard he was coming home she felt more pain than sorrow. She liked going up to Linwood, as she often did. Its quiet seclusion, and the beauty of its grounds, suited her taste, and she often passed hours in the pleasant summer house, or on the broad piazza, dreaming sometimes of the past, and sometimes, it must be confessed, dreaming of a future, and wondering what it would bring her when Mark came back, as come he would, and Helen was gone for good. She would be very lonely with people so much older than herself, and who did not understand the different tastes and ways of thinking which she had acquired. She was very happy at the farmhouse, it is true, and loved its inmates with a deep unselfish love, but Helen's frequent absences from home showed her that even the farmhouse could be dreary with no congenial spirit to sympathize with her as Helen did. Matters were in this state when news came of Morris's intended return, and Katy, sitting on the piazza step,
and gazing dreamily into the crimson clouds piled against the western sky, seemed not to hear what her sister was saying. She did hear, however, and the blood leaped more swiftly through her veins for a moment, as she thought of Morris at Linwood just as he used to be. But when she remembered Wilford's words, "He confessed that he loved you," she felt only a nervous dread of Morris's coming, and forthwith set to work to fortify herself at every point with a stricture of reserve which she was far from feeling. The day of his return was balmy and beautiful as the days of June are apt to be, and at an early hour Helen went over to Linwood to see that everything was in order for his arrival. "Mrs. Hull will have dinner waiting for him, and I shall stay," she said to Katy, adding, "I wish you would come over too. Morris will feel grateful, I know." Katy did not reply, but struck softly the chords of the piano and thought how foolish she was to feel as she did. Suppose Morris had loved her once, he probably did not now, and even if he did, it could do no good, for she was the same as dead to all that kind of thing. She had tried matrimony and found it, she did not say what. She never allowed herself to think an unkind thing of Wilford if she could help it, but a tear dropped upon the piano keys as she unconsciously hummed a part of the song commencing, "I would not, no, I would not, recall the past again, for mingled with the pleasure was too much grief and pain." Katy's tears were falling fast by the time the song was ended, but she dashed them away and sprang from the stool, exclaiming, "Crying because Morris is coming home! Poor, worn-out, half-blind Morris, who has done so much for the soldiers! I will go up and welcome him. I will not be so silly as to imagine he still retains a fancy for an old woman of 23, even if he had one for the girl of 17." Katy felt very old just then, and walking to the glass was almost vexed at the smooth, round face which met her view. "I ought to look older at 23," she said. "Morris will think I have not mourned a bit, nor cared for Wilford." And another tear glistened on her eyelashes as she thought of being accused of forgetfulness of the dead. Katy did look very young for 23. Her health was perfect now, and save as the change in her character showed itself upon her face, she had scarcely changed at all since the day when she came home from Canandaigua, with her heart and head so full of him who now lay sleeping in Greenwood. "I know what's the matter. It's the net," she said, frowning disapprovingly upon the silken meshes which confined her hair. "Yes, it's nothing but this net which makes me look so young. Every schoolgirl wears one, and I have followed the fashion, letting it hang down my back in a way very unbecoming to a widow of my age. I'll take it off, or at all events I won't wear it to Linwood," and tossing aside the offending net, Katy bound her luxuriant hair in bands which she coiled around the back of her head, and then put on the widow's cap, discarded so many months, and from which she shrank a little as she surveyed herself in the glass. It was not exactly unbecoming. Nothing could be unbecoming to that fair, open face, which surrounded by the white border looked much like a sweet baby's face, except that it was older. But it was now so long since Katy had seen anything of the kind, and as habit is everything, she was not quite as well pleased with her headgear as in New York, where such things were common. Nevertheless, she would wear it to Linwood, and she went for her round straw hat, but alas, the sun hat which made her look so frightfully young was not made for the widow's cap, and casting it aside, Katy threw a thick black veil over her head, and then stepping to the door of the room where her mother and Aunt Betsy were busy at work, she said, "I am going to Linwood, and shall stay there to dinner." "In the name of the people, what has that child rigged herself out in that shape for?" Aunt Betsy exclaimed, letting fall the knife with which she was chopping cheese curd, and staring in astonishment. "I'd enough sight rather you'd frizzle your hair over rats, as Helen does, making herself look like some horned critter, than wear that heathenish thing. Why do you do it, Catherine?" Catherine could not tell her, and laughing merrily at her aunt's animadversions against her own and Helen's style of hair-dressing, she hurried away across the fields to Linwood. Aunt Betsy's surprise was in a measure shared by Helen, who, understanding Katy better, made no comments on her appearance, but smiled quietly at the air of matronly dignity which Katy had assumed, and which really sat so prettily upon her as she went from room to room to see what had been done, lingering longest in Morris's own apartment, opening from the library, where she made some alterations in the arrangement of the furniture, putting one chair a little more to the right, and pushing a stand or table to the left, just as her artistic eye dictated. By some oversight no flowers had been put in there, but Katy gathered an exquisite bouquet and left it on the mantel, just where she remembered to have seen flowers when Morris was at home. "He will be tired," she said. "He will lie down after dinner," and she laid a few sweet English violets upon the pillow, thinking their perfume might be grateful to him, after the pent-up air of the hospital and cars. "He will think Helen put them there, or Mrs. Hull," she thought, as she stole softly out and shut the door behind her, glancing next at the clock, and feeling a little impatient that a whole hour must elapse before they could expect him. Poor Morris! He did not dream how anxiously he was waited for at home, nor yet of the crowd assembled at the depot to welcome back the loved physician whom they had missed so much, and whose name they had so often heard coupled with praise as a true hero, even though his post was not in the front of the battle. Thousands had been cared for by him, their gaping wounds dressed skillfully, their aching heads soothed tenderly, and their last moments made happier by the words he spoke to them of the world to which they were going, where there is no more war or shedding of man's blood. In the churchyard at Silverton there were 3 soldiers' graves, whose pale occupants had each died with Dr. Grant's hand held tightly in his, as if afraid that he would leave them before the dark river was crossed, while in more than one Silverton home there was a wasted form on which the soldier coat hung loosely, who never tired of telling Dr. Morris's praise and dwelling on his goodness. But Dr. Morris was not thinking of this, as faint and sick, with the green shade before his eyes, he leaned against the pile of shawls his companion had placed for his back, and wondered if they were almost there. "I smell the pond lilies. We must be near Silverton," he said, and a sigh escaped his lips as he thought of coming home and not being able to see it or the woods and fields around it. "Thy will be done," he had said many times since the fear first crept into his heart that for him the light had faded. But now, when home was almost reached, and he began to breathe the air from the New England hills and the perfume of the New England lilies, the flesh rebelled again, and he cried out within himself, "Oh, I cannot be blind! God will not deal thus by me," while keen as the cut of a sharpened knife was the pang with which he thought of Katy, and wondered would she care if he were blind. Just then the long train stopped at Silverton, and, led by his attendant, he stepped feebly into the crowd, which sent up deafening cheers for Dr. Grant come home again. At the sight of his helplessness, however, a feeling of awe fell upon them, and whispering to each other, "I did not suppose he was so bad," they pressed around him, offering their hands and anxiously inquiring how he was. "I have been sick, but I shall get better now. The very sound of your friendly voices does me good, even though I cannot see you distinctly," he said, as he went slowly to his carriage, led now by Uncle Ephraim, who could not keep back his tears as he saw how weak Morris was, panting for breath as he leaned back among the cushions. It was very pleasant that afternoon, and Morris enjoyed the drive so much, assuring Uncle Ephraim that he was growing better every moment. He did seem stronger when at last the carriage stopped at Linwood, and his step was more rapid as he went up the steps where Helen, Katy, and Mrs. Hull were waiting for him. He could not see them sufficiently to distinguish one from the other, but even without the aid of her voice he would have known when Katy's hand was put in his, it was so small, so soft, and trembled so as he held it. Her cap had been worn for nothing, nor did she think of it in her sorrow at finding him so helpless. Pity was the strongest feeling of which she was conscious, and it manifested itself in various ways. "Let me lead you, Cousin Morris," she said, as she saw him groping his way to his room, and without waiting for his reply, she held his hand again in hers, and led him to his room, where the sweet English violets were. "I used to lead you, Katy," Morris said, as he took his seat by the window, "and I little thought then that you would one day return the compliment. It is very hard to be blind." The tone of his voice was inexpressibly sad, but his smile was as cheerful as ever as his face turned toward Katy, who could not answer for her tears. It seemed so terrible to see a strong man so stricken, and that strong man Morris. Terrible to watch him in his helplessness, trying to appear as of old so as to cast on others no part of the shadow resting so darkly on himself. When dinner was over and the sun began to decline, many of his former friends came in, but he looked so pale and weary that they did not tarry long, and when the last one was gone, Morris was led back to his room, which he did not leave again until the summer was over, and the luscious fruits of September were ripening upon the trees. Toward the middle of July, Helen, whose health was suffering from her restless anxiety concerning Mark, was taken by Mrs. Banker to Nahant, where Mark's sister Mrs. Ernst was spending the summer, and thus on Katie alone fell the duty of paying to Morris those little acts of sisterly attentions such as no other member of the family knew how to pay. In the room where he lay so helpless Katie was not afraid of him, nor did she deem herself faithless to Wilford's memory, because each day found her at Linwood, sometimes bathing Morris's inflamed eyes, sometimes bringing him the cooling drink, and again reading to him by the hour, until, soothed by the music of her voice, he would fall away to sleep, and dream it was an angel there with him. "My eyes are getting better," he said to her one day toward the latter part of August, when she came as usual to his room. "I knew last night that Mrs. Hull's dress was blue, and I saw the sun shine through the shutters. Soon, very soon, I hope to see you, Katie, and know if you have changed." She was standing close by him, and as he talked he raised his hand as if to rest it upon her head, but with a sudden movement Katie eluded the touch and stepped a little farther from him. She did not go to Linwood the next day nor the next; and when she went again there was in her manner a shade more of dignity which had both amused and interested Morris. He did not know for certain that Wilford had told Katie of the confession made that memorable night when her recovery seemed so doubtful, but he more than half suspected it from the shyness of her manner, and from the various excuses she now made for not coming to Linwood every day, as she had heretofore done. "You do not need me as much as you did," she said to him one morning in September, when he complained of his loneliness, and told how he had waited for her the previous day until night shut down, and he knew she would not come. "You can see better than you did. You are able to sit up all day, and walk about a little, so if I come I am not needed." And seating herself at a respectful distance from him, Katie folded her white hands demurely over her black dress, after having first adjusted the cap worn constantly since the time when she learned that Morris's sight was improving. "I sometimes think I need you more than I did then, and if you must stay away now, I am ungrateful enough to wish you had not come at all," Morris replied, and Katie's cheeks burned crimson as she felt that the dim eyes, seen through the green shades, were trying to study her as they had not studied her before. "What is that on your head?" Morris asked, rather abruptly. "I have tried to make it out, wondering if it were a handkerchief, and why it was worn." "It is my cap, the widow's cap, worn for Wilford's sake," was the reply, which silenced Morris for that time, making him feel that between Katie Lennox, the girl, and Katie Cameron, the widow, there was a vast difference, and awakening in his heart a fear lest Wilford Cameron dead should prove as strong a rival as Wilford living had been. In his great pity for Katie when she was first a widow, Morris had scarcely remembered that she was free, or if it did flash upon his mind he thrust the thought aside as injustice to the dead. But as the months and the year went by, and he heard constantly from Helen of Katie's increasing cheerfulness, it was not in his nature never to think of what might be, and more than once he had prayed that, if consistent with his father's will, that the woman he had loved so well should be his yet. If not, he would go his way alone, just as he had always done, knowing that it was right. Such was the state of Morris's mind when he returned from Washington, but now it was somewhat different. The weary weeks of sickness during which Katie had ministered to him so kindly had not been without their effect, and if Morris had loved the frolicsome childlike Katie Lennox much, he loved far more the gentle, beautiful woman whose character had been so wonderfully developed by suffering, and who was now far more worthy of his love than in her early girlhood. "I cannot lose her now," was the thought constantly in Morris's mind, as he experienced more and more how desolate were the days which did not bring her to him. "It is 20 months just since Wilford died, and George Washington asked Martha Custis for her hand within less time than that after her husband's death. he said to himself one wet October afternoon, when he sat listening dreamily to the patter of the rain falling upon the windows, and looking occasionally across the fields to the farmhouse, in the vain hope of spying in the distance the little airy form, which, in its waterproof ant cloud, had braved worse storms than this at the time he was so ill. But no such figure appeared. He hardly expected it would, but he watched the pathway just the same, and the smoke wreaths rising so high above the farmhouse. The deacon burned out his chimney that day, and Morris, whose sight had greatly improved of late, knew it by the dense black volume of smoke, mingled with rings of fire, which rose above the roof, remembering so well another rainy day 20 years ago, when the deacon's chimney was cleaned, and a little toddling girl in scarlet gown and white pinafore had amused herself with throwing into the blazing fire upon the hearth a straw at a time, almost upsetting herself with standing so far back, and making such efforts to reach the flames. A great deal had passed since then. The little girl in the pinafore had been both wife and mother. She was a widow now, and Morris glanced across his hearth toward the empty chair he had never seen in imagination filled by any but herself. Surely she would some day be his own, and, leaning his head upon the cane he carried, he prayed earnestly for the good he coveted, keeping his head down so long that, until it had left the strip of woods and emerged into the open fields, he did not see the figure, wrapped in waterproof and hood, with a huge umbrella over its head and a basket upon its arm, which came picking its way daintily toward the house, stopping occasionally, and lifting up the little high-heeled Balmoral which the mud was ruining so completely. Katie was coming to Linwood. It had been a baking day at the farmhouse, and remembering how much Morris used to love her custards, Aunt Betsy had prepared him some which she warranted to "melt in his mouth," and then asked Katie to take them over, so he could have them for tea. "The rain won't hurt you an atom," she said, as Katie began to demur and glance at the lowering sky. "You can wear your waterproof boots and my shaker if you like, and I do so want Morris to have them to-night." Thus importuned, Katie consented to go, but declined the loan of Aunt Betsy's shaker, which, being large of the kind, and capeless too, was not the most becoming headgear a woman could wear. With the basket of custards and cup of jelly she made herself, Katie finally started forth, Aunt Betsy saying to her as in the door she stopped to take up her dress, "It must be dreadful lonesome for Morris to-day. S'posen you stay to supper with him, and when it's growin' dark I'll come over for you. You'll find the custards fust rate." Katie did not think it very probable that she would stay to tea with Morris, but she made no reply and walked away, while Aunt Betsy went back to the coat she was patching for her brother, saying to herself, "I'm bound to fetch that round. It's a shame for two young folks, just fitted to each other, to live apart when they might be so happy, with Hannah and Lucy and me close by to see to 'em, and allus make their soap, and see to the butcherin', besides savin' Pennyroyal and catnip for the children, if there was any." Aunt Betsy had turned matchmaker in her old age, and day and night she planned how to bring about the match between Morris and Katie. That they were made for each other she had no doubt. From something which Helen inadvertently let fall, she had guessed that Morris wanted Katie prior to her marriage with Wilford. She had suspected as much before, she was sure of it now, and straightway put her wits at work "to make it go," as she expressed it. But Katie was too shy to suit her, and since Morris's convalescence had stayed too much from Linwood. To-day, however, Aunt Betsy "felt it in her bones" that if properly managed something would happen, and the custards were but the means to the desired end. With no suspicion whatever of the good dame's intentions, Katie picked her way to Linwood, and leaving her damp garments in the hall, lest Morris should take cold, went at once into the library, where he was sitting near to a large chair kept sacred for her, his face looking unusually cheerful, and the room unusually pleasant with the bright wood fire on the hearth. She knew he was glad she had come, that he thought more of her being there than of the custard she brought him. "I have been so lonely, with no company but the rain," he said, pushing the chair a little toward her, and bidding her sit near the fire where she could dry her feet. Katie obeyed, and sat down so near to him that had he chose he might have touched her head, which this day was minus cap or even net, the golden hair combed back and fastened in heavy coils low down on her neck, giving to her a very girlish appearance, as Morris thought, for he could see her now, and while she dried her feet he looked at her eagerly, wondering that the fierce storm she had encountered had left so few traces upon her face. Just about the mouth there was a deep-cut line, but this was all. The remainder of the face was fair and smooth as in her early girlhood, and far more beautiful, just as her character was lovelier and more to be admired. Morris had done well to wait if he could win her now. Perhaps he thought so, too, and this was why his spirits became so gay as he kept talking to her, suggesting at last that she should stay to tea. The rain was falling in torrents when he made the proposition. She could not go then, even had she wished it, and though it was earlier than his usual tea time, Morris at once rang for Mrs. Hull, and ordered that the tea be served in there as soon as possible.
"I ought not to stay. It is not proper, and my cap at home, too,"
Katy kept thinking as she fidgeted in her chair, and watched the girl setting the table so cosily for two, and occasionally deferring some debatable point to her as if she were mistress there.
"Shall we have some thin slices of cold chicken to go with the jelly?"
she asked, looking at Katy, who answered in the affirmative, wishing she was at home, and deploring again the absence of her cap. "You can go now, Rickie," Morris said, when the boiling water was poured into the silver kettle, and the tea was on the table. "If we need you, we will ring." With a vague wonder as to who would toast the doctor's bread and butter it, Rickie departed, and the two were left together. It was Katy who toasted the bread, kneeling upon the marble hearth, nearly blistering her hands, burning her face, and scorching the bread in her nervousness at the novel position in which she so unexpectedly found herself. It was Katy, too, who prepared Morris's tea, and tried to eat, but could not. She was not hungry, she said, and the custard was the only thing she tasted, besides the tea, which she sipped at frequent intervals, so as to make Morris think she was eating more than she was. But Morris was not deceived, nor yet disheartened. Possibly she suspected his intention, and if so, the sooner he reached the point the better. So when the tea equipage was put away and she began again to speak of going home, he said, "No, Katy, you can't go yet, till I have said what's in my mind to say," and laying his hand upon her shoulder he made her sit down beside him, and listen while he told her the love he had borne for her long before she knew the meaning of the word, as she knew it now, of the struggle to keep that love in bounds after its indulgence was a sin, of his temptations and victories, of his sincere regret for Wilford, and of his deep respect for her grief, which made her for a time as a sister to him. But that time had passed. She was not his sister now, nor ever could be again. She was Katy, dearer, more precious, more desired even than before another called her wife, and he asked her to be his, to come up there to Linwood, and live with him, making the rainy days brighter, balmier than the sunniest had ever been, and helping him in his work of caring for the poor and sick around them. Will Katy come? Will she be the wife of Cousin Morris? There was a world of pathos and pleading in the voice which asked this question, just as there was a world of tenderness in the manner in which Morris smoothed and caressed and fondled the bowed head resting on the chair arm. And Katy felt it all, understanding what it was to be offered such a love as Morris offered, but only comprehending in part what it would be to refuse that love. For, alas, her blinded judgment said she must refuse it. Had there been no sad memories springing from that grave in Greenwood, no bitter reminiscences connected with her married life, had Wilford never heard of Morris's love and taunted her with it so often, she might perhaps consent, for she craved the rest there would be with Morris to lean upon. But the happiness was too great for her to accept. It would seem too much like faithlessness to Wilford, too much as if it had been right when he charged her with preferring Morris to himself. "It cannot be, oh, Morris, it cannot be," she sobbed, when he pressed her for an answer. "Don't ask me why. Don't ever mention it again, for I tell you it cannot be. My answer is final. It cannot be. I am sorry for you, so sorry. I wish you had never loved me, for it cannot be." She writhed herself from the arms which tried to detain her, and rising to her feet, left the room suddenly, and throwing on her wrappings, quitted the house without another word, leaving basket and umbrella behind, and never knowing she had left them, or how the rain was pouring down upon her unsheltered person until, as she entered the narrow strip of woodland, she was met by Aunt Betsy, who exclaimed at seeing her, and asked:
"What has become of your umbrella? Your silk one, too? It's hopeful you haven't lost it. What has happened to you?"
And coming closer to Katy, Aunt Betsy looked searchingly in her face. It was not so dark that she could not see the traces of recent tears, and instinctively suspecting their nature, she continued:
"Catherine, have you gi'n Morris the mitten?" "Aunt Betsy, is it possible that you and Morris contrived this plan?" Katy asked, half indignantly, as she began in part to understand her aunt's great anxiety for her to visit Linwood that afternoon. "Morris had nothing to do with it," Aunt Betsy replied. "It was my doin's wholly, and this is the thanks I get. You quarrel with him and get mad at me, who thought only of your good. Catherine, you know you like Morris Grant, and if he asked you to have him, why don't you?"
"I can't, Aunt Betsy. I can't, after all that has passed. It would be unjust to Wilford."
"Unjust to Wilford? Fiddlesticks!"
was Aunt Betsy's expressive reply, as she started on toward Linwood, saying that she was going after the umberel before it got lost, with nobody there to tend to things as they should be tended to.
"Have you any word to send?"
she asked, hoping Katy had relented. But Katy had not; and with a toss of her head which shook the raindrops from her capeless shaker, Aunt Betsy went on her way, and was soon confronting Morris, sitting just where Katy had left him, and looking very pale and sad. He was not glad to see Aunt Betsy; he would rather be alone until such time as he could control himself, and still his throbbing heart. But with his usual affability he bade Aunt Betsy sit down, shivering a little when he saw her in the chair where Katy had sat, her thin, angular body presenting a striking contrast to the graceful, girlish figure which had been there an hour since, and the huge India rubbers she held up to the fire, as unlike as possible to the boot of fairy dimensions he had admired so much when it was drying on the hearth.
"I met Catherine," Aunt Betsy began, "and mistrusted at once that something was to pay, for a girl don't leave her umberel in such a rain and go cryin' home for nothin'."
Morris colored, resenting for an instant this interference by a third party; but Aunt Betsy was so honest and simple hearted that he could not be angry long, and listened calmly while she continued:
"I have not lived 60-odd years for nothing, and I know the signs pretty well. I've been through the mill myself."
Here Aunt Betsy's voice grew lower in its tone, and Morris looked up with real interest while she went on:
"There's Joel Upham, you know Joel, keeps a tin shop now, and seats the folks in meetin'. He asked me once for my company, and to be smart I told him no when all the time I meant yes, thinkin' he would ask again, but he didn't, and the next I knew he was keepin' company with Patty Adams, now his wife. I remember I snivelled a little at being taken at my word, but it served me right for saying one thing when I meant another. However, it don't matter now. Joel is as clever as the day is long, but he is a shiftless critter, never splits his kindlin's till just bedtime, and Patty is pestered to death for wood, while his snorin' nights she says is awful, and that I never could abide. So on the whole I'm better off than Patty."
Morris laughed a loud, hearty laugh, which did him good, and emboldened his visitor to say more than she had intended saying.
"You just ask her again. Once ain't nothin' at all, and she'll come, too. She likes you. 'Tain't that which made her say no. It's some foolish idea about faithfulness to Wilford, as if he deserved that she should be faithful. They never orter have had one another, never. And now that he is well in heaven, as I do suppose he is, it ain't I who hanker for him to come back. Neither does Katy, and all she needs is a little urging to tell you yes. So ask her again, will you?"
"I think it very doubtful." "Katy knew what she was doing, and meant what she said," Morris replied; and with the consoling remark that if young folks would be fools it was none of her business to bother with them, Aunt Betsy pinned her shawl across her chest, and hunting up both basket and umbrella, bade Morris good night, and went back across the fields to the farmhouse, hearing from Mrs. Lennox that Katy had gone to bed with a racking headache.
"Just the way I felt when I heard about Joel and Patty,"
Aunt Betsy said to herself, and as she remembered what had helped her then, so 15 minutes later she appeared at Katy's bedside, with a cup of strong sage tea, which she made Katy swallow, telling her it was good for her complaint. To prevent being urged and annoyed, Katy drank the tea, and then, without a question concerning Aunt Betsy's call at Linwood, lay down upon her pillow, asking to be left alone.
End of chapters 50 and 51.
Chapters 52 and 53 of Family Pride by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 52. Katy. "Are you of the same mind still?" Helen asked, when 3 weeks later she returned from New York, and at the hour for retiring sat in her chamber watching Katy as she brushed her wavy hair, occasionally curling a tress around her fingers and letting it fall upon her snowy nightdress. They had been talking of Morris, whom Katy had only seen once since that rainy night, and that at church, where he had come the previous Sunday. Katy had written an account of the transaction to her sister, who had chosen to reply by word of mouth rather than by letter, and so the first moment they were alone she seized the opportunity to ask if Katy was of the same mind still as when she refused the doctor.
"Yes, why shouldn't I be?" Katy replied. "You, better than anyone else, knew what passed between Wilfred and me concerning Morris, and you can Do you love Morris?" Helen asked abruptly, without waiting for Katy to finish her sentence.
For an instant the hands stopped in their work, and Katy's eyes filled with tears, which dropped into her lap as she replied,
"More than I wish I did, seeing I must always tell him no. It's strange, too, how the love for him keeps coming in spite of all I can do. I have not been there since, nor spoken with him until last Sunday, but though I did not know he was coming, I knew the moment he entered the church, and when in the first chant I heard his voice, my fingers trembled so that I could scarcely play, while all the time my heart goes out after the rest I always find with him. But it cannot be."
"Suppose Morris had asked you first. What then?" was Helen's next straightforward question, and Katy, who had no secrets from her sister, answered,
"It might have been, perhaps, though I never thought of it then. Oh, Helen, I wish Wilfred had never known that Morris loved me."
She was sobbing now, with her head in Helen's lap, and Helen, smoothing her bright hair, said gently, "You have taken a morbid fancy, Katy. You do not reason correctly. It is right for you to answer Morris yes, and Wilfred would say so too. When I received your letter apprising me of the refusal, I read it to Belle, who said she was so sorry, and then told what Wilfred said before he died. You must have forgotten it, darling. He referred to a time when you would cease to be his widow, and he said he was willing, said so to her and you. Do you remember it, Katy?"
"Yes, I do now, but I had forgotten. I was so stunned then, so bewildered, that it made no impression. I did not think he meant Morris. Helen, do you believe he meant Morris?"
And lifting up her face, Katy looked at her sister with a wistfulness which told how anxiously she waited for the answer.
"I know that he meant Morris," Helen replied.
"Belle thinks so too. So does her father, and both bade me tell you to revoke your decision to marry Dr. Grant, with whom you will be so happy."
"I cannot. It is too late. I told him no, and Helen, I told him a falsehood, too, which I wish I might take back," she added. "I said I was sorry he ever loved me, when I was not, for the knowing that he had made me very happy. My conscience has smitten me cruelly since for that falsehood told, not intentionally, for I did not consider what I said."
Here was an idea at which Helen caught at once. She knew just how conscientious Katie was, and by working upon this principle she hoped to persuade her into going over to Linwood and telling Morris that when she said she was sorry he loved her she did not mean it. But this Katie would not do. Helen could tell him if she liked, but she must not encourage him to hope for a recantation of all she had said to him. She meant the rest. She could not be his wife. Early the next morning Helen went to Linwood, and the same afternoon Morris returned her call. He had been there 2 or 3 times since his return from Washington, but not since Katie's refusal, and her cheeks were scarlet as she met him in the parlor and tried to be natural. He did not look unhappy. He was not taking his rejection very hard, after all, she thought, and the little lady felt a very little piqued to find him so cheerful and even gay, when she had scarcely known a moment's quiet since the day she carried him the custards, and forgot to bring away her umbrella. As it had rained that day, so it did now, a decided energetic rain, which set in after Morris came, and precluded the possibility of his going home that night.
"He would catch his death of cold,"
Aunt Betsy said, while Helen, too, joined her entreaties until Morris consented, and the carriage which came around for him at dark returned to Linwood, with the message that the doctor would pass the night at Deacon Barlow's. A misty, rainy night. Who does not enjoy it when sitting by a cheerful fire, they listen dreamily to the falling rain sifting softly through the leafless trees, and answering to the faint sighing of the autumn wind? Morris enjoyed it very much, and but for the green glasses he still wore, would have looked and appeared like his former self as he sat in his armchair, now holding the skein of yarn which Aunt Betsy wound, now talking with the deacon of the probable exchange of all the prisoners, a theme which quickened Helen's pulse and sent the blood to her pale cheeks, and again standing by Katie as she played his favorite airs, his rich bass voice mingling with hers and Helen's, the 3 making finer music, Aunt Betsy said, than that for which she paid $2 at the playhouse. He did not often address Katie directly, but he knew each time she moved, and watched every varying expression of her face, feeling a kind of pity for her, when without appearing to do so intentionally, the family one by one stole from the room. Uncle Ephraim and Aunt Hannah without any excuse, Aunt Betsy to raise the cakes for breakfast, Mrs. Lennox to wind the clock, and Helen to find a book for which Morris had asked. Katie might not have thought strange of their departure, were it not that neither one came back, and after the lapse of 10 minutes or more, she felt convinced that she had purposely been left alone with Morris. The weather and the family had conspired against her, but after one throb of fear, she resolved to brave the difficulty, and meet whatever might happen as became a woman of 23, and a widow, too. She knew Morris was regarding her intently as she fashioned into shape the coarse wool sock intended for some soldier, and she could almost hear her heart beat in the silence which fell between them, ere Morris said to her, in a tone which reassured her at once: "And so you told me a falsehood the other day, and your conscience has troubled you ever since?"
"Yes, Morris,"
and Katie dropped her stitch as she replied,
"yes, that is, I told you I was sorry that you ever loved me, which was not exactly true, for after I knew you did, I was happier than before."
Her words implied a knowledge of his love previous to that night at Linwood when he had himself confessed it, and he said to her inquiringly: "You knew it, then, before I told you?"
"From Wilford, yes,"
Katie faltered, a tear dropping on her cheek as she recalled the circumstances of Wilford's telling her. "I understand now why you have been so shy of me," Morris said. "It was only natural you should be until you knew what my intentions were. But, Katie, must this shyness continue always? Think now, and say if you did not tell me more than one falsehood the other night, as you count falsehoods." Katie looked wonderingly at him, and he continued: "You said you could not be my wife. Was that true? Can't you take it back, and give me a different answer?" Katie's cheeks were scarlet, and her hands had ceased to flutter about the knitting which lay upon her lap.
"I meant what I said," she whispered, "for, knowing as I do, how Wilford felt, it would not be right for me to be so happy."
"Then it's nothing personal. If there were no harrowing memories of Wilford, you could be happy with me. Is that it, Katie?" Morris asked, coming close to her now, and imprisoning her hands, which she did not try to take away, but let them lie in his as he continued. Wilford was willing at the last. Have you forgotten that?"
"I had, until Helen reminded me," Katie replied. "But, Morris, the talking of this thing brings Wilford's death back so vividly, making it seem but yesterday since I held his dying head."
She was beginning to relent, Morris knew, and, bending nearer to her, he said: "It was not yesterday. It will be 2 years in February. And this, you know, is November. I need you, Katie. I want you so much. I have wanted you all your life. Before it was wrong to do so, I used each day to pray that God would give you to me, and now I feel just as sure that He has opened the way for you to come to me as I am sure that Wilford is in heaven. He is happy there, and shall a morbid fancy keep you from being happy here? Tell me then, Katie, will you be my wife?" He was kissing her cold hands, and as he did so he felt her tears dropping on his hair.
"If I say yes, Morris, you will not think that I never loved Wilford, for I did. Oh, yes, I did. Not exactly as I supposed I might, even then, have loved you, had you asked me first, but I loved him, and I was happy with him, or, if there were little clouds, his dying swept them all away."
Katie was proving herself a true woman, who remembered only the good there was in Wilford, and Morris did not love her less for it. She was all the dearer to him, all the more desirable. Once he told her so, winding his arms about her, and resting her head upon his shoulder, where it lay just as it had never lain before, for with the first kiss Morris gave her, calling her "my own little Katie," she felt stealing over her the same indescribable peace she had always felt with him, intensified now, and sweeter from the knowing it would remain if she should will it so. And she did will it so, kissing Morris back when he asked her to, and thus sealing the compact of her second betrothal. It was not exactly like the first. There were no tumultuous emotions or ecstatic joys, but Katie felt in her inmost heart that she was happier now than then, that between herself and Morris there was more affinity than there had been between herself and Wilford, and as she looked back over the road she had come, and remembered all Morris had been to her, she wondered at her blindness in not recognizing and responding to the love in which she had now found shelter. It was very late that night when Katie crept up to bed, and Helen, who was not asleep, knew by the face on which the lamplight fell, as Katie sat for a moment in thoughtful mood, looking out into the darkness, that Morris had not sued in vain. Aunt Betsy knew it too next morning, by the same look on Katie's face when she came downstairs, but this did not prevent her saying abruptly, as Katie stood by the sink, "Be you two engaged?" "We are," was Katie's frank reply, which brought back all Aunt Betsy's visions of roasted fowls and frosted cake, and maybe a dance in the kitchen, to say nothing of the feather bed which she had not dared to offer Katie Cameron, but which she thought would come in play for Miss Dr. Grant. 53. The Prisoners. Many of the captives were coming home. Prison after prison had given up its starving, vermin-eaten inmates, while all along the northern lines loving hearts were waiting, and friendly hands outstretched to welcome them back to God's land, as the poor suffering creatures termed the soil over which waved the stars and stripes, for which they had fought so bravely. Wistfully thousands of eyes ran over the long columns of names of those returned, each eye seeking for its own, and growing dim with tears as it failed to find it, or lighting up with untold joy when it was found. Lieutenant Robert Reynolds and Thomas Tubbs Helen read among the list of those just arrived at Annapolis, but Captain Mark Ray was not there, and with a sickening feeling of disappointment she passed the paper to her mother-in-law, and hastened away to weep and pray that what she so greatly feared might not come upon her. It was after Katie's betrothal, and she was in New York, hoping to hear news from Mark, and perhaps to see him ere long, for as nearly as she could trace him from reports of others, he was last at Andersonville. But there was no mention made of him, no sign by which she could tell whether he still lived, or had long since been relieved from suffering. Early the next day she heard that Matty Tubbs had received a telegram from Tom, who would soon be at home, while later in the day Belle Cameron came round to say that Bob was living, but he had lost his right arm, and was otherwise badly crippled. It never occurred to Helen to ask if this would make a difference. She only kissed Belle fondly, rejoicing at her good fortune, and then sent her back to the home where there were hot discussions regarding the propriety of receiving into the family a maimed and crippled member. "It was preposterous to suppose Bob would expect it," Juno said, while the mother admitted that it was a most unfortunate affair, as indeed the whole war had proved. For her part, she sometimes wished the North had let the South go quietly when they wanted to, and so saved thousands of lives, and prevented the country from being flooded with cripples and negroes and calls for more men and money. On the whole, she rather doubted the propriety of re-electing Lincoln and prolonging the war; and she certainly doubted the propriety of giving her daughter to a cripple. There was Arthur Grey, who had lately been so attentive. He was a wealthier man than Lieutenant Bob, and if Belle had any discretion she would take him in preference to a disfigured soldier. Such was the purport of Mrs. Cameron's remarks, to which her husband listened, his eyes blazing with passion, which, the moment she finished, burst forth in a storm of oaths and invectives against what, with his pet adjective, he called her "copperhead principles," denouncing her as a traitor, reproaching her for the cruelty which would separate her daughter from Robert Reynolds, because he had lost an arm in the service of his country, and then turning fiercely to Belle with the words: "But it isn't for you to say whether he shall or shall not have Belle. She is of age. Let her speak for herself." And she did speak, the noble, heroic girl who had listened with bitter scorn to what her mother and sister said, and who now, with elevated nostrils and voice hoarse with emotion, answered slowly and impressively: "I would marry Lieutenant Reynolds, if he had only his ears left to hear me tell him how much I love and honor him. Arthur Grey? Don't talk to me of him. The craven coward, who will neither volunteer nor give a cent for our poor suffering soldiers, but turns people off with 'Government provides,' or 'the stores do not reach them,' and all those subterfuges to which mean men resort to keep from giving, and to avoid the draft swore he was 45, when we all know better. Don't insult Robert with such a comparison, or think I will break my faith with him." After this no more was said to Belle, who waited anxiously for further news from Bob, and who, the moment she heard he was at home, went to his father's house and asked to see him. He was sleeping when she entered his room, and pushing back the heavy curtain, so that the light would fall more directly upon him, Mrs. Reynolds went out and left her there alone. With a beating heart she stood looking at his hollow eyes, his sunken cheek, his short dry hair and thick gray skin, all marks of the brutal treatment he had received. She did not think of his arm until she glanced at the wall where hung a large sized photograph, taken in full uniform the last time he was at home, and in which his full, well developed figure showed to good advantage. Could it be that the wreck before her had ever been as full of life and vigor as the picture would indicate, and was that arm which held the sword severed from the body and left a token of the murderous war? "Poor Bob! How much he must have suffered!" she whispered, and kneeling down beside him, she hid her face in her hands, weeping bitter tears for her armless hero. The motion awakened Robert, who gazed for a moment in surprise at the kneeling, sobbing maiden. Then, when sure it was she, he raised himself in bed, and ere Belle could look up, 2 arms, one quite as strong as the other, were wound around her neck, and her head was pillowed upon the breast, which heaved with strong emotions as the soldier said: "My darling Belle, my promised wife, you don't know how much good this meeting does me." He kissed her many times, and Belle did not prevent it, but gave him kiss after kiss, then, still doubting the evidence of her eyes, she unclasped his clinging arms, and holding both his poor hands in hers, gave vent to a second gush of tears as she said: "I am so glad, oh, so glad." Then, as it occurred to her that he might perhaps misjudge her, and put a wrong construction upon her joy, she added: "I did not care for myself, Robert. Don't think I cared for myself, or was ever sorry a bit on my own account." Bob looked a little bewildered as he replied: "Never were sorry, and never cared? I can scarcely credit that, for surely your tears and present emotions belie your words." Belle knew he had not understood her, and she said: "Your arm, Robert, your arm. We heard it was cut off, and that you were otherwise mutilated." "Oh, that's it, then." And something like his old mischievous smile glimmered about Bob's mouth as he added, "They spared my arms, but, Belle," and he tried to look very solemn, "suppose I tell you that they hacked off both my legs, and if you marry me, as you seem to think you will, you must walk all your life by the side of wooden pins and crutches." Belle knew by the curl of his lip that he was teasing her, and she answered laughingly, "Wooden pins and crutches will be all the fashion when the war is over. Badges of honor of which any woman might be proud." "Well, Belle," he replied, "I am afraid there is no such honor in store for my wife, for if I ever get back my strength and the flesh upon my bones, she must take me with legs and arms included. Not even a scratch or wound of any kind with which to awaken sympathy." He appeared very bright and cheerful, but when, after a moment, Belle asked for Mark Ray, there came a shadow over his face, and with quivering lips he told a tale which blanched Belle's cheek, and made her shiver with pain and dread as she thought of Helen, the wife who had never known the sweets of matrimony, and who would never taste them now, for Mark was dead, shot down as he attempted to escape from the train which took them from one place of torment to another. He was always devising means of escape, succeeding several times, but was immediately captured and brought back, or sent to some closer quarters, Robert said; but his courage never deserted him, and in the muddy, filthy place where they were herded like so many cattle, without shelter of any kind, he was the life of them all, and by his presence kept many a poor fellow from dying of homesickness and despair. But he was dead. There could be no mistake, for Robert saw him when he jumped, heard the ball which went whizzing after him, saw him as he fell on the open field, saw a man from a rude dwelling near by go hurriedly toward him, firing his own revolver, as if to make the death deed doubly sure. Then, as the train slacked its speed, with the view perhaps to take the body on board, he heard the man who had reached Mark and was bending over him call out, "Go on, I'll tend to him. He is as dead as a stone. Bullet went right through here," and he turned the dead man's face toward the train, so all could see the blood pouring from the temple which the finger of the rebel ruffian touched. "Oh, Helen! Poor Helen! How can I tell her when she loved him so much?" Belle sobbed, while Bob repeated many things to prove how strong was the love the unfortunate Mark Ray had borne for his young wife. "He used to make pictures of her," he said, "with a pencil which he had, and once he whittled out her face with a lily in her hair. It was a good likeness, too, and I saw Mark kiss it more than once when he thought he was not seen. He had her photograph, it seems, but a brutal keeper took it away, for no earthly purpose except to distress him. I never saw Mark cast down till then, when for 2 whole days he scarcely spoke, but would stand for hours with his face turned toward the north, and a quivering motion around his lips, as if his heart were broken." Belle could hear no more, and motioned him to stop. "It's too terrible even to think about," she said. "Oh, how can I tell Helen?" "You will do it better than any one else," Bob said. "You will be very tender with her. And, Belle, tell her, as some consolation, that he did not break with the treatment, as most of us wretches did. He kept up wonderfully; said he was perfectly well, and indeed he looked so. Tom Tubbs, who was his shadow, clinging to him with wonderful fidelity, will corroborate what I have said. He was with us, he saw him, and only animal force prevented him from leaping from the car and going to him where he fell. I shall never forget his shriek of agony at the sight of that blood-stained face turned an instant toward us." "Don't!" Belle cried again. "I can't endure it." And as Mrs. Reynolds then came in, she left her lover, and with a foreboding heart, started for Mrs. Banker's, meeting on the steps Tom Tubbs himself, who had come on an errand similar to her own. "Sit here in the hall a moment," she said to him, as the servant admitted them both. "I must see Mrs. Ray first." Helen was reading to her mother-in-law, but she laid down her book and came to welcome Belle, detecting at once the agitation in her manner, and asking if she had had bad news from Robert. "No, Robert is at home. I have just come from there, and he told me— Oh, Helen, can you bear it? Mark is dead. Shot twice as he jumped from the train taking him to another prison. Robert saw it,
and knew that he was dead."
Belle could get no further, for Helen, who had never fainted in her life, did so now, lying senseless so long that the physician began to think it would be a mercy if she never came back to life, for her reason, he fancied, had fled. But Helen did come back to life with reason unimpaired, and insisted upon hearing every detail of the dreadful story, both from Belle and Tom. The latter confirmed all Lieutenant Reynolds had said, besides adding many items of his own. Mark was dead, there could be no doubt of it; but with the tenacity of a strong, hopeful nature, the mother clung to the illusion that possibly the ball stunned, instead of killing; that he would yet come back; and many a time, as the days went by, that mother started at a step upon the walk, or ring of the bell, which she fancied might be his, hearing him sometimes calling in the night storm to her to let him in, and hurrying down to the door only to be disappointed, and go back to her lonely room to weep the dark night through. With Helen there were no such illusions. After talking calmly and rationally with both Robert and Tom, she knew her husband was dead, and never watched and waited for him as his mother did. She had heard from Mark's companions in suffering all they had to tell, of his captivity, and his love for her, which manifested itself in so many different ways. Passionately she had wept over the tress of faded hair which Tom Tubbs brought to her, saying, "He cut it from his head just before we left the prison, and told me if he never got home, and I did, to give the lock to you, and say that all was well between him and God, that your prayers had saved him. He wanted you to know that, because, he said, it would comfort you most of all." Poor Helen! She was widowed indeed, and it needed not the badge of mourning to tell how terribly she was bereaved. But the badge was there, too, for in spite of the hope which said, "He is not dead," Mrs. Banker yielded to Helen's importunities, and clothed herself and daughter-in-law in the habiliments of woe, still waiting, still watching, still listening for the step she should recognize so quickly, still looking down the street; but looking, alas, in vain. The winter passed away. Captive after captive came home, heart after heart was cheered by the returning loved one, but for the inmates of number , the heavy cloud grew blacker, for the empty chair by the hearth remained unoccupied, and the aching hearts uncheered. Mark Ray did not come back. End of chapters 52 and 53. Chapters 54 through 56 of Family Pride by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 54. The Day of the Wedding. Those first warm days of March, 1865, when spring and summer seemed to kiss each other and join hands for a brief space of time, how balmy, how still, how pleasant they were, and how bright the farmhouse looked, where preparations for Katie's second bridal were going rapidly forward. Aunt Betsy, as chief directress, was in her element, for now had come the reality of the vision she had seen so long, of house turned upside down in one grand onslaught of suds and sand, then righted again by magic power, and smelling very sweet and clean from its recent ablutions; of turkeys dying in the barn, of chickens in the shed, of ovens heating in the kitchen, of loaves of frosted cake, with cards and cards of snowy biscuit piled upon the pantry shelf; of jellies, tarts, and chicken salad; of home-made wine and home-brewed beer, with tea and coffee portioned out and ready for the pots, the latter mixed with fresh-laid eggs, and smelling strongly of old Java, and the former as fragrant as $2.50 per pound could buy. Aunt Betsy was very happy, for this, the brightest, balmiest day of all, was Katie's wedding day, and in the dining room the table was already set with the new chinaware and silver, a joint Christmas gift from Helen and Katie to their good Aunt Hannah, as real mistress of the house.
"Not plated ware, but the genuine article,"
Aunt Betsy had explained at least 20 times to those who came to see the silver, and she handled it proudly now as she took it from the flannel bags where Mrs. Deacon Bannister said it must be kept, and placed it on a side table. The coffee urn was Katie's, so was the tea kettle and the massive pitcher, but the rest was ours, Aunt Betsy complacently reflected as she contemplated the glittering array, and then hurried off to see what was burning on the stove, or
Spell Uncle Ephraim, working industriously at the ice cream, out on the back stoop, stumbling over Morris as she went, and telling him he had come too soon. It was not fitting for him to be there underfoot until he was wanted. Morris probably thought he was wanted, by one member of the family at least, and without replying directly to Aunt Betsy, he knocked with a vast amount of assurance at a side door, which opened directly, and Katie's glowing face looked out, and Katie's voice was heard, not telling him he was not wanted, but saying joyfully: "Oh, Morris, it's you. I'm so glad you've come, for I wanted—" But what she wanted was drowned by a succession of certain mysterious sounds, such as are only produced by a collision of lips, and which made Aunt Betsy mutter to herself: "It's all right, I know, but so much kissin' as I've seen the last fortnights is enough to turn a body's stomach. I guess old bachelors and widders is commonly wuss than fresh hands at it." And having thus expressed her thoughts, Aunt Betsy seized the handle of the ice cream freezer and turned it vigorously, thinking, perhaps, of Joel Upham, and what might have been, but for a freak of hers. Meanwhile Morris and Katie sat alone in the little sewing room, where latterly they had passed so many quiet hours together, and where lay the bridal dress, with its chaste and simple decorations. Katie had clung tenaciously to her mourning robes, asking half tearfully if she might wear black, as ladies sometimes did. But Morris had promptly answered no. His bride, if she came to him willingly, must not come clad in widow's weeds, for when she became his wife she would cease to be a widow. And so the black was laid aside, and Katie, in soft tinted colors, with her bright hair curling in her neck, looked as girlish and beautiful as if in Greenwood there were no pretentious monument with Wilfred's name upon it, nor any little grave in Silverton where baby Cameron slept. She had been both wife and mother, but she was quite as dear to Morris as if she had never borne other name than Katie Lennox, and as he held her for a moment closely to his heart, he thanked God, who had at last given to him the idol of his boyhood, and the love of his later years. Across their pathway no shadow was lying, except when they remembered Helen, on whom the mantle of widowhood had so darkly fallen, just as Katie was throwing it off. Poor Helen! The tears always crept to Katie's eyes when she thought of her, and now as she saw her steal across the road and strike into the winding path which led to the pasture where the pines and hemlock grew, she nestled closer to Morris and whispered: "Sometimes I think it is wrong to be so happy when Helen is so sad. I pity her so much to-day." And Helen was to be pitied, for her heart was aching to its very core. She had tried to keep up through the preparations for Katie's bridal, tried to seem interested, and even cheerful, while all the time a hidden agony was tugging at her heart, and life seemed a heavier burden than she could bear. All her portion of the work was finished now, and in the balmy brightness of that warm April afternoon she went into the fields where she could be alone beneath the soft summer-like sky, and pour out her pent-up anguish into the ear of him who had so often soothed and comforted her when other aids had failed. Just underneath the spreading pine there was a large flat stone, and there Helen sat down, gazing sadly upon the valley below, and the clear waters of Fairy Pond gleaming in the April sunshine, which lay so warmly on the grassy hills and flashed so brightly from the cupola at Linwood, where the national flag was flying. For a time Helen watched the banner as it shook its folds to the breeze, then, as she remembered with what a fearful price that flag had been saved from foul dishonor, she hid her face in her hands and sobbed bitterly. "God help me not to begrudge the price, or think I paid too dearly for my country's right. Oh, Mark, my murdered husband, I may be wrong, but you were dearer to me than many, many countries, and it is hard to give you up. Hard to know that the notes of peace which even now float up to us from the south will not waken you in that grave which I can never see. Oh, Mark, my darling, I loved you so much, I miss you so much, I want you so much. God help me to bear. God help me to say, 'Thy will be done.'" She was rocking to and fro in her grief, with her hands pressed over her face, as she thus moaned out a prayer that God would help her to feel as well as to say, "Thy will be done."
and for a long time she sat there thus, while the sun crept on further toward the west, and the freshened breeze shook the tasseled pine above her head, and kissed the bands of rich brown hair from which her hat had fallen. She did not heed the lapse of time in the earnest prayer she breathed for entire submission to God's will; nor did she hear the footstep coming up the pathway to the ledge where she was sitting, the footstep which paused at intervals, as if the comer were weary or else in quest of some one, but which at last came on with rapid bounds as an opening among the trees showed where Helen sat. It was a tall young man who came, a young man sunburned and scarred, with uniform soiled and worn, but with the fire in his brown eyes unquenched, the love in his true heart unchanged, save as it was deeper, more intense for the years of separation, and the long, cruel suspense, which was all over now. The grave had given up its dead, the captive was released, and through incredible suffering and danger had reached his northern home, had sought and found his girl wife of a few hours, for it was Mark Ray speeding up the path, and holding back his breath as he came close to the bowed form on the rock, feeling a strange throb of awe when he saw the mourning dress, and knew it was worn for him. A moment more and she lay in his arms, white and insensible, for with the sudden winding of his arms around her neck, the pressure of his lips upon her cheek, the calling of her name, and the knowing it was really her husband, she had uttered a wild impassioned cry, half of terror, half of joy, and fainted entirely away, just as she did when told that he was dead. There was no water near, but with loving words and soft caresses, Mark brought her back to life, raining both tears and kisses upon the dear face which had grown so white and thin since the Christmas Eve when the wintry starlight had looked down upon their parting. For several moments neither could speak for the great choking joy which wholly precluded the utterance of a word. Helen was the first to rally, and lying in Mark's lap, with her head pillowed on Mark's arm, she whispered, "Let us thank God together. You, too, have learned to pray." Reverently Mark bent his face to hers, and the pine boughs overhead heard, instead of mourning notes, a prayer of praise, as the reunited wife and husband fervently thanked God who had brought them together again. Not until nearly half an hour was gone, and Helen had begun to realize that the arm which held her so tightly was genuine flesh and blood, and not a mere delusion, did she look up into the face glowing with so much of happiness and love. Upon the forehead, and just beneath the hair, there was a savage scar, and the flesh about it was red and angry still, showing how sore and painful it must have been, and making Helen shudder as she touched it with her lips and said, "Poor darling Mark! That's where the cruel ball entered. But where is the other scar? The one made by the man who went to you in the fields, and who also fired, they said. I have tried so hard to hate him, for firing at a fallen foe. Rather pray for him, darling. Bless him as the savior of your husband's life, the noble fellow but for whom I should not have been here now, for he was a Unionist, as true to the old flag as Abraham himself," Mark Ray replied. And then, as Helen looked wonderingly at him, he laid her head in an easier position upon his shoulder, and told her a story so strange in its details that but for the frequent occurrence of similar incidents it would be pronounced wholly unreal and false. Of what he suffered in the Southern prisons he did not speak, either then or ever after, but began with the day when, with a courage born of desperation, he jumped from the moving train and was shot down by the guard. Partially stunned, he still retained sense enough to know when a tall form bent over him, and to hear the rough but kindly voice which said, "Play possum, Yank. Make believe you're dead, and throw them hellhounds off the scent." This was the last he knew for many weeks, and when again he awoke to consciousness he found himself on the upper floor of a dilapidated hut which stood in the center of a little wood, his bed a pile of straw, over which was spread a clean patchwork quilt, while seated at his side and watching him intently was the same man who had bent over him in the field and shouted to the rebels that he was dead. "I shall never forget my sensations then," Mark said. "For, with the exception of this present hour, when I hold you, my darling, in my arms, and I know the danger is over, I never experienced a moment of greater happiness and rest than when, up in that squalid garret, where the rafters, festooned with cobwebs and dust, could be touched by stretching out my hand, and where the sunlight only found an entrance through an aperture in the roof which admitted the rain as well, I came back to life again, the pain in my head all gone, and nothing left save a delicious feeling of languor, which prompted me to lie quietly for several minutes, examining my surroundings and speculating upon the chance which brought me there. That I was a prisoner I did not doubt, until the man at my side said to me cheerily, "Well, old chap, you've come through it like a major, though I was mighty dubious a spell about that pesky ball. But old Aunt Bab and me fished it out, and since then you've begun to mend." "Where am I? Who are you?" I asked, and he replied, "Who be I? Why, I'm Jack Jennings, the rarinest, red hottest sea sesh thar is in these yere parts, so the rebs thinks. But 'twixt you and me, boy, I'm the tallest kind of a Union. Got a piece of the old flag sewed inside of my boots, and every night before sleepin' I praise Lord gin Abe the victory, and raise Cain generally in t'other camp, and forgive Jack Jennings for tellin' so many lies, and makin' believe he's one thing when you know and he knows he's t'other. If I've spared one Union chap, I'll bet I have 100, me and old Bab, a black woman who lives here and tends to the cases I fetch her, till we contrive to get 'em inter Tennessee, where they hev to shift for themselves." I could only press his bony hand in token of my gratitude while he went on to say, "Them was beans I fired at you that day, but they sarved every purpose, and them scallywags on the train s'pose you were put underground weeks ago, if, indeed, you wasn't left to rot in the sun, as heaps and heaps on 'em is. Nobody knows you are here but Bab and me, and nobody must know if you want to get off with a whole hide. I could get $100 by givin' you up, but you don't s'pose Jack Jennings is a-gwine to do that ar infernal trick? No, sir," and he brought his brawny fist down upon his knee with a force which made me tremble, while I tried to express my thanks for his great kindness. He was a noble man, Helen, while Aunt Bab, the colored woman, who nursed me so tenderly, and whose black, bony hands I kissed at parting, was as true a woman as any with a fairer skin and more beautiful exterior. For 3 weeks longer I stayed up in that loft, and in that time 3 more escaped prisoners were brought there, and 1 Union refugee from North Carolina. We left in company one wild, rainy night when the storm and darkness must have been sent for our special protection, and Jack Jennings cried like a little child when he bade me good bye, promising, if he survived the war, to find his way to the North and visit me in New York. I should be prouder, Helen, to welcome him to our home than to entertain the Emperor of France, while Bab should have a seat at my own table, and I be honored by it. There are many such noble spirits there, and when I remember them I wish to spare a land which I once hoped might be burned with fire until no trace was left. We found them everywhere, and especially among the mountains of Tennessee, where, but for their timely aid, we had surely been recaptured. The negroes, too, were powerful helps, and in no single case has a black man proved treacherous to his suffering white brother. I was not an abolitionist when the war broke out, but I am one now, and to see the negro free I would almost spill my last drop of blood. They are a patient, all-enduring, faithful race, and without them the bones of many a poor wretch who now sits by his own fireside and recounts the perils he has escaped would whiten in the southern swamps or on the southern mountains. 3 times were we chased by bloodhounds, and in every case the negroes were the means of saving us from certain death. For weeks we were hidden in a cave, hunted by the Confederates by day, and fed at night by negroes, who told us when and where to go. With blistered feet and bruised limbs, we reached the lines at last, when fever attacked me for the 2nd time and brought me near to death. Somebody wrote to you, but you never received it, and when I grew better I would not let them write again, as I wanted to surprise you. As soon as I was able I started north, my thoughts full of the joyful meeting in store. A meeting which I dreaded, too, for I knew you must think me dead, and I felt so sorry for you, my darling, knowing, as I did, you would mourn for your soldier husband. That my darling has mourned is written on her face, and needs no words to tell it. But that is over now," Mark said, folding his wife closer to him, and kissing the pale lips which whispered, Yes, I have been so sorry, Mark. So tired, so sad, and life was such a burden I would gladly have laid it down." "The burden is now removed," Mark said, and then he told her how he had telegraphed his mother asking where Helen was. "In Silverton," was the reply, and so he came on in the morning train, meeting his mother in Springfield, as he had half expected to do, knowing that she could leave New York in time to join him there. "No words of mine," he said, "are adequate to describe the thrill of joy with which I looked again upon the hills and rocks so identified with you that I loved them for your sake, hailing them as old, familiar friends, and actually growing sick and faint with excitement when, through the leafless woods, I caught the gleam of Fairy Pond, where I gathered the lilies for you. Does my darling remember it?" He knew she did by the clasp of her hand, and he continued: "Had a dead body risen from its grave and walked into the farmhouse, carrying its coffin with it, it could not have created greater consternation, or made worse havoc with the people's wits, than did my sudden appearance in their midst. Good Aunt Betsy, I am sorry to say, fell the entire length of the cellar stairs, spraining her ankle, bruising her elbow shockingly, and, direst calamity of all, in her estimation, breaking the dish of Charlotte Russe she was holding in her hand. There is a wedding in progress, I learned from mother, and it seems very meet that I should come at this time, making in reality a double wedding, when I can truly claim my bride," and Mark kissed Helen passionately, laughing to see how the blushes broke over her white face and burned upon her neck. 55. The Wedding. Many times Aunt Betsy had hobbled to the door, and shading her eyes with her hand, had looked wistfully up the hill in quest of Mark and Helen, wondering why they stayed out so long, when they must know the sun was nearly down, and wondering next if Morris would never go home about his business, and give Katie a chance to dress. Poor, worried, unfortunate Aunt Betsy! Her foot was very lame, and her arm was badly bruised; but she bandaged it up in camphor and sugar, wincing at the terrible smart when the wash was at first applied, but saying to Morris, who asked if it did not hurt cruelly, "Yes, it hurts some, but nothin' to what the poor soldiers is hurt; and I wouldn't mind it an atom if I hadn't broke the dish with the heathenish name." Belle's arrival at the farmhouse was timely, for the unexpected appearance in their midst of one whom they looked upon as surely dead had stunned and bewildered the family to such an extent that it needed the presence of just such a matter-of-fact, self-possessed woman as Belle to bring things back to their original shape. It was wonderful how the city girl fitted into the vacant niches, seeing to everything which needed seeing to, and still finding time to steal away alone with Lieutenant Bob, who kept her in a painful state of blushing by constantly wishing it was his bridal night as well as Dr. Grant's, and by inveighing against the weeks which must still intervene ere the day appointed for the grand ceremony to take place in Grace Church, and which was to make Belle his wife. "Ain't Morris ever goin' home? He won't be dressed in time, as sure as the world, if he stays here much longer," Aunt Betsy said a dozen times, until at last her patience was exhausted, and going boldly in where he was, she bade him "start in at once, or he would not have time to put on his best coat and jacket, let alone Katie's changin' her clothes." Thus importuned, Morris quitted the house, just as Mark and Helen came slowly up, their faces happier, if possible, than his own, and telling of the great joy which had succeeded their dark night of sorrow. "Come in here, Helen, I have something to show you," Mrs. Banker said, after she had again embraced and wept over her long-lost son, whose return was not quite real yet, and, leading her daughter-in-law to her bedroom, she showed her the elegant white silk which had been made for her just after her marriage, 2 years before, and which, with careful forethought, she had brought with her as more suitable now for the wedding than Helen's mourning weeds. "I made the most of my time last night after receiving Mark's telegram, and had it modernized somewhat," she said. "And I brought your pearls, for you know you will be most as much a bride as Katie, and I have a pride in seeing my son's wife appropriately dressed." Far different were Helen's feelings now, as she donned the elegant dress, from what they had been the first and only time she wore it. Then the bridegroom was where danger and death lay thickly around his pathway, but now he was at her side, kissing her cheek where the roses were burning so brightly, and calling still deeper blushes to her face by his teasing observations and humorous ridicule of his own personal appearance. Would she not feel ashamed of him in his soiled, faded uniform? And would she not cast longing glances at her handsome brother-in-law and the stylish Lieutenant Bob? But Helen was proud of her husband's uniform, as a badge of what he had suffered, and when the folds of her rich dress swept against it, she did not draw them away, but nestled closer to him, leaning upon his shoulder, and when no one was near, winding her soft arms about his neck, whispering, "My darling Mark, I cannot make it real yet." Softly the night shadows fell around the farmhouse, and in the rooms below a rather mixed group was assembled: all the elite of the town, with many of Aunt Betsy's neighbors, and the doctor's patients who had come to see their loved physician married, rejoicing in his happiness, and glad that the mistress of Linwood was not to be a stranger, but the young girl who had grown up in their midst, and who, by suffering and sorrow, had been moulded into a noble woman worthy of Dr. Grant. She was ready now for her second bridal, and she looked like some pure waxen figure in her dress of white, with no vestige of color in her face, and her great blue eyes shining with a brilliancy which made them almost black. Occasionally, as her thoughts leaped backward over a period of almost 6 years, a tear trembled on her long eyelashes, but Morris, as often as he saw it, kissed it away, asking if she were sorry. "Oh, no, not sorry that I am to be your wife," she answered. "But it is not possible that I should forget entirely the roughness of the road which has led me to you." "They are waiting for you," was said several times ere the parties waited for were quite ready to go; but everything was done at last, and slowly down the stairs passed Mark Ray and Helen, Lieutenant Bob and Belle, with Dr. Grant and Katie, whose face, as she stood again before the clergyman and spoke her marriage vows, shone with a strange peaceful light, which made it seem to those who gazed upon her like the face of some pure angel. There was no thought then of that deathbed in Georgetown, no thought of Greenwood, or the little grave in Silverton, where the crocuses and hyacinths were blossoming, no thought of anything save the man at her side, whose voice was so full and earnest as it made the responses, and who gently pressed the little hand as he fitted the wedding ring. It was over at last, and Katie was Morris's wife, blushing now as they called her Mrs. Grant, and putting up her rosebud lips to be kissed by all who claimed that privilege. Helen, too, came in for her share of attention, and the opinion of the guests as to the beauty of the respective brides, as they were termed, was pretty equally divided. Both were beautiful, and both bore traces of the suffering and suspense which had purified and made them better. In heavy rustling silk which actually trailed an inch, and a cap of real lace, Aunt Betsy hobbled among the crowd, her face aglow with the satisfaction she felt at seeing her nieces so much admired and appreciated, and her heart so full of goodwill and toleration that after supper was over, and she fancied a few of the younger ones were beginning to feel tired, she suggested to Belle that she might start a dance if she had a mind to, either in the kitchen or parlor, it did not matter where. And "Ephraim would not care an atom," a remark which brought from Mrs. Deacon Bannister a most withering look of reproach, and slightly endangered Aunt Betsy's standing in the church. Perhaps Belle Cameron suspected as much, for she replied that they were having a splendid time as it was, and as Dr. Grant did not dance, they might as well dispense with it altogether. And so it happened that there was no dancing at Katie's wedding, and Uncle Ephraim escaped the reproof which his brother Deacon would have felt called upon to give him, had he permitted so grievous a sin, while Mrs. Deacon Bannister, who at the first trip of the toe would have felt it her duty to depart lest her eyes should look upon the evil thing, was thus permitted to remain until it was out, and the guests retired en masse to their respective homes. The carriage from Linwood stood at the farmhouse door, and Katie, wrapped in shawls and hood, was ready to go with her husband to the home where she knew so much of rest and quiet awaited her. There were no tears shed at this parting, for their darling was not going far away. Her new home was just across the fields, and through the soft moonlight they could see its chimney tops, and trace for some little distance the road over which the carriage went, bearing her swiftly on, her hands fast locked in Morris's, her head upon his arm, and the hearts of both too full of bliss for either to speak a word until Linwood was reached, when, folding Katie to his bosom in a passionate embrace, Morris said to her, "We are home at last. Your home and mine, my precious, precious wife." 56. Conclusion. The scene shifts now to New York, where 1 week after that wedding in Silverton, Mark and Helen were, and where, too, were Morris and Katie. But not on Madison Square. That house had been sold, and Katie had seen it but once, her tears falling fast as driving slowly by with Morris, she gazed at the closed doors and windows of what was once her home, and around which lingered no pleasant memories, save that it was the birthplace of baby Cameron. Once Lieutenant Reynolds had thought to buy it, but Belle said, "No, it would not be quite pleasant for Katie to visit me there, and I mean to have her with me as much as possible." So the house went to strangers, and a less pretentious but quite as comfortable one was bought for Belle, so far up town that Mrs. Cameron pronounced it quite in the country, while Juno wondered how her sister would manage to exist so far from everything, intimating that her visits would be far between, a threat which Lieutenant Bob took quite heroically. Indeed, it rather enhanced the value of his pleasant home than otherwise, for Juno was not a favorite, and his equanimity was not likely to be disturbed if she never crossed his threshold. She was throwing bait to Arthur Grey, the man who swore he was 45 to escape the draft, and who, now that the danger was over, would gladly take back his oath and be 40 as he really was. With the most freezing kiss imaginable, Juno had greeted Katie, calling her "Mrs. Grant," and treating Morris as if he were an entire stranger, instead of the man whom to get she would once have moved both earth and heaven. Mrs. Cameron, too, though glad in her heart that Katie was married, and fully approving of her choice, threw into her manner so much reserve that Katie's intercourse with her was anything but agreeable, and she turned with alacrity to Father Cameron, who had received her with open arms, calling her his daughter, and welcoming Morris as his son, taken in Wilford's stead. "My boy," he frequently called him, showing by his manner how willingly he accepted him as the husband of one whom he really loved as his child. Greatly he wished that they should stay with him while they remained in New York, but Katie preferred going with Helen to Mrs. Banker's, where she would be more quiet, and avoid the bustle and confusion attending the preparations for Belle's wedding. It was to be a grand church affair, and to take place during Easter week, after which the bridal pair were going on to Washington, Fortress Monroe, and if possible to Richmond, where Bob had been a prisoner. Everything seemed conspiring to make the occasion a joyful one, for all through the North, from Maine to California, the air was rife with the jubilee songs of victory and the notes of approaching peace. But alas! He who holds our country's destiny in his hand changed that song of gladness into a wail of woe, which, echoing through the land, rose up to heaven in one mighty sob of anguish as the whole nation bemoaned its loss. Our president was dead, foully, cruelly murdered, and New York was in mourning, so black, so profound, that with a shudder Belle Cameron tossed aside the orange wreath and said to her lover, "We will be married at home. I cannot now go to the church, when everything seems so like one great funeral." And so in Mrs. Cameron's drawing room there was a quiet wedding one pleasant April morning, and Belle's plain traveling dress was far more in keeping with the gloom which hung over the great city than her gala robes would have been, with a long array of carriages and merry wedding chimes. Westward they went instead of south, and when our late lamented president was borne back to the prairie of Illinois, they were there to greet the noble dead, and mingle their tears with those who knew and loved him long before the world appreciated his worth. Linwood is a nice place to visit, and the old ladies enjoy it vastly, especially Aunt Betsy, who never tires of telling what they have "over to Katie's," and whose capeless shaker hangs often on the hall stand, just as it hangs now, while she, good soul, sits in the pleasant parlor, near the blazing fire, and darns the socks for Morris, taking as much pains as if it were a network of fine lace she was weaving, instead of a shocking rent in some luckless heel or toe. Upstairs there is a pleasant room which Katie calls Aunt Betsy's, and in it is the feather bed on which Wilford Cameron once slept, a part of Katie's "setting out," which never found its way to Madison Square. Morris himself did not think much of feathers, but he made no objection when Aunt Betsy insisted on sending over the bed kept for so many years, and only smiled a droll kind of smile when he one morning met it coming up the walk in the wheelbarrow which Uncle Ephraim trundled. Morris and his young wife were very happy together, and Katie found the hours of his absence very long, especially when she was left alone. Even to day with her aunts and mother the time drags heavily, and she looks more than once from the bay window, until at last Brownie's head is seen over the hill, and a few moments after Morris's arm is around her shoulders, and her lips are upturned for the kiss he gives as he leads her into the house out of the chill damp air, chiding her gently for exposing herself to the rain, and placing in her hand 3 letters, which she does not open until the cosy tea is over and her family friends have gone. Then, while her husband looks over his evening paper, she breaks the seals, one by one, reading first the letter from Mrs. Bob Reynolds, who has returned from the West, and who is in the full glory of her bridal calls.
"I was never so happy in my life as I am now," she wrote. "Indeed, I did not know that a married woman could be so happy. But then every woman has not a Bob for her husband, which makes a vast difference. You ought to see Juno. I know she envies me, though she affects the utmost contempt for matrimony, and reminds me forcibly of the fox and the grapes. You see, Arthur Gray is a failure, so far as Juno is concerned, he having withdrawn from the field and laid himself with his 45 years at the feet of Sybil Grandon, who will be Mrs. Gray, and a bride at Saratoga the coming summer. Juno, I believe, intends going too, as the bridesmaid of the party. But every year her chances lessen, and I have very little hope that father will ever call other than Bob his son, always excepting Morris, of course, whom he really has adopted in place of Wilford. You don't know, Katie, how much father thinks of you, blessing the day which brought you to us, and saying that if he is ever saved, he shall in a great measure owe it to your sweet influence and consistent life after the great trouble came upon you." There were tears in Katie's eyes as she read this letter from Bell, and with a mental prayer of thanksgiving that she had been of any use in guiding even one to the shepherd's fold, she took next the letter whose superscription made her tremble for a moment and turn faint. It brought back so vividly to her mind the daisy-covered grave in Alnwick, whose headstone bore Geneva Lambert's name. Marian, who was now at Annapolis, caring for the returned prisoners, did not write often, and her letters were prized the more by Katie, who read with a beating heart the kind congratulations upon her recent marriage, sent by Marian Hazleton. "I knew how it would end even when you were in Georgetown," she wrote, "and I am glad that it is so, praying daily that you may be as happy with Dr. Grant as to remember the sad past only as some dream from which you have awakened. I thank you for your invitation to visit Linwood, and when my work is over I may come for a few weeks and rest in your bird's nest of a home. Thank God the war is ended. But my boys need me yet, and until the last crutch has left the hospital and the last worn figure gone, I shall stay where duty lies. What my life will henceforth be I do not know, but I have sometimes thought that with the ample funds you so generously bestowed upon me I shall open a school for orphan children, taking charge myself, and so doing some good. Will you be the lady patroness, and occasionally enliven us with the light of your countenance? I have left the hospital but once since you were here, and then I went to Wilford's grave. Forgive me, Katie, if I did wrong in wishing to kneel once upon the sod which covered him. I prayed for you while there, remembering only that you had been his wife. In a little box where no eyes but mine ever look, there is a bunch of flowers plucked from Wilford's grave. They are faded now and withered, but something of their sweet perfume lingers still; and I prize them as my greatest treasure, for, except the lock of raven hair severed from his head, they are all that is remaining to me of the past, which now seems so far away. It is time to make my nightly round of visits, so I must bid you good-bye. The Lord lift up the light of his countenance upon you, and be with you forever. Marian Hazleton. For a long time Katie held this letter in her hand, wondering if the sorrowful woman whose life was once so strangely blended with that of Marian Hazleton, and the pale occupant of that grave at Greenwood whence the flowers came, could be the Katie Grant who sat by the evening fire at Linwood, with no shadow on her brow, and only the sunshine of perfect happiness resting on her heart. Truly, he doth all things well to those who wait upon him, she thought, as she laid down Marian's letter and took up the third and last, Helen's letter, dated at Fortress Monroe, whither with Mark Ray she had gone just after Belle Cameron's bridal. "You cannot imagine," she wrote, "the feelings of awe and even terror which steal over me the nearer I get to the seat of war, and the more I realize the bloody strife we have been engaged in, and which, thank God, has now so nearly ceased.
You have heard of John Jennings, the noble man who saved my dear husband's life, and of Aunt Bab, who helped in the good work. Both are here. It seems that suspicion was aroused against them at last, and Bab was cruelly whipped to make her confess where a Union prisoner was hidden. But though the blows cut deep into her back, bringing the blood at every stroke, she never uttered a word, and with her wounds all smarting as they were, she helped the poor boy off, and then with her master, John Jennings, started for the North. I never saw Mark more pleased than when seized around the neck by two long brawny arms, while a cheery voice called out, "Hello, old chap! Has you done forgot John Jennings?" I verily believe Mark cried, and I know I did, especially when old Bab came up and shook young Miss's hand. I kissed her, Katy, all black and rough, and uncouth as she was. I kissed her more than once, and felt honored in doing so. Poor Bab! Her back is still a piteous sight, and I dress it every day, shuddering at the sight, and thanking God that slavery with all its horrors is at an end. I wish you could see how grateful the old creature is for every act of kindness. She says, "The very feel of Miss's soft white hands makes her old back better," and she praises me continually to Mark, who is just foolish enough to believe all she says. When we come home again, both John and Bab will come with us, though what we shall do with John is more than I can tell. Mark says he shall employ him about the office, and this I know will delight Tom Tubbs, who has again made friends with Chitty, and who will almost worship John as having saved Mark's life. Aunt Bab shall have an honored seat by the kitchen fire, and a pleasant room all to herself, working only when she likes and doing as she pleases. Did I tell you that Mattie Tubbs was to be my seamstress? I'm getting together a curious household, you will say. But I like to have those about me to whom I can do the greatest amount of good, and as I happen to know how much Mattie admires "the Lennox girl," I did not hesitate to take her, even though Mark did ask if I intended bringing her into the parlor to help entertain my company. Mark is a saucy, teasing fellow, and I see more and more how he kept up in that dreadful Andersonville, while so many of his comrades died. Dear Mark! Can I ever be grateful enough to God for bringing him home? We stopped at Annapolis on our way here, and I shall never forget the pale, worn faces, or the great sunken eyes which looked at me so wistfully as I went from cot to cot, speaking words of cheer to the sufferers, some of whom were Mark's companions in prison, their dim eyes lighting up with joy as they recognized him and heard of his escape. There are several nurses here, but no words of mine can tell what one of them is to the poor fellows, or how eagerly they watch for her coming, following her with so greedy glances as she moves about the room, and holding her hand with a clasp as if they would keep her with them always. Indeed, more than one heart, as I am told, has confessed its allegiance to her, but she answers all the same, "I have no love to give. It died out long ago, and cannot be recalled." You can guess who she is, Katy. The soldiers call her an angel, but we know her as Marian. There were great tear blots upon that letter as Katy put it aside, and nestling close to Morris, laid her head upon his knee, where his hand could smooth her golden curls, while she gazed long and earnestly into the fire, musing upon Helen's closing words, and thinking how much they expressed, and how just a tribute they were to the noble woman whose life had been one constant sacrifice of self for another's good. The soldiers call her an angel, but we know her as Marian. The End of Family Pride, by Mary Jane Holmes. Recorded by Céline Major. I hope you've enjoyed it.